The one came off. I don't know why. Do it again. It's what it is. It's alright. Let's go.
So you don't face him towards you anymore?
No. The camera quality is better that way.
Oh.
Alright, Shalom. All praises be to Yahweh, Hashem, Yahweh Shai, Hashem, Mechapadash. Double honor unto the elder apostles and the elder bishops at Great Millstone, who were well and who taught us the truth, man. Shalom to the brothers and sisters, listening and learning at this time, man. And it's another Saturday, another camp day, and we're out here to push the word of Yahweh, Hashem, Yahweh Shai, Hashem, Mechapadash, man. Prophecy, things are happening, man. And Lord willing, we'll just get into it, man. Let's see. You got one, you're going, man.
Second Ezra. Second Ezra, chapter 15. Start from the top. Second Ezra 15 says, 1. Behold, speak thou in thy ears of my people the words of prophecy, which I will put in thy mouth, saith the Lord.
Yeah, so the Lord has put prophecy in the mouth of his prophets, man. And the word prophecy means to say beforehand, to prophesy, to say beforehand, man. Okay, to speak. All right. So the Lord has put particular men on the earth to speak words, all right, about particular events before they've happened, man. All right. And those men have been on the earth since the beginning. You can get hold that. Go to Luke chapter 1, verse 7.
Luke chapter 1, verse 7.
Verse 70.
17.
Yeah.
As he spoke by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been since the world begun, that we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us.
Yeah, so the Lord has spoke by his holy prophets, which has been since the world begun. All right. So from the beginning of the world, the Lord put his prophets upon the earth, man, to preach and to teach and to prophesy, man. Okay? You know? And by the way, prophets can have prophets, man. You can be a prophet, but then you can have a prophet that prophesies unto you, man. David had prophets, man. If my memory serves me correct, was it Nathan? All right. Adam, even though Adam was a prophet, he had prophets come unto him. The voice of the Lord in the cool of the day, you know, Adam, where art thou? You know, just because it says the word God there, the Christian church will have you believe that God came down, walking, or some voice just coming out the sky. You know, Adama, where are you? Nah, man. The voice of the Lord in the cool of the day was prophets that was coming to Adam and asking him, man, what's up, bro? What are you doing, man? You and your woman, you going off. Like, what's up? Adam was getting cut by prophets. Okay? So who spoke by the word of his holy prophets from the world began. So the prophets have always been on the scene, man. So let's go back to, was it 2nd Ezra 15?
Now 2, to cause them to be written in paper, for they are faithful and true.
You see, that's the spirit. Me and the brother, before we started, we was talking about like the actual Bible, like the book itself. That's what it is, man. Written in paper, faithful and true. Okay? You know, but before the book format, you had it in a scroll format.
Yeah.
You know, papyrus sheets, you know, written with ink. Okay, in the churches they have the altar, you know, where they put the Bible on and they'll read. Today's scripture reading is taken from here. Where does that go back to? That goes back to Prophet Nehemiah. That's not much.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the prophet Nehemiah. The scriptures say that, man. They built like a pulpit thing for the book of the law, which is the Torah, to be put on, man. And in the Sabbath day, the people
Just one.
Yeah, one or two, brother Bishop. For what? Yeah, they put the Torah on there, and they would read the law all Sabbath, man, from all day, you know. All right, you know, the Passover comes around, we bring out the Torah, man, you know, and stuff. So yeah, you have the scroll format, but then like in these final days, it was put in a book format, man. You know, for they are faithful and true. That's the Bible, man. That's not the Quran. Okay, you know, someone in the week was showing me a video of cats here that this was their way of proving the Quran is the word of God, because cats know not to step on it. Like there was a video of various women where they had cats, right? And any other book, the cat would step on it, the cat would, like, you know, put his mouth on it or touch it with his paws. But then when it came to the Quran, the cat would always step over it. And they were like, you see, even the cats worship Allah, you know. Even the cats know not to step on the holy book of God, you know. Whatever, man. But when you go into, maybe the cat knows not to touch that demonic book. That's why it's not touching. But when you go into these books and you read their scripts don't make sense. And their scripts don't contain prophecy, man. You read that Quran, man. I've read parts of the Quran, you know, and that book gives you a headache, man. If you want to go around in circles talking a lot to do about nothing and inaccurate renditions of history, read the Quran, man. It's bullshit, man. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillah, Rabbi. All that stuff, right? When you translate it in the name of God, the most merciful, the most gracious, surely your God is merciful, surely he's great. Bro, you just said that, man. It's just roundabout shit, man. It's the Bible, as an elder apostle to her said, the Quran is a bugged out commentary on the Holy Bible, man. It's just a commentary book of the Bible, but an inaccurate one at that, man. There's no prophecies in there, man. You know, there's nothing in there. You got other scripts. What other scripts do you have? The Cuban you know, all these other scripts, man. The Sadas, or is it the Hindus, the holy, unholy Sadas, or something like that.
Book of Enoch.
Yeah, you got the Book of Enoch. There is a Book of Enoch, but the one that's out there right now is not the original. So that's bullshit. So you can throw that in there. The Book of Enoch. But the scriptures do speak about the Book of Enoch and the Book of Jasher. But the original manuscripts, we don't have those right now. The Lord hid those for a reason. We'll find out in the kingdom times. But the version of Jasher and the version of Enoch that you can find online and buy in your bookstores, they don't add up with the scriptures. That's bullshit.
What about the Sefer Bible?
Sefer, yeah, that just means book in Yiddish. But that's just another translation. I've read the Sefer. You got the Sefer, you got the Tanakh, which is it's the Bible, it's just the Torah and the prophets and the Psalms. I did a video on that actually a couple of weeks ago. Their translation was a bit funny, but it gets to the point. But then they messed up the name of the Lord. But that's meant to be the small hats. So how the hell can they be translated straight from Hebrew and get the name of the Lord wrong? It shows that the name of the Lord is dreadful among the Hebrew. But the point is, bro, all these books, man, they ain't the Bible. There's no prophecies in there. So the book of the Lord that's faithful and true is the Holy Bible. 1611, the Apocrypha, man. That's the word of the Lord. The Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh. Okay? And no, you can't add books up. Remember that dude we saw him a couple of weeks ago, he was chatting with the elder. Remember we was over there, he used to come up. No, but what about this book? The Benjamin. Yeah. Can't this book and that book? Yeah, because if it just had them, I read all books. Yeah, you read all books, you're gonna be altogether bugged out, man. Fuck every other script. The only script we're dealing with is the Bible, man. Go on, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
In paper, for they are faithful and true, and cause them to be written in paper, for they are faithful and true. Fear not the imaginations against thee. Let not the incredulity of them trouble thee that speak against thee.
Yeah, man. You got people that speak against us, man. Put harsh words out there, man. That's the case right now, man. You got a bug out crew talking shit, man. Talking all kind of crap about brothers, and it's like, bro, like, what the fuck are you doing, man? What the hell are you doing, bro? Now there's one thing you can say, talking shit about, not talking shit. You can get on people where it's doctrinal.
Right.
That's what because people get offended at that. What are you talking about me? No, we're talking about what you're saying. Alright, But then when you just talk about men, it's like you're not even talking about doctrine.
Mentioning
Names and brothers' jobs and come down here and I'll meet you here and I'll do this and I'll do that. It's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing, man? So those words of incredulity, those harsh talks and bullshit, man, that we ain't into that. We're not into that, man. And the scripture says, be not troubled at that, man. Yeah, read that verse again and then we keep going.
Yeah. 3 of 2nd Ezra 15. Fear not the imaginations against thee. Let not their incredulity.
You gotta keep saying it,
Don't,
incredulity.
Let me get through this one, Baba.
Yeah, you got it.
Incredulity of them trouble thee that speak against thee.
That's what we were saying, though, isn't it? Things that are hard, you just keep doing it. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's the spirit, though. Sometimes, you could be an eloquent speaker, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe not an eloquent speaker. But when the spirit jumps on you, if you weren't so eloquent, you can become eloquent.
True,
and then brothers that used to be able to speak well and fluent English and speak with no stammers, now you come into the truth, you're stuttering, you're stammering. Because it's all a humbling process for the Lord to show us, I can make your tongue better, or I can make it worse.
Yeah.
But either way, no matter the circumstances, you got to teach, man. Like there was a whole series going on, brothers responding to comments of, I got issues too, I got shortcomings too. We all got fucking shortcomings, man. By the end of the day, are you preaching the word?
Yeah.
That's the most important thing.
Like this brother here, I don't want to put you on the spot, brother, but for edification, you're good with like remembering words. You're good at, like, it's almost like you got a photographic memory, yeah? and you're good with word, but sometimes when I'm struggling, right, I really want to struggle. Like I really want to be in the struggle to see if I can do it.
Yeah.
I know you do it. You know you do it because it's just in your spirit to add. If you add, but sometimes like I'm saying to myself, let me struggle through this one. You know what I mean? And see. But now if I'm not doing it, then if I'm I ain't getting. If I'm struggling too much, obviously, yeah. I appreciate it. I welcome all the help I can get.
I understand. I'll keep a mental note of that.
Yeah. So but it's all in the spirit anyway. I do say maybe if I was good with that, too good, too eloquent, I might get that pride demon might come on me, and it's all in the spirit too. Because sometimes I watch my videos, I'm never really happy anyway. But sometimes I watch my videos and say, okay, and then let me correct that one next time. Nothing. But I'm hard on myself. That's the point. And I think it's good sometimes to be hard on myself. But then my videos I'm never happy with them. I want them to be better, and that's a good spirit to be in, as you would say. So 4 now, yeah. For all the unfaithful shall die in their unfaithfulness.
Yeah, we ain't like them fucking pastors in your church, man. As you was talking, I had flashbacks of growing up. Like pastor, so-called pastor and so-called bishop will preach a sermon, and then you got the women gassing him at the end. Oh, bishop preached a good sermon today.
Amen.
Now the nigga's sweating here with his suit and tie on.
Yeah, and he's got that
praise
handkerchief.
God.
Yeah.
And then he's gassed up because the whole congregation was feeling his little talk, innit? We ain't like that, man. We turn the camera off and feel like we should have done better, man. And that's the right spirit to be in. Go on, man.
4 now.
Yeah,
Behold,
them niggas with the handkerchief.
Yeah.
Praise God, sister. Go on, man.
behold, saith the Lord, I will bring plagues upon the world. The
Chill out,
stars,
man. Chill out. This fucking dickhead, man. I know this guy from growing up, man. Like that shows you the black church. Like it's got that American, even English guys, they've got that American black church demon on them. Like they'll grow up in. I know a guy. I don't give a fuck, bro. He's a family friend, yeah, from somewhere in South London. Yeah, the most English hood accent possible. He went to study in America for 3 years or whatever to be a pastor. He comes back and now he's speaking like he's from New York. God. Bro, shut the fuck up, bro. I used to catch the red bus like 2 years ago, man. That's a demon, bro. Because he wants to be like TD Jakes and all them Creflo dollars and things of that nature, man. You go to America for 3 years and come back and now it's praise God, sister. A family member showed me a video. Oh, look, so-and-so's a pastor now. Yeah, he's a bishop. He's a pastor. Fuck you doing, bro? Just talk normally, man. Be you, bro.
Yeah.
Go on, man.
People can relate to you anyway.
Yeah.
You've got 2 different walks of life, and you're there to relate to people to relate to you, because that's what the most I'll put you there for. Those people. That's why brothers do have, like you say, have their little shortcomings. Because we're a reflection of the people who we're talking to. We're an intense reflection of the people that we're here to relate to. And if I was watching the video and like all the elders and they were so good and had a high standard, I would never be able to get it. I would never be able to do it. Because they're doing it so well, eloquently. Everybody's reading so well. I'm glad you got some. I mean, when I say these brothers, know what I mean. You got some brothers that are not really good readers, and that encourage people like me. Oh, you could start from the scratch and you could work your way up. So back to the point now. Back to where we was. 6. For wickedness has exceedingly polluted the whole earth, and their hurtful works are faithful. But I'm not saying, because you got eloquent brothers as well, back to bring the balance, that eloquent people in the world who are very eloquent and have a good education background relate to those brothers.
That's why the 12 were handpicked.
Yeah.
You had different types of all kind of brothers. You had brothers that was up in the education system, financially up in Rome, tax collectors. You had scribes, you had fishermen, which were more rough. Now people always think, fishermen were poor. No, fishermen were rich. It's just that they weren't so-called educated, right? That was a staple food back in the day, somewhat still is today, man. If you were a fisherman and you did your job properly, you made a lot of money, man. Your family was eating good, your house was nice, You know what I mean? Peter and them man weren't poor, you know, but they weren't so-called educated. They weren't polished stuff dudes.
Yeah, right.
Peter was a rough man, you know. In the movie Jesus of Nazareth, with Robert Powell in there, when Jesus went to call Peter, he caught him in the act of cussing out, like, because he had a bad day fishing, you know. Pull the boat in. And then in the movie, you know that white Jesus standing there.
In all white.
In all white, standing there. The fucking sourceless. Simon, Bar Jonah, you know. But that's what it was, man. You had, and that shows you as well. It's the spirit that me and the brother was talking early hours this morning. We're blood brothers, man. We can't prove it, but we're blood brothers. Like we got closer genetic relationships than your mum and you, and your dad and you, and your brothers and sisters and you, man. We're brothers in the spirit, but we're actually blood brothers, man. Before all other Jakes was made, your mum, your dad, your brother, your sister, your cousin, we were all together with the Lord, man. All right. But the point is this: even though we come on the earth and we live out different life paths and things of that nature, brothers that are polar opposites can get along.
Yeah.
Because in the world, it's like you wouldn't see like let's say you go to East London, Canary Wharf, you know, and you have like an investment banker. He's up to you, yes, I'm an investment banker. I work for Citibank and yeah, blah, 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 yeah. I'm on 55K a year and yeah, you know. But then let's say you go to the other side of East London where you go to the fishmongers. They wouldn't be friends, you know. They wouldn't be friends at all, man. Imagine an investment banker, in this world, after work, going around to like Shoreditch or fucking Spitalfields Market to the fish section. Yeah, you are, man. Nah, man, they're worlds apart. But in the truth, you could be worlds apart and close. You have brothers that are up there, you know, that did work well in the world, man. Had top jobs and so-called educated according to the standard of this world. And then you got brothers that were straight rough, man, but get along like normal. Why? Because those things are really trivial. What really bonds us, what really gels us is this word, man. So even with amongst the 12, they had various characteristics and came from various walks of life, man. You know, and to prove that it's not about being so-called educated, the least of them, where it concerned education, and the roughest of them was the head, or is the head, Peter. How about that? Peter's the head, but he's so-called the less educated of the 12, man. The not as polished dude, man. The guy that will take a knife out and slash your ear off if you come too close. That was the head. I'm not promoting that, obviously, but I'm just saying, according to the world, you want the nice polished guy, suit and tie, you know, clean shaven, softly spoken, his hands feel like a baby's bottom, you know. How you doing, sir? Yes, I'm the head of these guys. No, man. The head was a rough man. You know? So the Lord can use who the fuck the Lord wants to use.
I got a precept for you.
Yeah, go, and then after that we go. Go.
Just to back up what you're saying, Thessalonians 3 was talking about being polished. And we're all really being polished up for what, you know, for, anyway, I read. Let your moderation be made known, Philippians 4 and 5, let your moderation be made known unto all men. The Lord is at hand. Be careful for nothing, but in everything by prayer, supplication with thanksgiving, let your request be made known unto God, and the peace of God which passeth all understanding shall keep your heart and mind through Yahushua Mashiach. Finally, brethren, whatever things are true, whatever things are honest, whatever things are pure, whatever things are lovely, whatever things are of good report, if there be any virtue and if there be any praise, think on these things. Now, we've been polished up, just to put it in a nutshell. We got all different classes and education background coming into this truth are being polished up so that we could be appreciated or understood from all different backgrounds. Even though we're gonna have the rough character, he's still being polished up as well. Because now, if you're a bit too rough, obviously dealing with this in this society, you need to be polished up.
Yeah, everyone has to get polished.
You know, those things which are of both that you have both learned and received and heard and seen in me, do, and the God of peace shall be with you. being more, as the Christians say, Christ-like, but being more like the Hoshai. So that is a polish. You're being polished up.
Yahushua is pretty much he's the perfect person, man. That's who we were really striving to be like, man. Yahushua could walk into a room, yeah, and not open his mouth, but be the loudest person, man, just by presence. Or he could walk into a room, you know, and be the quietest person, man. You know, that's what the scripture says. I know how to abound in the base. That goes for so many things. Financially, you know, sometimes the Lord will bless you. You're doing better than other times. You know how to handle yourself when because you got people that get money and then they forget how to act. You know, we know dudes like that, man. We know dudes. We know dudes that came into money and said to hell with the Israelite thing, basically. Straight up, man. You know, you get money and they forget who they are, or then they lose money, and then it's, oh, I don't know what to do anymore. You know? Okay? So we have to know how to abound in the base with finances, abound in the base with character, man. Sometimes you got to stand up and be the loud guy. Other times you have to know when to shut up. You know? And the person who had that imperfection is your Yahushua, man. You know?
Yeah, so that's what I was going to make that point. But, yeah, second Ezra 15, we got to 6. For wickedness have exceedingly polluted the whole earth, and their hurtful works are fulfilled. Therefore saith the Lord, and I will hold my tongue no more as touching their wickedness.
Yeah, wickedness, man. And brothers, the Spirit's been on particular brothers to do videos on this week, man, where you just got pure wickedness going on, man. Right now, over here in England, I did a video on it last night. You got this show on Channel 4, Naked Education, whereby they get 15 to 16-year-old boys and girls, and they sit there, and adults will just strip off in front of them, like just fully get naked. And then the whole point of their show is that to promote body positivity, the article said. You know, I'm fat, but it's alright. I'm skinny, and that's alright. You know, a man will strip off in front of boys, 15, you know, girls, right? You know, and he's like some Edomite got micro penis, and it's like, well, I'm okay because body positivity. You know, and you may have a woman with a clip, you know, hanging halfway down her leg, about to touch her knees, you know, run through bitch, you know, yeah, body positivity, and they just stand there. Tell me that's not fucked up, man. You got children, yeah, just there, sitting down, and people are just, this is me, naked, bro. That's fucked up, man. That's wickedness, bro. That's wickedness, man. You know, you got people doing surgeries, you know, and changing their lower extremities, man, you know, and all kind of crap. It's just fucked up. This is a wicked society, man. What verse was you, bro? Yeah, here we go, 6. Yeah, 2 Ezra 15 and 6. For wickedness have exceedingly polluted the whole earth, and their hurtful works are fulfilled. So guess what? Time now where you're hitting your cutoff point, man. You're hitting your point. You know, the Lord ain't gonna suffer your demonic behavior much more or much longer, Esau, man. You can turn on the TV at 8 p.m. and see people strip off in front of children. But then, as I said in the video, right, if one of these motherfuckers was to go and molest a child, you'd be going to arrest them, you know? Or maybe not, because now they're trying to include pedophilia as some sort of sexual orientation, right? You know? But let's just say something real wicked happened to one of yours, you know, at the hand of one of these weirdos. You'd be the first ones to curse them out and try and put them behind bars, man. But then it's okay for you to put it on TV, man. Wickedness has polluted the whole earth. You know, this is Sodom and Gomorrah all over again. You know? Let him have it, man. Wait, we'll wait for this. Let him have it. You gotta wait another 6 days, 7 days for that.
Heck of days. Heck of days. We're gonna curse that. No, you ain't getting post. Don't go around.
Go to push the ball and shit. Go.
Yes, verse 6, yeah? Therefore saith the Lord, I will hold my tongue no more as touching their wickedness which they profanely commit, neither will I suffer them in those things in which they wickedly exercise themselves.
Yeah, to suffer is to bear something. So the Lord himself is bearing with the wickedness that he's allowed to go on the earth. But the Lord is saying, I will no longer suffer it. The Lord is going to sit back and let you just violate, man. Little boys and little girls. The Lord's not going to sit back and let you violate water systems, man, and pollute the waters and the skies. The Lord's not going to sit back and let you violate his people. You know? The Lord is going to rise up, man. He said, I will no longer suffer these things. And this is prophecy. And again, we read it in, was it verse 1, where it said, speak the words of prophecy. So you can hate us, but at the end of the day, we're only telling you what the Lord will do. You know? Now, if you could shut us up, you would, but you can't, because this counts with the Most High. But then, let's say the prophets didn't prophesy. The scripture says that the Lord would cause the stones to rise up and speak. So with or without us, this word is going to go out. But the Lord so has it that he's called unto himself a remnant and elect that will preach the word, man, and let you know that you're wicked. Okay? Go on, man.
Wickedly, wickedly exercise themselves, behold, in innocence and righteous blood, thrive unto me, and the souls of the just complain continually.
The innocent and righteous blood is the dead elect, you know. But to be fair, any Israelite that dies, man, because even if you're wicked on the earth, as soon as you die, you go back to your right state of mind. Just of your whole Hashem Yahweh Shai, you know, you're informed you're in Israel, you know, you're told there's the kingdom to come and everything, man, and you're with it, man. So how about that? Any Israelite that dies, as soon as they get to the spirit realm, they're in favor of your Yahweh Shai coming back. You know, but then you've got men that were actually in the truth on the earth that passed away. You know, they're in the heavens, you know, continually complaining to the Lord, man. When are you gonna go back? When are you gonna go back? And then you've also got the righteous on the earth that are saying, when are you gonna come back? Which is what we're doing. Us being out here right now is the righteous souls complaining, man. You know, we're saying, look, you know, Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai, we're keeping our end of the deal. Please come back, man.
You know, black niggas. He
Innocent blood for up. And therefore saith the Lord, I will surely avenge them, and receive unto me all the innocent blood from among them. Yeah. Oh, you talking about, behold, the innocent and the righteous blood cry unto me, and the souls of the just complain continually.
Yeah. That's what we do, man. We're complaining, man. We want to get the fuck out of here, man. Let's get that scripture where it says, righteous not vexed, yeah, with the first conversation, yeah.
Because you saw that chariot, the other day.
Yeah, yesterday, man. Yeah.
That's because of the Most High sees in your spirit. It's ruling the same boat. You know, that's you're crying in the spirit.
Yeah.
You know, when you're crying, huh?
It's like I didn't mean to cut you, but even when we're sleeping, we're crying out to the Lord. Even when we're not speaking, spiritually, we're crying out to the Lord. Yeah. Finish your point now.
Yeah. You said it.
All right, 2 Peter 2 and verse 7. Let me read from verse 6. And turning the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah into ashes, condemn them with an overthrow, making them an example unto those that after should live ungodly.
Yeah, so Sodom and Gomorrah was made an example. Those were the two major cities out of 5, man. You know, and all manner of lewdness was going on there, man. All right, it got to the point where they wanted to have sex with the angels, man. You and Lot gave his daughter. They said, man, if you're burning that much, please don't fucking molest my guests. Rather take my daughter. Okay, and that goes back to the law. When somebody comes to your house, their safety and their feet is your responsibility. That's why, like, Elder Yashua, I actually downloaded. I saved the PDF on my phone, on Google, Bible and ancient customs, something like that. Get into like how things were done in the ancient world, biblically and stuff. Customs, etiquettes, and things of that nature, man. And when you get into the law, right? If I come to your house, my life is in your hands, man. That's why when in the ancient world, when someone would come to your house, what's the first thing you would do? You'd greet them with a holy kiss, you'd salute them, and then if not your wife or your daughters, or if you had servants, they would bring a bowl of water, wash their hands and their feet, man. And then you would offer them either water, milk, or wine, and then bread as like a starter before food, if the guests wanted it, man. So when someone goes to your house, it's actually your responsibility to look after them and be hospitable toward them. And if any danger was to come, let's say, I don't know, most I forbid a thief decided to come and hold people up, it's on you to defend everyone in your house, man. Even your guests, man.
Yeah. That reminds me of Genesis when the angels came to visit Abraham to tell him that he could have a child in the following year. The first thing Abraham done was run up to them and beg for them to come in out of the sun and to wash their feet. And he got Sarah, his wife, to prepare the meal for them.
That's ancient Israelite custom, man.
We've lost that now.
Lost that, man. Now you will go to someone's. People talk about permission passes, checking in. You got to check in before you go to certain areas because you're not authorized to go there. Good gang shit. You're getting blown away because you need to walk past a block that you're not from. In the ancient world, you looked after people, man. But the point is, Lot was exercising that. He said, I'd rather give you my daughter that's a virgin, go gang bang her. I'd rather lose my daughter to that than you violate my guests, man. So all you dudes, that's my mom, that's my daughter. And that's real. Yeah, of course, you anyone would ride out for their mom and their daughter, but guess what? Would you rather your daughter get gangbanged and raped and molested by a bunch of men to protect two angels? A lot of guys won't do that, man. His background characters, Lot was alright, we'll take the girl, man. And he knew they weren't gonna just do lawful sex. Like he knew like it was gonna be a gangbang setting, man.
Yeah.
Like one nigga's ramming out her throat, busting nuts, she's choking on his seat, but then behind her she's getting bent over, like pussy's getting rammed out. Then them man were batty, man. They went into going up the other end, so he also would came to terms with the fact that she's gonna be getting done up the rear. But look, he didn't give a fuck, right? Well, if I gotta do that to protect these guys, then cool.
That was strategic, taking emotion out
of it, man. And it got to the point where the law blinded them, but they were still so filled with filthy lewd lust that even being blind, they had their hands out like, oh, where's the next one? Where's the next candidate?
Liberated themselves trying to find the door,
So that was a demonic spirit, man. But I mentioned that to say the customs, man. Lot was looking after his guests, man. Go on, man.
That was just one more verse. And delivered just Lot, vexed with the filthy conversation of the wicked, for that righteous man dwelling among them, in seeing and hearing, vexed his righteous soul from day to day with their unlawful deeds.
Yeah, because all you're hearing is wickedness, man. All you're hearing is about men getting with men, women getting with women, orgies, all kind of crap, man. And that's like the new talk in the town, man. So Lot having to be around that and experience that vexed his righteous soul. And this is why when we pretty much step outside of our houses, we become vexed, man.
That's right.
You know, you see two guys holding hands and they're looking at you with that. There's like a what spirit now? Like what? What are you gonna do about it? What?
Yeah.
They know they're
I'm
guilty,
proud. Yeah, I'm getting proud. What?
but they know they're guilty.
Yeah, they know it, but because of their protection and the things they have in this world, even though they're guilty, they still feel like you can't touch me. You know, we're vexed by these things, man. You got women acting up, man. You know, women acting up for men. You know, that's wicked as well, man. You know, you got what else? You got many wicked things out here, man. If we was to list it, we'd be here. There you go. You know, there's an example. You know, two dudes clearly together, man. You know. So just like Lot, more willing, our righteous souls are vexed day by day. You know.
Now they're coming out the closet.
Yeah.
That's the old saying. In the 70s even, but you can go back even further, but even in the 70s, things were, there was more morality.
Yeah.
You know, man couldn't be in school and you know, say he's that you know, the alphabet people. You're gonna get some kuffle, man. You can get kuffle now. Straight like that.
Yeah, even I remember being in school, yeah, and it's like the two ultimate cusses was your mum and you're gay.
Yeah.
Like if anyone said your mum, like you're ready to get excluded for that, man, because you know that you're gonna start scrapping them and fighting them. Or if anyone said you're gay, yeah. Or back then we used to say batty man, you know. If anyone called you a batty man, like you was ready to throw hands for that shit.
Yeah.
But now you got niggas accepting that, man, accepting that shit. You know. I saw a video, was it yesterday on Instagram, of a dude, like this guy, an American dude, yeah, masculine as hell, but he had nails on, pink nails,
Goodness sakes.
and he was like, but he's doing all the hand mannerisms like a woman would do, you know. Or you niggas saying that a real man ain't a real man. What? I'm not a real man because I wear nails. Then he starts taking out like cash money and he starts throwing it on the table. And he's like, a real man looks after his partner. And then the camera pans to the partner. It's another black dude. You know, and the other black dude's the feminine one with not even longer nails, clicking and clacking. And it's like, I had to turn that shit off, man. You open up, you unlock your phone, and you're forced to see gay shit.
That's what I hate, yeah.
The adverts on particular, you go on particular apps and stuff, or on the TV.
Yeah.
Even the adverts are all gay now, man.
Yeah.
You can cut the adverts out, innit?
You get,
I don't know.
I use on my PC. You can get ad blockers. On the PC, I like to do that. On the phone, it's not so easy.
They be doing like them deodorant fucking adverts, man. You know, sure, 14-hour protection. You know, you can be close to people you love, and there's two guys kissing.
Fuck's sake,
What
right?
you doing, bro? So just like Lot, we're vexed, man, because you want to do something about it, but you can't. You can't, man. You know, and it's like the devil's teasing you because he's using that what demon. What are you gonna do about it? What?
Yeah.
Gay? Yeah. I know it's wrong, but what are you gonna do? So what happens, man? The Lord comes back. The Lord brings judgment. We got to get the fuck out of here and wait for the Lord who rises to the prey. You know? Is there any more on that?
No, I think
That was it. Yeah. Okay, let's go back.
2nd Ezra 15 and 9. And therefore saith the Lord, I will surely avenge them and receive unto me all the innocent blood from among them. Behold, my people is led as a flock to the slaughter.
So in that we're confident that the Lord will avenge them. You know, the Lord is gonna rise up for us, man. We're not gonna be subject to the wickedness of this world forever and ever. We're not gonna have to walk and see two women hold hands and two men hold hands and adults in their 50s strip off a 15-year-old boy and girls on TV. Like, we're not gonna have to deal with that. We're not gonna have to deal with GMO foods, you know, fucked up waters. You know, we're not gonna have to do that, bro. We're not, because the Lord is gonna come back, and in that we're confident, man. Like I did a video, maybe it was yesterday. We're blessed in Yahweh shall we can be confident. Because prophecy, right, speak beforehand. But guess what? Even though we're speaking beforehand, it's also a comfort unto us that from the foundations of the world, Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai had provided a way out, man. A way out of this wickedness, man. You know, the Lord will avenge, man. Go on.
And I will suffer them not to dwell in the land of Egypt.
Yeah. And America is modern Egypt, modern Babylon, Sodom, Gomorrah, Rome. It's everything in one. It's a ball of confusion and wickedness, man. You know, so the Lord is going to deliver us out of Egypt, and obviously the land we've been scattered in, right? You're going to have a major deliverance over here in the UK. How about that?
If I may say, Brother Bashar, you mentioned America being the land of confusion. One of the things that's going to happen when Yahweh Shai comes back on earth is that it's going to be the end of lies and the end of confusion. Truth is going to reign on the earth. You see, in this world, we have to wake up with like seeing things that we know are wrong. We can't do anything about it, but in our mind, it's like, no, but that's wrong. That needs to be corrected. But we can't. We've got no power to do that. So what does that cause? It causes frustration. It causes us to feel tired and weary. But when Yahweh Shai comes back and truth reigns on the earth, our minds are going to be at peace because everything's going to be put back right side up rather than upside down, which it is at the moment. So that's right.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah. And I will bring them with a mighty hand and a stretched out arm and smite Egypt with the plague as before.
Yeah, so let's get that one. Is it in Isaiah where it says, as birds flocking?
Lord shall defend Jerusalem.
Yeah. The Lord's mighty hand is his right arm, which is Yahweh Shai. Yahweh Shai is going to come back with Michael, the archangel, all the other angels, man. So with a mighty arm and a stretched out hand, that's Yahweh Shai and the angelic force coming back to planet Earth, man. That's how the Lord Yahweh is going to defend Jerusalem.
All right. That's ready? Yeah. Isaiah 31 and verse 5. It says, as birds flying, so will Yahweh of hosts defend Jerusalem. Defending also, he will deliver it.
So it says, as birds flying, that means most likely it's going to be a V formation.
Yeah.
Because the scripture says in Job, ask the beasts of the field and they shall teach thee. Ask the birds of the air and they shall tell thee. All right. When they learned and discovered how to make aircraft and stuff, it was by studying birds, man. And when birds fly together, they come in a V formation. Aerodynamics, because that V, right, it basically pierces the air. It only makes sense because what bird does the most work? The bird at the front, because he's the one cutting the air, making it easier for all the others to glide through.
Yeah.
That means the father ship is going to be the one doing the most damage. Because if it's V formation, he's going to be at the front, and all the other smaller chariots will be behind him. Man. You know, so the father ship is going to do the most damage. Yeah, because Yahweh Shai is going to be in there, man. Probably going to have Michael right next to the Lord, man. You know. Read that again, man. Isaiah.
Isaiah 31 and verse 5 again. As birds flying, so will Yahweh of hosts defend Jerusalem. And defending also, he will deliver it, and passing over, he shall preserve it.
So you see all these similar words. 2nd Ezra 15 is saying avenge, you know, and not suffering it. You know, Isaiah 31 is saying defend, you know. So that's the manner in which the Lord is sending his son to defend, to avenge, to no longer suffer the wickedness against his people, the elect, man. Okay? And he will pass over it. Okay? So the Lord is going to literally hover in Earth's atmosphere over the whole world, man. Okay? You know? The fathership is bigger than the whole world. You know, you may have it may just be, we have to wait and see. You know, it could be just one ship that comes back and then it opens up and all other smaller ships come out of it. Or it could be behind. We have to wait and see. But what we do know is that they're coming back, man. And the Lord is going to defend Jerusalem. The people before the place, Jerusalem, the city of peace, the elect. Okay? And as the brother rightly was alluding to in his points just a second ago, is that when Yahushua comes back, we have the assurance that this wickedness is never going to happen again. This is an assured end to the devil, man. You can hold that 2nd Ezra 6 and 9. And then go with this.
2nd Ezra 15 now and 11. But I will bring them with a mighty hand and a stretch out arm and smite Egypt with plagues as before, and will destroy all the land thereof. Egypt shall mourn, and the foundation
So
of
the
it.
Egypt is speaking about is America, man. Okay, the landmass of America. All right, which was birthed and born out of Great Britain. Okay, Egypt, America. It's Egypt, America. It is Egypt, America. Egypt, America, Babylon. You know, bitter. You know, bitter bondage. That's going to be destroyed, and the Lord is going to visit that. Go on.
So Egypt shall, Egypt shall mourn, and the foundation of it shall be smitten with
Now they're
plague.
now they're beginning to mourn because all these other alliances are being formed behind America's backs. That they're now doing trade deals with major resources, not in the dollar, man. Okay, not in the dollar. All these other that's Joel. Let the weak say I'm strong. Yeah, that to qualify that speaks about these other smaller nations now having military and nuclear power, but also behind their military, their finances are now taking over America. Their currency is now overtaking America, man. All these nations are grouping together and doing deals, which is now taking America out of the top spot of the #1 currency. Okay? Straight facts, man. All right? So America, now you got Trump going up there. If I was your president, this would have never have happened.
Yeah, so we used to say,
You know, the U.S. economy is fastly declining, and we're about to crash.
yeah,
You know,
that's the right cadence for his voice.
yeah, you know, Donald fucking Trump, man. You know, but they're mourning because America's on a fast decline, man. Your current president, he's a dickhead, man. You know, you got the vaccine, yeah, no, and you know because, anyways, doesn't matter. But yeah, he don't know what he's doing, man. He don't know what he's doing. And guess what? He's a puppet, but the elites above him, they're scared, man. They're scared also. So Egypt shall mourn. Everything's going wrong for America right now, man. And it's coming to the point where after financially, it's going to get to the point where they're going to detonate to the point to say, well, if we ain't top, everyone's going to war.
Yeah,
But then what they don't understand is when everyone goes to war, they're going to get fucked up. They're going to get fucked up, man. And America is going to be that main melting pot, man. You think you're going to come out on top, you're not. Moab thinks that after America falls, they're next in line. No, you're fucking not.
it's like someone wanted you're in a queue waiting, right?
Yeah.
Someone want to come in and cut in front of you.
yeah,
That's how Mark's
yeah,
moving.
yeah. Or you know when you go to supermarket and you're in the queue, yeah, and then the person on the cashier they close off their till.
Yeah,
No, I'm not taking any more. So everyone starts rushing to all the other all the other checkouts, man. Like Moab's next in line, and then the Lord goes, "No, I'm not taking it. No more." No. You know, the checkout is closed, nigga.
Yeah.
You know. Go on, bro.
Yeah, 13. Plagues and punishments that God shall bring upon it. They that till the ground in 13 shall mourn, for thy seed shall fail through the blasting and hell, and with a fearful consolation. Does my phone need a charge?
Yeah, it's alright for now. Have you got a charger? Yeah, I've got one. No, it's alright.
You got one?
I got one. I'll switch them.
66%.
66.
Yeah. This is 100.
Yeah, they could probably the red one. Yeah, switch it for now and then we'll just keep going back.
13 again, I read it. They that till the ground shall mourn, for their seed shall fail, though the blasting hell. Through the
That
blasting
was the
hell
charge.
and with a
Oh,
fearful
stupid me. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
woe to the world and them that dwell therein, for the sword and their destruction draweth nigh. One people shall stand up and fight against another, and the sword in their hands.
Yeah, that's talking about the missiles, man. The missiles, okay? The swords in their hands, man. You know, everyone's ready to go. You know, everyone's ready to go. But the Lord is just waiting until he basically wants them to gather in the valley of Jehoshaphat. You know, the scripture says that there will I plead for them, for my people. In the Hebrew, Yahweh Shabbat, Yahweh's judgment, man. The Lord's going to bring them over to that Middle Eastern area, and they're going to have it out, and they're going to fire beats at each other, man. Right? That, my friend, is the Lord's judgment. Oh,
16. For there shall be sedition among men, and invading one another, they shall not regard their kings nor princes.
that's their governments, man. Their systems, sedition. That's rising up. Sedition is very close to treason, man. Where you're pretty much rising up against the current government system, man. You know, over there in France, France is around the corner, man. You know, if we really wanted to, you know, we could present a passport. You know, get one train from here. We could get. That's how close France is to England. From where we are right now, we could get one train to a major station, and then one more train, and within 2 hours we'll be in France, man.
Yeah.
From where we are standing right now, us brothers in the UK, we're 2 trains away from France. One being the local train, and the next one being the Eurostar. Okay, France ain't that far away, man. If you go to, I remember when you know, back in the day I was training and shit, you know, with in the Air Force and all of that, right? And we had to do a drill at the bottom near Southampton, and there's a little island just off there, and from there you can see France. You can actually be in Southampton, and if you're at a right angle by the coast and the seaside, you can actually see France, man. You know, but right over there in France, they're fucking having it in now with the government, man. You know, was it the pension scheme thing?
Yeah, they've had enough of that.
Yeah, they had enough, man. Okay, you got people. That's what the scripture says. As in the days of Noah, eating and drinking. I put up a short on my channel. This man and I think there's 2 women and a guy sitting there like an outside bar table drinking wine. You know the French, they're known for their wine, right? And like about 10 meters away from them, people was looting and burning shit, but they're just sitting there drinking wine like nothing's going on. You know, and then it got to the point where was it? I don't want to get it wrong. Was it the fire brigade was going against the police? But they're 2 official units of the system, of the government. So their own governmental departments are having it in. There shall be sedition among men.
Satan be divided against Satan out this house.
Right? So France is fucked, man. I wouldn't want to go France. I mean, that's just one place I've never been. It's so close, you know. But France ain't the place to be right now. You know? And France, you know, forgive me if I'm wrong, but like, there ain't no French campus there. I know there's French-speaking brothers.
It's interesting.
I don't think there's like a French. That's one of them lewd areas, man. Like nobody's really like I said, there are brothers that can speak French and shit, but you know, France is one of them lewd countries, man. Like them no-go zones, like, you know. But France is having it in right now. and that's coming over here, man. That's you can't say coming. That's already over here. It's just that it's going to intensify. Because what we're realizing, a lot of these major news stations, they don't report on things, man.
No,
Because
they're
because they know that when things are reported, people get motivated to join in. Like there's been many riots over here in England. One of the recent ones was remember was it in the Tottenham riots for that
2011.
yeah, in 2011 for Mark Duggan,
Yeah,
you know, and actually I know his daughter. That was an interesting time, man. You know, but
small world.
so yeah, it's very small world. But when it started popping off in Tottenham, right? And the Sky News. I remember I was in my house because I don't, brothers don't. That's brothers' areas, man. That's brothers' areas. Like you could literally like turn on the TV, yeah,
See outside.
and then you go outside, and then you start smelling the smoke. Your brothers live that close to certain particular areas, man. You know, but then when they reported on it, people all over the country, I'm joining it too.
Yeah.
So they kind of realized, nah. We start reporting on people acting up. That inspires other people in other areas to act up.
Yeah.
So if you got riots going on over in England, they tend not to report on it because they're scared people will join in other parts of the country. But there's a lot of riots, a lot of uproars going on over here in England, Scotland, the Ireland, all of that, man. But they're just not reporting on mainstream media.
You know that Mark Duncan riot. That riot, there was a gold shop and an elder back in the day, Jehovah's Witness, lived on top of the shop. So they burnt all his house got burned up. I remember I didn't like the fuck guy. An elder from Jehovah's Witness, I didn't like him, man. He's a bendy man, but he was a coon, real coon.
Yeah.
Once I burned up in Bomber Clout Yard. Fucker, you know. See,
Where the fuck was Jehovah then?
all the wickedness he was doing, you know.
You know? But yeah, man, it's fucked up out here, bro, and it's gonna get worse, man. If you think Tottenham riots was something, it's gonna get worse out here. Whoa, read that again, sedition.
Yeah. For there shall be sedition among men and invading one another.
You had niggas with TVs like 42-inch plasma TVs running down the street, I saw that shit. And people in the hood that never had anything. They knew what a farm, man. Farm is around the corner from my house. Man. I know, and other brothers know farm as well. I can tell you that right now. But you got brothers in England that fucking know that shit, bro. I know about. I used to be.
You heard about Sutcliffe there? The police
Oh yeah.
There was a guy in around there, they lived in there, Broadwater Farm. That when something happened to his family, cut long story short, something happened to his mother, and he was known to be like real rough.
That's not a
real
fucking joke.
And he went, and that's when they surrounded the police station, and that's how they got that police officer.
Yeah.
Cut off his head. It's all documented. Cut off his head, and there was all in Broadwater Farm. They was taking his head, carrying, walking around with his head on the stick. Them man there, he's in prison now, but his brother's on the street.
That sounds like the film Assault on Precinct 13, where they all rushed to the police station.
Very similar to that.
Broadwater Farm, yeah, bro. That's not a fucking joke, man. I've been to a farm. I was at a farm, and they had a fucking party there, like a block party. Gal whining and cook up and jerk chicken and patties and shit. Holy prevention, man. Something happened. Pop. Bitches, niggas, everyone's getting shot, bro.
Yeah.
Everyone starts screaming. Ah! These young new generation niggas, man.
Yeah, they're young niggas, a lot of them,
Fucking just getting stabbed up, niggas sitting there bleeding out. So that's like a hood. So Jake never had anything. So talking about the riots now, when they saw opportunity to steal, niggas will steal it, man. We're talking about guys that wished and prayed to Jesus for Xbox.
Yeah,
now they're running down the street with an Xbox, because they ran up in Argos and looted that shit. PS2 at the time, PS3 at the time, niggas got it now.
you know, playing FIFA and GTA, playing COD, you know. Big ass people was caught stealing shit, man. You had aunties, you know, stealing turkeys and chickens from the shops.
Yeah.
So that's the hood, man. People were deprived, you know. You had the small hats, the little hat, them coming from Stamford Hill, because they own top.
Yeah.
See, you see Turkish guys,
Yeah.
you know, drinking their Turkish tea with their tops, or shop, you know,
Yeah.
selling you fruit that's been fucking contaminated by the fumes of the cars going by, you know. Oh yes, brother, yes. You think they don't fucking own that shit? It's the little hat people from Stamford Hill. I saw that, man. Like I said, I'm from that area. They were literally coming down for days, running, holding the hats on their head. Oh my gods, because their businesses were getting looted, man. All right, and as I said, Tottenham riots, all these various riots that's happened over the ages from like the 60s on. Those are all playtime compared to what's about to happen out here, man. Real sedition, real fucked up shit is about to happen out here, man. Brother spoke about the beheading. There's gonna be more of that, man, because it's not gonna be for Xbox and PS3 and plasma TVs. It's gonna be to feed people's children.
Yeah.
It's gonna be life and death situations out here, man. It's gonna get worse. Go on.
17 now. A man shall desire to go unto a city and shall not be able. For because of their pride, the cities shall be troubled, and the houses shall be destroyed, and men shall be afraid. A man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword and spoil their goods because of the lack of bread and for great tribulation.
There you go, the lack of bread. Niggas fighting over PS3s and turkeys and
You said something. You ain't said nothing.
I didn't even dispute.
Okay, my last goodness.
But yeah, I didn't even see it. But yeah, you know, now it's gonna be for actual life and death, man. And the worst time to catch a nigga is when he's hungry, man. Nigga got no morals when he's hungry.
Yeah.
I've again, the hood, I've been in, you know, back in the day, man, you know, we used to go chicken and chip shop and buy shit. I've seen boss man, Elamite boss man, yeah, get like his face smashed in because he ain't serving the chicken fast enough. Niggas have no temperament, man. I'm not condoning that behavior, but that's just to say niggas have no temperament, man.
Maybe moving like a pack of wild hyenas.
Wild hyenas. I've seen niggas jump the counter, you know, and make the food themselves.
Unwashed hands.
They're unwashed hand. They jump and they're throwing the chicken in the batter. Yo, man, fry that shit, nigga. You know, seen that shit, man. You talking about, you know, like in the chicken shop, they may have the plastic chairs and shit.
Yeah.
I've seen niggas smash boss man's head in, man, because he ain't making the chips. We didn't put enough chips in the box, man. Okay, niggas are just wild and stupid. But when they're wild, stupid, and angry and hungry, that's ultimate death, man. They don't know how to behave themselves when they're hungry, man. So when there's no food in your shelves and your shops are empty, man, people will be killing one another, man. Believe it.
Hunger's a real thing. And most people in this society have never really experienced true hunger. When I say true hunger, I'm talking about going like 3-4 days without eating. Let's see how a nigga moves and is in that kind of mindset.
You know when they say if you go with that food and water, you want to live 4 days. When I was locked up, I did that. That's not true. I did that. So strike me out on that, right? This is about not being able to eat like 4 or 5 days. I did it because most scientists would say like, you know, where I was. I didn't want to eat. I was locked up. I didn't want to eat none of the food. I didn't trust it, and I was willing to die. So I'm one of them that, you know, I mean, it's not to be very proud about that. I got locked up. I was young. I was a teenager. But I've seen man balling when we got locked up, balling and all that. Yeah, I wouldn't make a fuck. Big man a ball, and a lot of them informers, you know, on the front line. I wasn't selling drugs, but you know, they raided the front line down in a certain area, the front line, and they brought in a whole heap of big man who was selling into the drugs. Some yardies, former yardies, homegrown yardies, or you got the real yardies, and enough of them were just barling like babies, crying for their mothers. Not for their mothers, for their woman. So if the Spirit's on you to go, be able to, other writers are, that was a little taster. The Spirit, the most I can make you, people say, oh, he's going to feed us, but yeah, that's a scenario. He's going to feed his elect, but if he wants to, he can take away your appetite.
Yeah, he can sustain you.
When Moses was up there with the Lord for 40 days, 40 nights, he didn't need to eat or drink. The presence of the Lord sustained him, man. So the Lord's Spirit could be with us, as the brother rightly said, that we don't even need to eat, man. Oh, that.
So, you want me to carry on there?
Yeah.
All right. 15 back to 15. Got to read 16. I'm at 18. For because of the pride that the city shall be troubled, and the houses shall be destroyed, and men shall be afraid. A man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword and spoil their goods because of the lack of bread and for great tribulation.
It's going to be every man for himself, man. Every man for himself spirit is coming back in a big way, man. You know, no people in his neighbor, man. Niggas putting niggas to death, man. Yeah. And you say niggas, but all nations, man. You know, all these, even you got small hats over here. You know, they like to talk about community. You know, yeah, we buy from our own people and we build our own communities. You're gonna have small hats telling each other. Yeah. How about that? And that's gonna be a joy and a pleasure to see. Little hat people fucking fight each other, man. You know, for their own resources. How about that? Elamite, they like to keep stuff with their families as well. Elamites gonna be fucking fighting one another, man. Yeah. All you people gonna be fucking having it in because you're hungry, man. No pity. It's not gonna be, and that's the thing. When a nigga don't eat, yeah, or anybody don't eat, your body becomes weak, man. Like you can't, like the will to actually do physical stuff is harder, it's more taxing. So people aren't gonna be fighting to hurt you. They're gonna be looking for the easiest way to kill you.
That's right, yeah.
It's not gonna be no long drawn out fights like I'm actually trying to fuck you up. No,
Yeah.
man. It's like, is there like a sharpened piece of wood that I can just stick in the back of his neck and kill him? Like, ain't gonna be no WWE shit.
Yeah.
The quickest and easiest way to kill you, because I'm weak, that's how I'm gonna kill your ass, man.
Yeah.
It's gonna be quick, cold, calculated. People gonna be moving like Gadites out here, man. God don't like, God mean, if God wants to have an interview, they'll fuck your shit up, man. They'll punch you and punch your skull. But their tactic,
And Ruben.
but their tactic is to be very tactful, man. How can I be stealth mode?
Still,
Yeah.
Like a guy that will be in a tree here and you won't even know. Next thing you know, dart is in your neck, you're dead. That's how it's gonna be, man, because people are gonna be hungry, weak, and tired. If I'm hungry, you think I'm trying to get into it with you? If I'm hungry, weak, and tired, man,
Yeah.
I can't be asked. I just want to get you out of the way so I can steal your resources and be okay. Straight up, man. You know? All you women that pride yourselves in your children, my baby. Your baby's gonna be baby stew. You're gonna be killing your children and eating them, man. You know, oxtail and you're gonna have ox child. you know, stew down and it's just gonna get like that, man. You're gonna be adding fucking all-purpose seasoning to your babies. You know,
The baby's called Stuart.
yeah.
He'll be a nomen omen.
Stuart, bro.
Yeah.
You know. If you name it child Jeremy, Jerk Frank, Jeremy, Stuart, yeah, Stuart. You have enough youths there, man. That's what's happening, man. That's what's coming, bro. And you got a lot of people just fucking abandoning their babies, man, leaving them to die, man. I don't know what it is with the Midlands, right? Coventry, Leicester, Birmingham, Nottingham, that Midland region, they're just very like, weird with children. You got a lot of cases of babies just being left on roadsides to die. You know, babies being found in bushes dead. A lot of people ain't giving a fuck. You know?
It's like the Tupac song, Brenda Baby.
Yeah. You know?
So lucky, man, I say something about the show. That reminds me, there was a case, must have been maybe 2014 or something, where in China there was a woman who tried to flush a newborn baby down the toilet. Do you guys remember that at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not a new thing, but what do the scriptures say? You're not supposed to make your children to pass through the fire, so you're not supposed to sacrifice the children like that. It's wicked. Anyway, get back to it.
That's you know, desperate times.
Desperate measures.
Desperate measures in their eyes, man.
20 now. 2nd 15. Behold, said Yahweh, I will call together all the kings of the earth to reverence me.
Yeah, that's your banking elites, your elite families, DuPont, the Rothschilds, you know, the other 13 of them all together, maybe something like that. You know, their puppets under them, the economists, the prime ministers, the world leaders.
Which are from the rising of the sun, from the south, from the east, and Libnus, to turn themselves one against another, and repay the things that they have done to them.
Yeah, so you've got alliances now. Alliances, a key part of military alliance is that if one of your allies goes to war, because of your alliance, you've got a back. You know, so you're gonna have all these countries go against one another. Man. Even certain alliances that are made, they're gonna turn on them. But then, ultimately, they're all gonna come together to turn on America. Babylon, the Great. Okay. So there's gonna be a lot of backstabbing, man.
Yep.
A lot of political backstabbing is about to happen.
Like as they do yet this day unto my chosen, so will I do also, and recompense in their bosom.
So it's being recorded, man. Everything you've done to the nation of Israel is being recorded. You're not gonna walk off into the fucking sunset for the transatlantic slave trade. It's just not gonna happen, man. You can talk your bullshit about reparations and this and that, but fuck your reparations, bro.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna pay at the hand of Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai. You're not gonna. I was talking to my woman the other day. She was walking somewhere, and she was on the phone to me, and she was like, "Oh, I've come across like 4 abortion clinics in the same area, in the hood," and it's like, yeah, like huge owners, right? Yeah, they want women to go up in there and get rid of children, man. You know, I remember one time, you know, she was having some stomach issues, man. You know, she asked me to go to the I didn't want to go to hospital. You know, I refused. I was like, but she got the appointment, so I went with her. I think I told you once.
Yeah.
And the first thing the nurse started suggesting was, well, do you want to, maybe if you're pregnant, maybe it's not the right time and your body's not ready, why don't you get an abortion? Like, that's the first thing they will shove down Jake's throat. Yeah, the pill, the abortion. Yeah, you know. And at the time, I was working in the medical field, man. You know. So I said what I had to say to her when I cut her up, and I'm like, you don't need to be telling her that, man. What the fuck are you doing, man?
Sees that in her mind.
In her mind, man. And she was shocked. She said, oh, what's your occupation? What do you do? I told her what my job was. She said, oh. And her whole mannerism changed.
Yeah.
Because she knows she can't bullshit me medically, man. You know, but the point is, to a regular Jake that, you know, walks in there, nothing about that stuff. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. And they said it like that's the best option. Okay. Next thing you know, your children are getting aborted and sacrificed, man.
Yeah.
It's really a sacrifice, man. Your children are getting aborted because the nurse, and to show you the devil's wicked, he'll put Jake nurses in those same communities.
Yeah.
So they're more relatable. Yes, sis. if a white woman's telling you, you may be cautious.
Yeah.
Like a 50-year-old matron, you know, the Jacob may be looking at her funny. But if you got a young, qualified black nurse, a Jacob will feel comforted by that. Yeah, she's a sister.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she did well in the system. She's a nurse now. She's a sister. Yeah. So yeah, she must be telling me the truth. Dumb bitches, man. You fucking aborting your children, man. Sacrificing unto the devil.
Them mammies are dangerous. Mammies always been around, innit? Like slave.
Yeah.
Eat. So yeah. 21 again. 2 Ezra 15. Likewise, as they do yet this day, unto my chosen soul will I do also and recompense in their bosom. Thus saith the Lord. My right hand shall not spare the sinners, and my sword shall not cease over them. That
Upset. You know, people just upset. She's upset about something. She's angry.
shall not cease over them that shed innocent blood upon the earth.
Yeah, man. Go on.
Talking about the innocent blood, the aborted babies and all that. No? Cease over them. My right hand shall not spare the sinners, and my sword shall not cease over them that shed innocent blood upon the earth. The fire is gone forth from his wrath, and he hath consumed the foundation of the earth, and the sinners like the straw that is kindled.
Yeah. So the fire is going to come from the missiles. It's going to also come from your Hawashah, the chariots. Let's get that. It's a fire. Oh, you can get that one. Get that one. I'll quote this one. Get what you was doing. Right. But this, I was going to quote this where the scripture says, if the fire already be kindled, what we're like. So your Hawashah is coming to add fire to fire. As a recompense, man. Okay, and rightly so. This earth is filthy, man. The earth is fucked up. The earth is dirty, man.
Yeah.
Like the earth is actually dirty, man. Like it needs a reset.
A great reset.
A great reset, man. Like this is just not it, man. You know? Go on, man.
I was holding second Ezra 6 and 9. You called for that earlier.
Yeah, go on.
Right, so start from verse 7. Then answered I and said, what shall be the parting asunder of the times, or when shall be the end of the first, and the beginning of it that followeth? And he said unto me, from Abraham unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were born of him, Jacob's hand held first the heel of Esau, for Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth.
So that's a cut to all you people that say the nation of Esau is done away with. And really Japhet that's on the scene right now. The Bible clearly says that Esau is the end of the world. Alright, so just for the fact that the earth exists and you're on the earth, yeah, and this society is running right now, that means the current people in rulership is Edom, the Edomites, man. Esau, the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that follows. As I just said, this world is filthy, man, because you got a pig in rulership.
Yeah.
Like Apostle Elder Gabar said at the camp last week, if you have a pig and you he even mentioned it at the camp or video I was watching of him recently, one of them. And he said it, if you have a pig and you hose it off, you wash it off, right?
Yeah.
The pig will go back right into the dirt
That's right.
because it takes comfort in filth. That's the devil, man. He takes comfort in filth.
That's right.
Like when you check Edomites here, they don't really like cleanliness.
No.
They don't like to be clean and things in order. Like
Yeah.
they really are. They relax in dirt.
Yeah.
That's why they're like the whole world they run is filthy. Man.
Hebrews chapter 12 and 16. Vanity is the same man.
Yeah, outside the temple, man. He's just unclean, man. You know.
Run.
That's why you go to places like Shoreditch, like Friday night. If you go there tonight, Saturday night, you know, it's gonna stink of piss and beer, piss, and just sweat. And then you get to the end of the night, like 2 a.m. Fucking in the street, you see condoms on the floor, alright, you got women squatting taking a piss, not cleaning themselves. And then you got women, they'll have their high heels, but they can't walk in no more.
And be walking barefoot.
Barefoot on the street, man.
Yeah.
And they'll be going up into McDonald's, yeah, cheeseburger, yeah. Or the kebab shops, man. Or the doner kebab, yeah.
Oh, man.
Fucking eating back with me, man. I remember when I was living up in the Midlands, up there in Nottingham, they did the same fucking thing. Saturday night, I'd get home because camp was in London.
Yeah.
I'd get back up to the Midlands about maybe 1 a.m., 1:30 a.m. The train will reach back up in halfway up the country, and I'd walk from the train station to the house I was staying in, right? And I'd have to go through the club section, And when I'm going through the club section of the city, and I'm there in the Midlands, yeah, you got these Edomite women, and the sole of their feet is black. Yeah, it's black, like dirty, bro. And they're just sitting there on the floor, vomiting.
Yeah.
And after they vomit, they'll take a bite of the cheeseburger, and they'll be drinking the drink. And the smell of, like, the clubbing smell,
Yeah.
bro. You brothers know what that smells like, man.
Yeah, I never liked
The
it.
smell of clubbing in the streets is disgusting. Now, I hardly vomit and things hardly make my stomach turn, but the smell of the streets and the club, man, that makes me want to puke, man.
Yeah.
But these Edomites, that's their weekend. That's what they thank God for. Thank God it's Friday.
I mean, you know what's funny about that as well? You talked about the city types who won't live on the street, Shoreditch type area. A few years ago, they were the people who saw in the Midlands. So they basically graduate from university, and they don't really take any real knowledge away with them, but they take away that lifestyle, and they keep perpetuating that lifestyle.
Yeah, that's true. That's a very good point. They just transfer. Now they're qualified in their jobs. They come back to the major cities and they do the same thing, man. Like if you go, one place I've been up, we don't really go out no more, man, because the order came down. You want to stay away from these places, man. But from time to time, you catch a drink somewhere, or whatever, man. Where it's decent, but it's because Edomites there, like they kind of posh. Mayfair, man.
Really? I even dealt with it.
Yeah, if you go Mayfair, like their clubs and their bars and their restaurants, it's the high end shit.
Okay.
Like they're still wild,
Yeah.
but they're the type that they'll start sniffing coke. I remember seeing an Elamite woman do that with an Edomite, yeah, and like, she was there, and like I was saying earlier, man, you keep your skills sharp, man.
Yeah.
I moved to one chick, right, and I was, talking to her, some other dude. And then we left the place we was at, and then she sat down, and then she just starts taking out packets of white shit.
Oh shit.
I was like, what the fuck's going on here, bro?
Angel dust.
And it's just lined it up like proper on her knee. Like she pulled up her skirt, lined it up on her knee. I'm like, nah, bro.
Yeah, it's
safe,
much,
bro.
yeah.
I ain't into that shit, man. And she just quick, just like that. So they're wild, but they'll be doing them hardcore jobs.
Yeah.
But like when it comes to like being like scatty and vomiting and walking bare, they don't do that. They're classy bitches up in Mayfair, man.
They get the classy
Yeah,
drugs.
you get the classy ones, man. You're better off dealing with them than them Shoreditch bitches. Them Liverpool Street, them Shoreditch bitches. They're just the gutter, man. Camden, oh man, Camden, man. That's the gutter, man.
Yeah.
Grungy one.
The grungy one. But if you want to get like them high-end classy bitches, you gotta go Mayfair, man. But the point is, they're all fucked up. The earth is just dirty, man. Filth. Let's get that wine as a mocha.
Yeah.
Strong drink with raging.
Yeah.
All that. You can drink, yeah. You can drink. You gotta like drinking. Like you have to learn yourself and how you relate to the liquor, man. Just because a brother had 3 cups, don't mean you can handle 3 cups, man. You might be at the stage where your ass can handle half a cup, man.
Yeah.
But just because that peer pressure shit in the world, man, just because he's doing it. Now, if you're around brothers and you trust brothers, of course, and you're in the house, and you get like that, then it's cool, man. But concerning just being out there, or if you can't handle yourself like that, then don't do it, man. You had that dude, them are they in Mississippi? Them dudes, man.
Oh, yeah.
The award dude. They're the ministers of the new covenant.
Yeah, they're from the Mississippi.
Yeah, Mississippi, yeah. They were drunk off their heads, man. You know, there's one thing being able to handle your drink, you know, in final baritas, you know, and wine there's truth, right? But then there's another thing where you can't handle your drink. Plus you're teaching shit,
Yeah.
and you're talking shit. That's a hot mess, man. You know, niggas up there, oh, yeah, man. We the ministers of the new covenant.
Yeah.
You can't move unless we tell you to move. What the fuck you talking about, nigga?
You're looking at the real.
Yeah.
Real 12, you're looking at the real.
Yeah. You know, and that other dude, man, you know, Boss the Hall, I'm talking to you. Boss the Hall, the ball, the call, what's the other one? Let me some out. Rob, I'm talking to you. You're Shawamba. You know, they're just bugging out, man. Just bugging out, looking like a hot mess. You know, what's up, bro? I'm talking to you, man. You know, and then the demon confessed, man. The scripture says that if my tongue, how you say, man? If I say my ways are righteous, my own mouth shall condemn me and prove me perverse, man. The demon came out one of them. You know, one of them goes something along the lines of if you come on the board, like the comment board, you know, and then the other guy goes from the background, that's what we want them to do. We want them to do that. The demon confess, man. You're just chatting shit because you want us to come on your boards and have it in with you. But fuck you guys, man. Now, brothers make videos, and, you know, in the scriptures to prove why we're right and you're wrong in the Holy Spirit. But where it concerns going back and forth, how the fuck you gonna go back and forth with a drunk guy, man? Exactly. Just talking shit. It was you had your Passover that day, you know, and the camp before your Passover, all right. And I say your Passover because it weren't the Lord's, you know. Before you had your Passover, you do a camp, a coalition camp, you know. You get all your bug outs assembled, and the whole camp for the hour and a half or however long it was, just talking shit about Great Millstone. Like minimal precepts, no precepts, you know. You're just having a guy just talking shit, talking over each other.
Yeah.
You know, you had that one nigga that looked like somebody's uncle that finally is gassed that he got graduated to being on the grill at the cookout. You know them dudes that they just go to the cookout, yeah, and like, now they feel like they're the guy because they're the one flipping the beat.
Okay.
You know, he just looked like that type of dude. Yeah, man. You know, them heavy breathers. Yeah. This gathering, it wouldn't be possible without me flipping the burgers, man. You know, that type of dude, man. He was like he's happy to be on the grill, type of nigga, man. He was kind of, you can see his spirit. He was really competing with a war, man. He'll be talking because a war, he's at the head of them. But then he was kind of competing with a war, like, you know, when he got to the point, even though the war was drunk, he had to go to him, well, hold on, man, hold on. And the guy goes, okay. But they're just talking over each other, no order, no precepts, just drunk guys hurt about Great Millstone, man.
Yeah. And it's the fact that they feel they've got a bone to pick.
Yeah.
Great Millstone, that's their common ground.
Yeah.
For them to get together, their hatred of Great Millstone unifies them.
Where the benefit of the new covenant and all this shit. Okay, let's get that one about wine.
This is Proverbs 20 and verse 1. Wine is a mocker, strong drink is raging.
Yeah, if you don't know how to handle it, man, wine will mock you, man. You know, because you think you're the big shot, you're the big man drinking wine and shit. You know, and as I said, how brothers relate to the drink, man, is case by case study for each brother, man. Just because another brother can drink under certain circumstances or drink a particular quantity, it doesn't mean you or I can handle that, man. You know, straight out, man. He was on there, you know, drinking, you know, you can't move unless we tell you to move.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, man? You was confident of that yak, man. I guarantee you, if you never had that wine in you, you wouldn't be talking like that, man. With that, you'd be talking your shit, but you wouldn't have that level of confidence, man. All right, wine is a mocker, man. The drink was mocking you out there, man.
Thy strong drink is raging, and whosoever is deceived thereby is not wise.
Yeah, you got deceived, man. You got deceived by the drink, thinking you could have all these guys with you, and then you got the other clown that he's with, man. The guy that's just happy to be there.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, man. And he does that stupid look on his
Yeah.
face, like
you don't know what to say.
you know, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. You know. And when he said he made a stupid statement, man. This is why he had the clap. Goes. This is why the Hawashai, we have to pull him down, man. We have to pull him down. You know what I'm saying, bro? And then he does that look like,
like, can I get an amen? Like they're
can
passing
I get
it
it?
to church.
Can I get a hey, man? You know, we gotta pull him down, man. Bro, what the fuck do you mean we gotta
That's
pull
a
the
good
Lord down?
impersonation.
I like doing that shit, man. I study you and I'll do you to a T, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's get that in now. Scrap the wine one.
Yeah.
Let's get that in Acts, man, where it said, this same Yahushua which was taken from you shall come in like manner.
Oh, that's Acts 1 verse.
Yeah. Because he said we're gonna have to pull Yahushua. What the fuck? Let's get serious, man. We're gonna have to pull Yahushua down.
Get a grappling hook for the chariot.
Yeah, put it down. You know.
And we're getting some joke though.
Yeah, you know, it was funny though. It was funny, man. I watched that shit.
I don't take it seriously.
That's just fun. You can't even get mad at that. You can't get mad at that. Man. All you can do is really laugh because that was so stupid. Like you can't even deal with that. You just gotta laugh at it, man. We're gonna have to pull your house side down. What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? First of all, the scripture. No, let's read.
Acts 1 and 7.
Yeah. Well, we start from around verse 5.
Yeah, Acts chapter 1 verse 5.
Know what I'm saying, man?
Yeah.
Come on. Come on.
Acts 1 verse 4. And being assembled together with them, commanded that they should not depart from Jerusalem, but wait for the promise of the Father, which saith he, you've heard of me. For John truly baptized with water, but ye shall be baptized with the Holy Spirit not many days hence. And when they were therefore come together, they asked of him, saying, Lord, without this time restore again the kingdom to Israel. And he said unto them, it is not for you to know the times or the seasons which the Father hath put in his own power, but ye shall receive power after the Holy Spirit is come upon you, and ye shall be witnesses unto me in both Jerusalem and in all Judea and Samaria and unto the uttermost parts of the earth. And when he had spoken these things, while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight.
Yeah, chariot clear as day, not no little bright light in the sky that we see, clear as day, right in front of their face. It was there, and it beamed them up. A tractor beam came over Yahushua. He started ascending through the tractor beam in the air, and then the doors of the chariot opened and received him in and shut again, and they didn't see him.
Much like what happened with Enoch
Yeah.
and Elijah.
Elijah, yeah. He got the beam split him from Elisha, and then he saw him go up.
Mhm.
Yep. Good reference.
And it says, verse 10, and while they looked steadfastly towards heaven, as he went up, behold, two men stood by them in white apparel,
It's just a pair, which were angels. God.
which also said, Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? For this same Yahushua which is taken up from you into heaven shall so come.
Oh, that's the cut. This same Yahushua, which is taken up from you. Not this Yahushua that you pushed up into the heavens
And then pull back down.
and then pulled back down, because the angels just confirmed for the 12, the same way he went is the same way he's coming back in reverse, man.
That's right.
So if you never pushed him up, how the fuck are you gonna pull him down?
There you go.
You dickhead, man. Just standing there talking shit. Yeah, man. You're not reading the Bible, man. If you read the Bible, you would clearly see that he was taken up from them, man.
That's right.
Okay? Read that again. This same Yahushua.
Verse 11, Acts 1, verse 11 again, which also said, Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? This same Yahushua, which is taken up from you into heaven, shall so come in like manner as you have seen him go into heaven.
Exactly. In like manner. So the same way he ascended is the same way he's descending back into Earth's atmosphere. And guess what, nigga? There was no involvement of the disciples. Nobody had to push him. Nobody had to give him a boost. You know, like when you're a child and you're trying to climb the fence with your friends.
Yeah.
You know, you step on
Yeah,
the
leg
knee,
up, yeah.
leg up and all that stuff. You know, there was no interference from the disciples. Nobody had to help Yahushua get up into a chariot. Nobody's going to help him come down either, man.
It's
Okay.
fucking ridiculous, man.
We're going to have to pull Yahushua down. We'll explain that, man. Like, what do you mean?
You know, that's the get me behind me, Satan moment.
Satan moment, man. What are you talking about, man? Them guys just talk shit. No precepts.
You can't back up like anything.
Can't back anything by the scriptures. And as brothers have rightly said, anything that man dude says, award disagrees with it, man.
Yeah,
Yep, that's right, brother. That's right.
yeah.
Well, what's right, man? What's right, man? You don't know what the hell's going on, bro.
Oh, I forgot. He said we're scared to go into the book of Revelation.
Oh, come
I know
on.
you're all scared of the book of Revelation.
Oh, please. Oh, please. Have a break. Have a break, bro. Take a break. And then you got them other dickheads with them. That one of them in the orange t-shirt, he was just carnal, man. He was just carnal. He was like, yeah, nigga. Yeah. You can he was, you know, I'll show you after. But you could just tell he just came off the streets, man. You know, brothers been on the streets and shit, okay. But then there's a level of spirituality you gotta adopt.
Yeah.
Even when you first come in, this nigga's talking like, say, if he got like that, he'd be ready to do stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, shut the fuck up, nigga. You know, the other guy, the uncle flipping the grill type of dude, he even was like, you know, I got a precept art. They were just talking over.
Yeah.
It was a hot mess. And as the brother said, you can't be mad. It was fun. You watch that shit and like you find yourself laughing.
Yeah.
Because it's a bunch of niggas assembled because they're hurt that really they don't spiritually cut the mark to be in Great Millstone.
That's right.
And fuck Great Millstone, spiritually they don't cut the mark to be a part of the elect. That's all it is, man. That's all it is. Yeah, yes, the camp the Lord is dealing with is Great Millstone. Yes, we said that is the truth. But bigger than Great Millstone is the elect.
That's right.
And they don't cut the mark, and they're upset that they were exposed. Some of them weren't in, most of them weren't in Great Millstone. But whatever it is, they have some qualms with Great Millstone. And no, your real issue and qualms that you want and bone you want to pick is with the Holy Spirit, man. So when the Lord starts killing, because we ain't gonna do nothing to you apart from rebuke you and ignore you. But guess what? The Lord is coming back for judgment to start at the house of Israel.
That's right.
You can pull that for judgment. Is it in
Ezekiel 9.
Ezekiel 9? Okay.
I just get this one.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. You can put it.
I'll get it now.
You get it. Okay. You know, that's bullshit, man. And let those bug outs be a sign to all you other bug outs, man. You got bug outs over here in England, man. Fuck you niggas, man. We ain't coming to you. We ain't checking for you. We ain't gonna. If you got an issue, man, or you wanna talk shit about the doctrine, then we can deal on the doctrine, man. But as I said in one of my videos, don't expect us to come to you. Don't fucking come to the camp either, man. You know, niggas checking in. Like, was it two Day of Atonement to go? That dickhead came round. Remember?
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be hard.
That dude, remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, Day of Atonement was together and we was eating at the end to break the fast and shit, man. You know, all that fellowship stuff, man, that's for brothers that's in the doctrine. Alright? All you outsiders that wanna just come around and, you know, come around the
Tag
corner,
along,
yeah, tag along, fuck you guys, man. Like elders be saying, you don't get chicken, man. You don't get you don't get a plate of food. You don't deserve it.
Yeah.
All right, you're just coming around for the good times and the food and the fellowship. But then when it comes to the doctrine and putting in the work, you teach you some madness, man. Fuck you, dudes, man. Fuck yourself, man.
Right. Ezekiel 9 and verse 4. And the Lord said unto him, Go through the midst of the city, through the midst of Jerusalem, and set a mark upon the foreheads of the men that sigh and that cry for all the abominations that be done in the midst thereof.
Which is a spiritual mark, the mark of the work.
And unto the others he said in mine hearing, Go ye after him through the city, and smite. Let not your eyes spare, neither have ye pity.
People straight to the point.
Yeah. Slay utterly old and young, both maids and little children, and women.
Yeah, I just distracted the spirit. It's off. I knew something was off. See, that's crazy. See, that's why I paused, but I didn't even see him before. So sometimes it's just like, oh, say so.
Yeah. Let me read this again. Slay utterly old and young, both maids and little children, and women, but come not near any man upon whom is the mark, and begin at my sanctuary. Then they began at the ancient men which were before the house.
There you go. So the ancient, the before the house. So guys in the truth are gonna get judged first before niggas in the world. How
And
about
even
that?
more harsh.
And even more harshly. The scripture says that it's better that you're not known the ways of righteousness. So it's better to just be a nigger in the world that never came into the truth, and rather than coming to the truth and then be a damn demon. You don't get a worse punishment, man. Come on, man.
First Peter 4 and 17 says, For the time is come that judgment must begin at the house of God. And if it first begin at the house, at us, what shall the end be of them that obey not the gospel of your Lord? Yeah. So judgment is going to start. She's already started in the house of God. That's the so-called black people or niggas as known. Judgments are coming down hard. We've got the tornadoes, but you got in-house. You got in-house the niggas in the world, but you got niggas in the truth too. And Elder Apostle half stated it out of his own mouth. He said you got niggas in GMS.
Yep.
So judgments is starting first in the house of God, man. You got a lot of bug outs, as you say, coming out, and it is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. One already was a couple of us among us. Judgment fell upon them, man. Bug that.
And this is why even though we're the ones saying this, like the scripture says, knowing the terror of the Lord will persuade men. Like we're under the terror of the Lord, man. And Yahweh Ra'azah, Abba Ra'azah, Lord willing, Father willing, man. In the name of Yahweh Shai, it stays that way. We have the fear of the Lord in us, man, and we want it to increase. We don't say this because I'm good now. Nah, man. Most I forbid any of us could bug out as well. Okay? So we do this with fear and trembling. Always around the Passover time, just before the Passover, during and after, shit goes down, man. You get nervous, man. Person get very nervous leading up to the Passover. I remember, I was around a particular brother quite a lot leading up to the Passover, and like every time we saw each other and we saluted each other, it's like you could see the fear on each other's face, man. Shalom, man. Because it's like, man, this is a serious time, man. The Lord clips people, man. The apostles done told us, man. The elder apostles done told us, according to the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, how it works through them. That is house cleaning, man. Guys getting told, don't worry about coming back next week. Spirit falling off people. Guys, you mentioned it. Guys falling out of different camps. Bug outs popping up again. Doctrines of devils becoming worse. Okay. So it's a fearful thing, man. We're not just saying it because we're cool. Nah. It can happen to us.
Psalms, another precept. Psalms 2 and 10 says, "Be wise now, therefore, ye kings, be instructed, ye judges of the earth." So to be instructed, man, to be a judge, you need to be instructed. And any kind of official, police officer, there's a course you have to go through. So we're going through a course right now, man, to be judges of the earth, man. We're being instructed so that we can be judges. He says, "Be wise now, therefore, you kings, be instructed." As you mentioned, the Spirit through the elders and the apostles on down to be instructed to be wise. We're being instructed to be wise so that we can judge collectively as brothers. But then ultimately, we are those men. We're gonna be judges, man, sitting on thrones, judging in the kingdom. So to serve the Lord with fear and rejoicing and with trembling. I mentioned that's something we have every year. And it's good when you start to feel fear and you've got that you know what, even I'm gonna use an boxing analogy. Right? Because we had the Klitschko brothers. Now they're big fucking muscular guys. And the Klitschko, you got Italy and you got Vladimir. Vladimir is the younger brother, but he said when he first fight, he used to get he wasn't doing too well, even though he's big and strong. But he said his older brother is a born fighter. He became a fighter. So now he learned to have more fear, and that fear made him keep his jab up. He used to get knocked out quite a bit. As big as he was, he still used to get knocked out. He made him keep up his jab. He made him learn more, be more serious, and be more on the fundamentals of it. And learn distance control. And even when he's fighting, he's 6'6", and even when he's fighting little guys like Tyson, Mike Tyson's about size. He's about 5'11" at most, maybe even 5'10". But even when he's fighting them guys, you don't just say, "All right, he's smaller, he's what I'm gonna be able to do." You have to. He still learn to keep his distance. So that's that element of fear. It doesn't matter how big the guy is or small the guy is. The guy can still just come out and know with a swing. And we know Tyson's very dangerous, regardless of his size, because of his strength and his unpredictability. So that making a point of fear, man, with the Most High, man. That complacency, you can't afford to be complacent. And every year, it's reasonable to feel that you have a little bit more fear in you, because it talks about fear, Surah 25, fear is the beginning of wisdom, and then a lot of the proverbs, fear is the beginning of wisdom. So
every year it gets more scarier.
Yeah.
You know, because if we're doing the right thing in the truth, we're growing, we're elevating year by year. So the potential to fall off is a higher distance, it's a higher drop. You know.
So yeah.
Get Matthew 26 and 20.
Matthew 26 and 20. Now when the evening was come, he sat down with the 12. And as they did eat, he said, "Verily I say unto you, that one of you shall betray me." And they were exceedingly sorrowful, and began every one of them to say unto him, "Lord, is it I?"
And that was in the Passover.
Yeah.
That's literally in the Passover. Man. The most tense Passover in Earth's history was the one the Lord kept with his disciples in the upper room. So that proves that in the Passover season, people get clipped, man. And the right attitude to have is, well, you know, yeah, I was busting joke with it. I was trying 2 days ago. It's fine. I ain't can't be me. You know, well, I prepared the Passover. I did this shit. Because the scripture said that the Lord sent, was it either one disciple or two of them, and he said, go into the city. And when you go into a particular town, you're going to see a man like tying up an ass or something, like a donkey. And just say to him, the master will keep the Pesach in your house. And he'll just know in the spirit, yeah, I've got to prepare the Passover for the Lord and his disciples. And as he sent the two into the city, they actually saw the man doing exactly what Yahushua said he would be doing. And then he said to them, the disciple said to him, the master desireth to keep the Passover in thy house. So the man just, in the spirit, he just prepared it, man. So it was all prepared for them in the upper room, you know. But the point is that, you know, none of the 12 thought they were safe, man. Well, I should say the 11. They none of them had the attitude of, you know, it can't be me. That's the worst attitude. And like I said, you know, there's the Passover season, time of year, but really this whole existence on this side is Passover. We read it earlier. So shall the Lord pass over over Egypt, man, with the chariots. So yeah, you have the time of year Pesach, where you observe the high holy day, you know, straight into the unleavened bread. You know, we observe that. But then there's actually the whole time period is Passover, man. You know. So, so you can't just have the attitude of no, it can't be me. The 11 never had that. They all asked, is it I? Which shows that they were nervous, man. So that's the right spirit to be in, man. That's the right spirit to be in, man. You know.
Yeah, because you know, confidence is good, but you're too confident. He actually said, to come back to that analogy, he said nerves is good because it makes you stay, keeps you alert. You know, in perspective, within the right measure. I've got another one to back you up. First Peter chapter 5:8 says, "Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about seeking whom he may devour."
Yeah, that's Satan, bro. Satan is actually the spirit is on the earth through the physical counterpart, he's the devil, and he's seeking whom he may devour. And again, I was talking with Caleb early hours this morning, and we was talking about certain things, man. And one of the things we mentioned is like, if most I forbid, if you bow out, if you fall to Satan, if you sell out, you fall out the truth, all your issues that you had in the world, they'll all of a sudden go right. You could have a million problems like bills and this and that, all kind of stuff going wrong, even your health. As soon as you fall out the truth, Satan will make things go right for you in the world.
So that you don't want to go back.
So he'll just to let you know, I'm Satan and I'm here, and yeah, that's what he said to Yahushua. Just bow down and worship, man. You know, he showed him a hologram of all the kingdoms of the world. You know, the Lord, Satan showed the Lord New York. He showed him London, man. He showed him Australia, all these mega cities. He showed him Dubai. He showed him Saudi Arabia, man. He showed him these places. All you gotta do, Yahushua, is fucking bow, man. It's easy. I ain't asking much. Just bow to me, man. Just do it, and I'll give you this, man. Satan showed Yahushua everything. Just do it. Just bow. I guarantee, well, it would never happen. It's impossible. But the sentiment is that when you bow out to Satan, he makes things go right for you for a period of time. You know. Read that again.
First Peter 5:8 says, "Be sober, be vigilant, because
because that's the point. If you're not sober, if you're not really vigilant, Satan's deal will seem reasonable. Now you start scratching your head, you know, wondering, maybe, yeah, because we're not sober, you're not vigilant, man. All right. And now people get bugged out by the part where it says as a roaring lion. Yeah, that's the spirit he's in. But how Satan presents himself is very much calm and composed. He's not gonna come to you like a roaring lion. That's that false image of the pitchfork and the red tail and all that shit, man. Of course you'd run if you know it's the fucking devil, man. All right, Satan comes to you in the form of women, you know, jobs, you know, circumstances, particular opportunities, sicknesses, you know, good things and bad. That's how Satan comes to you, man. And he comes to you very softly spoken. That's why Yahushua said, foxes in sheep's clothing. Satan knows how to present the deal. You think all these rappers, do you think they get told, well, to make it, from day one in the studio, yeah, you're gonna have to bend over, you're gonna have to sacrifice, no, man. They get enticed with small things, man. And then when they're in it and they can't turn back, unless they get put to death, Satan's trapped you. That's how he's a roaring lion. His motives are roaring lions. But how he presents himself is very much the cool guy, the nice guy, man.
Hey, can I say something, brother?
Yeah, go on.
Hey, the Lord doesn't mix with words, because if you read that verse, the metric tells you who Satan is,
Yep.
right? So it doesn't. So people can't say that. Oh, I never know who Satan is. It's a specific. Say it again, brother Arya. Read it again.
First Peter 5:8 says, be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary,
Yes.
the devil, as a
And you
roaring-
see, adversary. Then it says the devil.
Yeah.
So it specifically tells you.
Yeah.
So when people read that now, that can't fly for them.
Yeah.
So how people could see that in church? They must have, because God is all love, right? So back to you, brother.
Yeah, that's a good point, man.
Yeah.
The devil, man, he lets you know that
Makes you know.
there's a person on the earth
That's it.
that's going to present them deals to
Specific.
To that point, I'm gonna show you. Because lions don't roar to alert their prey, to let their prey know they're coming.
Yeah.
They lurk. You see them looking in the bushes with their eyes just above the grass, and they wait for their perfect opportunity to strike. That's how Satan moves, man. He'll set you up for that ultimate sucker punch. And when he hits you, that's your ass, man.
finish. You can't fight Satan, man. The only way to fight Satan is with the scripture.
True.
And if you try to go head to head with Satan, man, he'll just kill you. You gotta fight Satan with the word. But if you sold out and you forsook the word, you're already fucked.
Yep.
So he's got you. The moment you turn, even if you ain't signed the contract yet, the moment you consider and take your eyes off your house shy, Satan's got you.
Yeah. 9 now. Whom resist steadfast in the faith, knowing that the same afflictions are accomplished in your brethren that are in the world. Because if I could just add to your point, Caleb. What when they do their prancing, before they prance, they're doing they're creeping up, right? Before they prance, and they're isolated. Someone's already been isolated. So the prey, whoever it is there, is already isolated and it's been pinpointed. So now, as it says here, whom resist steadfast in the faith, knowing that the same afflictions are accomplished. Now, if you're isolating yourself, no, because I don't want to go to camp now, because ABC, obviously things happen. So you have to things pop up.
You don't want to do
Then
that.
when you start doing it and it becomes a habit,
Yeah, you don't want to do that, man.
now Satan's saying, right now, as we mentioned, the lion's gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna corner him now, block him, separate him now. I've got him. Once you're separated, the lion, you're the primary focus of that lion.
Yeah, you never want to start having that spirit of wondering if camp is worth the bother today, or that tomorrow spirit with videos, man. Don't want to be on that. As the brother rightly says, as soon as you start questioning, and that's why I think we said it last week, we spend more time rebuking 99% of our thoughts, than agreeing with that 1% that's righteous of what we actually thought. Because Satan will come to you, man, this next week, man, as soon as you start agreeing with that next week demon, that next week demon will turn into next month, and then that will turn into 6 months, and next thing you know, it's not there anymore. And then, let's go a step further. There's the forcing yourself to camp and turning up, but then you want to turn up and be in the spirit, because you got people that turn up. You've had that before. People that turn up, but their head's not there. Now, is every brother going to be in the spirit 100% all of the time? Every single no. Sometimes you may, we're not saying you gotta be 100, because nobody's like that, man. There's times I come to camp, I'm more on fire than other weeks, and you play a more background role or whatever, but you're in the spirit somewhat. Yeah, eventually you're gonna turn on, you're gonna activate, but then you got guys that they just come there, and it's just like for 4 hours straight. and like not once is the spirit ignited in them. And then you get to, the only time they get excited is when the brother calls it, man.
Yeah,
All
we're
right,
gonna
and
back
with
up
that,
there, yeah.
you know, we're gonna say shalom. Then he gets excited because the demon in him is happy that it's over.
Yeah.
But he just turned up there and for 4 hours straight just doing this. You know, as soon as you say shalom, more praises be. Yeah, shalom. They've got the loudest shalom, but then they didn't want to read, they didn't want to talk, they didn't want to hold signs, they didn't want to hold posts.
Yeah, someone who's around. Good brother though. I'm gonna say,
Very good, bro.
you know the one. So he started to not bring out elder, the one that mentions, you know, from the time you're not locked in. Now, if you're not bringing out business, but you can tell when someone's locked in by their eyes. He wasn't locked in. He wasn't bringing out no business.
Like, not to cut you, bro. Keep going, but to reiterate again, we're not being fucking tyrants, man. Let's be honest, man. Some days, you know, brothers know I got, you know, it's been alright for the last couple of months, but when I get them headaches, man, I'm finished, bro. Sometimes I can come to camp and not be all the way there. Brothers have done that before, man. You know, at least you turn up, man. But we're talking about a consistent basis of not locking in. That's different, man. You're not gonna come to camp every week and have the same energy level every week. You'll be lying to yourself.
Okay, that's something in the spirit, brother. I thought about you today.
Yeah.
I was looking at the weather, right? You know, on the weather thing,
the
yeah?
weather, yeah.
And I looked at the pollen is very high today.
Oh, yeah,
And I
you know.
thought about my brother because I know he suffers with the hay fever. We both suffered it badly. And I see one element too. When you come to camp, all that makes put weakness in your brain because that allergy thing is fucked up, you know. It makes you feel miserable, like depressed. Everybody's in different ways, you know what I mean? But I know every minute his brother's blowing his nose, and he goes back, and he's like stand up, he's barely stand up, you know, because that thing fucks up your
Fucks
body.
you up, man.
So that shows you how, you know, you come to the camp sometimes. Main fact, you've reached the camp, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
At least.
That's a different story.
Yes.
I remember the brother mentioned he was over there.
Yes.
Last summer, man.
Yeah.
I felt like I was about to
I
die.
remember that, brother.
The whole camp. Like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm talking. Let me put
Yeah.
myself on blast, man.
Yeah.
The whole, like 6 hours, I was literally in the background, just standing.
Yeah, man.
I couldn't talk. I couldn't read.
Nothing.
I just, but once I'm here, you know, my brothers have been like that, man. This brother
Even
was sick the other
when we
day.
start talking about the hill
Yeah,
too,
that
that's by that tree.
was worse.
I saw you there, man. You stood there, man.
Yeah.
You stood there. You're rocking left,
Yeah.
right, and I just knew the pain
Yeah,
going
but
through.
it's not only me, only me, other brothers. You've
Yeah,
done
man.
that
Yeah,
before.
well,
He's done it. I remember
Yeah,
a couple of weeks ago, he was like, "Oh, I'm not all the way here," but
Yeah,
he
yeah.
turned up. This brother's been sick. You know, the other week Caleb was sick.
Oh my,
He
Caleb was
came
sick.
and then
Yeah.
so
This
what he
brother-
got to go.
this
This
brother-
brother was sick. I remember one time in King's Cross, what's it?
Yeah.
The account, man. You know, he's got his thing, the sickle cell. You know, he don't mind us saying, he puts it out there. You know, he
Yeah.
uses his curse as a blessing.
Yeah.
You know, to push, man. Remember one time in King's Cross, right? You know, the metal poles that used to be right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
The brother was literally like this.
Yeah, man. On it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he was reading. Yeah, give me a Bible here. And the cow was reading. Yeah, and then you could tell that he was fucked, man. He was like, and the Lord, what, bro?
Yeah,
And the
man.
Lord, and the elder said, man, close the book. Close the book, man. The cow was fucked, but he came, man.
Okay.
That's a warrior, man.
Yeah.
So that's a different circumstance when you got brothers got sicknesses.
Yeah.
You can't read, you can't talk, you can hardly stand. That's true faith. You still come out there. But then, as Ariel was saying,
Yes.
you can talk about it, bro.
Yeah.
When you're not locked in, that's scary, man.
Consistently.
And to back up, brother, sorry,
Yeah,
to back up
go,
what Arya said, he said something beautiful. No matter how you feel, as soon as you come into camp, there's something about that spirit. It just gives you that little push. So what Brother Arya was saying was true.
I just read it again. Of 1 Peter 8, 1 Peter 5, I read 9. You resist steadfast in the faith, knowing that the same afflictions are accomplished in your brethren that are in the world. So everybody's, as you just said, one man medicine, the next man poison. Call them down to fit me, but messes some brothers up big time. What might affect me might not, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So now, resisting steadfast in the faith. So basically, if you can be here and your eyes, you know, you can concentrate. It's funny you mentioned your health because I had a dream last night, you know. You mentioned your health, but but what you said, Yakel said, I'm coming with my pillow in the dream last night.
That's deep.
And my suit and my sleeping bag and shit. And he came and he was
That's deep.
and he was licking it. I saw him in the dream, sitting down, and he came, man. Regardless how you felt. So that's the spirit we're talking about now.
And like, even with him, and other brothers know about it as well. This brother can probably tell you, it's like they'll give you certain medications to treat what you've got, but then the side effects of those things fuck you up more.
Right.
In another way.
Yeah.
So even though the so-called, not so-called, even though it's so-called treating what the problem is, because it's not really treating, but what the thing is meant to attack and get rid of,
It's not curing it, it's treating it.
it brings another, that's
Right.
right, sure, it brings another element,
Plaster.
you know. So it's like, what the hell, you know, it's like robbing Peter to pay Paul, as they say. It's still in debt, you know.
And even
I just realised what that saying really means.
Yeah,
Robbing Peter to pay for apostles.
yeah, apostles, yeah.
I read 10, yeah?
Ananias.
Says, but the God of all grace, who have called us unto his eternal glory by Yehoshua Mashiach, after that ye have suffered. So I'm going to quote Elder Ramah. He said something quite heavy, but then again, it's a fundamental. It's supposed to be attacked by demons. If you told me that maybe a couple of years ago, I would say, what the fuck, demon? What? But now, no, I've been attacked. Now we all have. You know what I mean? And we don't want to. And we're not advocating it. But that's what he said. You know? He said. So but the God of all grace, who have called us unto his eternal glory by Yehoshua Mashiach, after that ye have suffered a while, make you perfect, establish, strengthen and settle you. Now warriors, they make you or break you. Yeah. So that's the but the most I puts it on you because you know that you can bear it. So any boxer will tell you, you know, especially no matter what elite, will say you're never going to a fight perfect. They will tell you. People think like the novice may think, yeah, you got to be strong and you got to always feel good and everything, you got to be flexing, all your muscles, everything on point. No boxer today with these bodies go into a fight all perfect without something. Some man have back problems, some man have whatever, you know what I mean? Same with the truth. I've never come to the camp feeling 100% like I would love to, and I'm always fighting to be, but it's never happened yet. But I know I'm waiting for that time. And that time can be in the kingdom when we have new bodies. Man.
That's right, bro. That's right. Yeah, man. Can't any more than that.
Yeah, so that's the point I really want to bring out of that first piece. I read 10 again. It says, but the God of all grace, who have called us unto his eternal glory by Yehoshua Mashiach, after that ye have suffered a while, to make you perfect, establish, strengthen, and settle you.
To make perfect, man. And that perfected, let's get them scriptures where it says, I'll put them through the fire.
Yeah.
You know, to get the purest form of what we can be, it takes the heat, man. It takes the heat. That's why the scriptures always tells us to endure. Why is it a common theme in the scriptures talking about enduring? It means that the process is hard. Like when you throw kiddies parties for children and stuff, yeah, you don't have to like tell them. You may have to tell a child do your homework, but you ain't got to tell a child at a party have fun. It's natural. Like they naturally just have fun. You know, or even as a grown-ass adult, if you're doing something you enjoy, you don't have to force yourself to enjoy it. You naturally enjoy the thing you're doing. Yeah. So why is it that the scriptures keep telling us endure? Because we're going to be put in circumstances that aren't natural to comforts of the flesh, man. We're going to be put in situations where we have to adapt, man. That's why the scriptures always speaks about adapting and endurance, man. If you could just be you and how you was in the world and skip your way through the truth and make it into a chariot, then there's no need to be changed. There's no change in circumstance, position of difficulty, or anything that needs to go on. You can just be you and make it. That means everyone would make it. But the fact that there has to be some rigorous and violent process we have to go through, that clearly means we're gonna have to adapt, man. You're gonna have to adapt. Like the weather, man. You know that if it's sunny outside and it's like 25 degrees in England, you could probably wear a t-shirt until 10 p.m. Maybe when it gets to 10:30 in the evening, you put on a light jacket or something because it's still warm outside. You adapt, but then if it's the freezing cold and it's -2 degrees, you ain't wearing that t-shirt. You're gonna adapt to put on layers and put on a coat, put on gloves, put on a hat, wear a scarf. It's the same thing. The truth is like a violent change in the weather pattern, man. You live in a so-called sunny life, which is really the broad path that leads to destruction. But then when you come in, it's like you go straight into the Arctic, man.
Yeah.
The ice bomb. Adapt or die. You know?
Yeah. Just to add to your point, you pretty much said what I was going to say, but I was just going to add. I was thinking about this before I came to camp today about growth, and oftentimes we have the assumption that growth is easy. You know, like to grow is just like, you know, I suppose when you're a child, you know, you grow up without even thinking about it, it just happens, right? But the fact of the matter is that not all growth is easy. Some growth requires a lot of difficulty, and that touches upon the topic that we're speaking about, because you have to go through hardships.
Right. Growing pains.
Yeah, there you go, growing pains. Sometimes in order to get the result desired, you have to go through some painful or traumatic situations, but that's what the Most High puts upon us, not to destroy us, but to make us better men. I've got the precept of Corfu, which says it more succinctly than I can.
Even babies, when they're teething, they cry a lot.
Hey, there you go.
And they want to, like, you give them, like, biscuits or something so they can scratch their gums with, man.
Yeah.
It's a painful thing for the teeth to come through.
And it's a real word, it's a medical term, growing pains.
Yeah.
Just to give people like, you know, people that are really, really tall, they actually do feel pains, joint pains. Yeah.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? Because we're growing in this truth as we come into this truth. As men in the spirit, we're growing all the time. So this is Surah 2 verse 5. For as gold is tried in the fire, acceptable men are tried in the furnace of adversity.
Yeah, because gold, when you pull the gold from the ground, it don't look all shiny and stuff. It just looks like any other rock, man. You know? But it's got to go through the purification process. If it doesn't go through the purification process, you're just going to look at it like any old piece of dirt. So gold has to go through the fire, man. You know? And the heat is hot. You know? The heat is uncomfortable, man. You come into the truth, and this we was talking about, we always laugh for the joke, we were talking about those guys earlier, right? But a key thing is this, is that a lot of these guys, man, they're upset that they couldn't take the heat that comes with being in Great Millstone. That's true. That's all it is. This ain't no bullshit camp of, hey, buy a garment, you know, come along. Ain't no buying no garments, ain't no coming along to get along, man. You gotta be down in the spirit, man. You know? So as the gold is put through the furnace, what does it say? Acceptable men?
Yeah, this is once again Surah 2 and 5. For gold is tried in the fire, and acceptable men in the furnace of adversity.
Yeah, acceptable men. So
Not every man is acceptable.
there we go. It's not us saying it. We're just reading what the Bible says, man. If you find yourself fucking up along the way, and bro, maybe you're not acceptable. And as I said, we don't say that because we've got the e-ticket downloaded for the chariot. You know, when the Lord comes back, we're gonna scan the QR code. Yeah, I'm accepted. Beat me up. No, we're praying, man. As we're talking about it, the same thing applies to us first and foremost, man.
Yep.
Straight facts, man. Not every man is acceptable, man. I'm afraid we are, you know, but it's just a fact. Not every man is acceptable. Unacceptable men in the furnace of adversity.
Just in case.
Okay?
I don't agree. Like
One,
that.
my brethren, count it all joy when you fall under diverse temptations, knowing this, that the trying of your faith worketh patience. But let patience have it perfect work, that ye may be perfect and
Read
in
that again, read that.
James chapters 1 and 2 again, yeah? My brethren, count it all joy when ye fall unto diverse temptations.
Yeah, so count it joy. Things going wrong, like it's easier said than done, but when things go wrong in life, yeah, like the first thing you should do is praise the Lord. Man. That's right. You know, even before you ask the Lord to sort the situation out, we have to get to the point where fucked up things happen, man. And the first thing you do is start praising the Lord. You know?
But that's, if I could just say that, that's usually after. Your initial reaction may not be
That's what
to do that.
Yeah.
You know?
That's in the flesh,
In the
but
flesh.
spiritually, you should praise the Lord before, during, and after. You know, like often it's a good point. Let's move along this way. But oftentimes, see, that's the thing. We're subject. It's beautiful you said that. It's spirit. Oftentimes, yeah, we think that the Lord is subject to time. That the Most High is not subject to time. He created time. The concept of time is a creation of the Most High. So he works outside of time. Right? You know, he can work in time, but he's not dependent upon time. He's not subject to. Okay, the Lord works outside of time. We can't even comprehend that. And I say this to say this. Oftentimes when we went to war, the Lord would require us to praise for the victory before we even went there.
That's deep. And many have done it and lost the battle.
Lost the battle. But oftentimes he would say, nah, you gotta praise me now, even though you ain't even gone to the war yet.
True.
Praise me now, because you're subject to time. Your stupid little ass has to go through the war. You know, some men have to die along the way. You're gonna get hurt and stuff and all of that. But I'm already in the victory. I can already see the timeline.
Yeah.
So for you to please me and have faith in me, before you even take your ass to the battle, you need to praise me. That's why, as the brother said, it's easier said than done, and the flesh don't want to do that sometimes. But you've got to open that fucked up letter from the council, yeah, and hear some bad news. And the first thing has got to be, wait, how about send me out and shine? Because even though I'm subject to time, you're not. You know, the Most High isn't. You know, you got to come home and see that parking fine and them bills and wonder how you gonna pay it. You know. Or hear some messed up shit from a family member, and the first thing's got to be, well, thank you, Most High. You know? So that's why it says count it all joy, man. Because guess what? Having faith, see, that's Satan, man. I slipped the tongue. I was going to say having faith is a sin. Having no faith is a sin, man. Without faith, it's impossible to please the Most High. That's really a sin, man. To not have faith and start worrying over issues before you go and ask the Lord, that's really a sin, man. Because now you're putting that problem above the power of the Lord in your eyes and in my eyes. Oh, this problem's so big. Oh, man. Yeah, well, why don't you just pray, man? You know, why don't you just pray? I was watching a video, the elder from Dallas, Elder Ariana did. And it was like a sit down, and he was with one of the officers, and he was explaining that he was at the brother's house, and he lost his keys. He couldn't find his keys, man, and he had to go to work in the morning. He started running late, and time was going, and he starts getting nervous now, because he just couldn't find the fucking keys, man, for the car. Like, where the hell did I put my keys? Him and the brothers turning the house upside down. Where the hell are the keys? Where the hell are the keys, man? Right? And then they said, you know what? Let's just stop and pray about it, man. Yeah. And they stopped and they prayed, and the brother said, man, less than a minute of praying, the key was right on top of the sofa. Not down the side, not down the crevice, around the back, literally as if I'm gonna sit my ass on the sofa, right where you would sit your ass. Yeah. That's where the key was, man. Not hidden anywhere. Yeah. But they searched there before. But the lesson was this, man. Even as small as losing your keys, man. Instead of bugging out and your heart start beating fast, oh my God, I'm gonna be late for the plantation, elder. Yeah. Oh shit, it's not working out. Oh, calm the fuck down and pray, man. Just pray, bro. As the elder said, relax.
That's the flesh, you know. That's the flesh.
As you know, right, I want to give a testimony, right? You know what happened to me? This was like, what is it, maybe a month ago? Yeah. And, you know, pretty much I left my wallet on the bus. So I realized it when I went to the shop. There's like a store next to where I live at. So I usually don't go to this store. And the Spirit had me going there anyway. But the reason why the Lord had me go in that store so I can check my pockets to see if I had my wallet. Come to find I didn't have it on me. So you know what I did? I went back to the bus stop. And I mean, of course, you know, the first reaction is going to be like, shit, right? It's wearing the flesh. That's going to be the first reaction. So that was my reaction. So then what happened was, you know, I went to the bus stop, right, to wait for that same bus. And I mean, usually the same bus comes around like every hour or two, right? That same bus is not coming. So I don't even know how that was even possible. But the point is, you know, I was waiting for that same bus. That same bus came. And the bus driver, I noticed he was looking at me the closer the bus was getting to me, right? So he was like, you know, I looked at him too. So then I began to think, not to think like confidently, well, he probably got my wallet. Maybe he don't got it. So I said, you know what, let me just relax, you know, wait to see what happens. So I go on the bus stop, right? The bus stops to get on. So he looks at me. I look at him. I go up to the window, and he has the wallet sitting right there.
Wow.
So what he does is, yeah. So what he does is he does this, right? And he slaps it on my hand, and then we bump each other. Yeah, I mean, it could have been a Jake, or it could have been of a Northern King, because he looked like he could have been a Moabite, but he could have been one of the Latino tribes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's just, you know, a little testimony.
Man, that's a miracle, though. To lose your wallet, in London, and get it on the same bus,
Whoa.
man.
1 hour, and he said 1 hour, you know, it's only bus coming 1 hour.
2 hours.
2 hours.
Wow. Yeah, that same bus, yeah.
Because guess what, man? If you lose something on the bus, just forget about it.
Yeah.
Wallet, someone's stealing that. Like, you got cash in there, that's gone. You know what I mean? But for the elder to have the wallet come back on the same bus 2 hours later, and the driver had it and slapped it in his hand like that. But you know why? Because he was composed, right?
Yeah, I was very calm. Yeah, I mean, I was you know, starting to panic.
But for the most part, he's calm.
You're calm enough to
Yeah.
do what you did.
Yeah, that's very calm, composed. But if he was bugging, oh shit, you know, he's the bugging out and shit, that would probably be gone as a punishment for not trusting in the Lord. You know, that's a beautiful testimony, man.
And I mean, you know, I usually don't even lose my wallet.
Don't do that stuff like that.
No.
You know, but that's the point, man. Like, just trust the Lord, man. You know, and this as well. Sometimes demons will come to brothers like, oh, this is too small to pray about. Nothing too small to pray about, man. You can pray about anything.
Anything. Small or great.
You know, you can pray about anything. And the scripture says pray without ceasing. You're not gonna have some catastrophic thing going on every half an hour in your life, man. Like, even small things you can pray about.
They said the oldest testimony is powerful because I mentioned in the chat to you yesterday that I saw a nigga woman bugging out in Tesco's over some sugar and shit. And she was screaming at people about when everybody in the store to turn around and notice her. Like, her problem was the biggest thing in the world. It wasn't even that much. She was blowing up, right? You didn't do that. You did the opposite. You handled it like a man. You know, you didn't like, oh man, fuck man, here's my wallet. You know, you just kept your head cool. When the bus driver comes back, if he's got it, he's got it. Take it from there. That's a lesson that a nigger woman needs to learn, man. She ain't gonna learn that because
No, they will learn it. But when they're dead, the scripture says death by pain.
Yeah. They're gonna learn it when your house comes.
When your house comes back and starts splitting their skulls open,
Then they're gonna have something to
that's
lament and cry about.
that's when they'll learn the lesson. Man. You know, learn something.
Yeah, I'm just going to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so James chapter 1, I read 2, I read 3 now. Knowing this, that the trying of your faith worketh patience. Trying of your faith. We didn't try you with those things. I mean, not asking for them, but the Most High knows he's going to do them. It's about he's trying you. Your faith worketh patience. So you make the certain steps that you take when a certain situation come up. Now with me, it's kind of similar. I've got a similar one, but I'm going to mention the kind of big one of the big one out of the box as well. I was waiting for a text, some business text. I was waiting for it, and I realized it was going to cut. So, I said, let me just do a video. I put my mind into the video. Got my mind off it. Done the video. I'm always trying to find what to say in the videos. I'm always, all right. It took me about half an hour, roughly. But by the time before I finished the video, the text what I was waiting for and delaying the video came through while I was doing the video. So I said, oh, and then so I picked up my spirit, like to say, oh, I get it now.
You know what precept comes to mind? Finish on that. I'll quote it where it says, "Seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High, and all these things shall be added." That's when you put the work first,
Yeah.
and then all your other business came through after.
So it's symbolic of basically symbolic, yeah. I finished it for that. But let your patience have its perfect work that ye may be perfect entirely, wanting nothing.
And it says patience, man. The word patience means to suffer. So the Lord wants to see how we're going to compose ourselves under hard situations. And that's going through the fire. Like the blacksmith will, that's the one that works metal, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. When the blacksmith puts the raw gold from the ground into the furnace, he's observing it. He's watching all the dirt and all the other minerals fall away, and the pure substance come forth. So the Lord is the ultimate blacksmith, putting us in these situations of heat, suffering and watching, is he clinging on to the filth? Is he clinging on to the nigger in him? Or is he allowing me to work him and to bring out the pure substance, the truth? That's true education. Educated to bring from within out, man. We're really being educated in this truth, man. The Lord is beating us in that fire of affliction and seeing the dross fall away and that pure substance and that valuable substance come through.
That's right.
That's why when you fight against it, it's like you're trying to. That's what the scripture says. Can the pot say to the potsherd, "Why hast thou made me thus?" If you start bucking up against things, doctrines and orders, you think you're bucking up against man, but really you're bucking up against the ultimate blacksmith, which is the Most High. And it's simple, man. It's simple. Like if a design, if you're molding a teapot here, and the design is for the handle to be in a specific part of the teapot, at the top or the middle, the bottom, whatever. If you insist that it goes somewhere else, that's no longer according to the design. It's the same thing with the truth, man. We have to be malleable. That's a science term. Yeah, 9 science, malleable. Some able to bend, man. We have to get melted down and built back up. How the Lord wants us to be, because guess what, man? You might like how you were in the world, but how you were in the world ain't suitable for the truth, man.
That's right.
When we come into the truth, yeah, we don't like how we was in the world anymore, because we can see the difference in how, the difference in how we were. But when you're in the world and you don't know this side of truth and righteousness, it's like you could have liked the guy you were, man. You could have had a good job, getting all the women, you had a nice car, and yeah, man, I like how I am. Yeah, but that guy that you like in the world might not be suitable for the truth. So we have to go through the process, man. Go on, bro.
Matthew chapter 11, verse 28, 29. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest.
Yeah, when you just go through stuff, it's like, man, I just need the Lord, man. Yeah, I just need the Lord, bro. Come unto me who, read it again, bro.
Come unto me, all ye that labor.
Now, let's not get stupid, man. The all is of Israel, okay? The other nations, go fuck yourself, man. Go pray to Allah, see if he works. You know what I mean? But the all is talking of Israelites. And those who will do it is the elect. Alright? Go on, bro.
Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden.
Heavy laden. Because guess what? Even this word is a burden, man. You read the scriptures, oftentimes the prophet started out the burden of the word of the Lord.
Yeah.
Now it's not an irritable burden. You got irritable burdens like I don't want to do this and it's heavy. No, we want to do this, but we still acknowledge that it's heavy.
Yeah.
It's a heavy thing to carry, man. So even sometimes just being in the truth, like you can just get bouts of depression out of nowhere, man. You just feel down and shit out of nowhere, man. You don't want to be around anyone. I kind of had to like smack myself out of that this week, man. You know, read certain precepts, pray. You know, take cold showers, man. You know that woe is me spirit, man. I kind of had that last week, man. You know, like, oh man, that's man. Then again, oh man, you know. And then you catch yourself, man. You know, day 2, day 3. What the fuck's going on, man? Nah, man, I gotta do something about this in the spirit, man. But sometimes, you know, the flesh can't keep up with what you're involved in, and you get like that, man.
Spirit is willing.
Flesh is weak. That's why Yahushua is saying it in his preach. All ye that are heavy laden, come unto me. You know, don't be like an Edomite. Don't kill yourself. You know, don't take courage or comfort rather than anything else. Go to Yahushua.
That's right.
Go on, bro.
And I will give you rest.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why the scripture says a peace which surpasseth all understanding. Only Yahweh Hashem Yahushua can give that.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, you get comfort if you had a woman or whatever. You get a little bit of comfort there, you comfort foods, whatever. You know, whatever you're into, you can get a little comfort of that true peace that surpasses all understanding. The true peace comes from the Yahushua. And I will give you peace. That's what the Lord is saying. Oh, bro.
Verse 29.
No, hold on.
When you think about it, the Patrick own process is really the mindset we should be able to use. Because then if you, let's say you don't catch out, right? Nothing goes like way left or left. Then you're going to be kind of complacent.
Yep.
You know, so when you get kind of complacent, you're going to be complacent for real. And then you're just going to get comfortable. So, you know, that's just the whole thing, man. Not
Finish that verse, bro. Yes.
Take my yoke upon you and learn of me.
And you see, that's it. As the elder said, rightly so, man. We catch the hell because sometimes we get too indulged with life and even too indulged with self. As I mentioned it last week, you know, it's true, man. Like, being in the truth is not about you. Not about me. Yeah, I mean, in terms of salvation, yes, you know, but really sometimes we can get too bogged down with our experience in the truth. Like, this ain't finish the seminar, finish the 3-week program, and then you know, give a feedback. Out of 10, how did you rate the experience? What would you change? They're not interested in your fucking feedback, man.
That's right.
Do the fucking job, man. All right. Sometimes even in the truth, we can get too self-absorbed. I feel like this, and I no. Fuck you and me. What is Yahweh Hashem Shai with? You know? Okay. Learn of me. Sometimes in the truth, we start learning of self, man. If you want to be honest, learn of me. Keep going, Hub.
Yes. Take my yoke upon you and learn of me.
That's what the elder said. You know, the Lord put stuff on you because you're focusing too much on the world. You got to start focusing on the truth, man. Things go wrong, do the work. Things go right, do the work.
Right.
Pray. Even certain elders were saying that this week, man. You know, brothers was opening up about paying child support and women fucking them over and all kind of things. In the government to go to court, all kind of things, man. But guess what? When it's time to do a video, you got to put that to the side. You got to teach the word. When it's time to come to camp, you got to do that. Teach the word, man. You know, learn of me. Finish it out, Hub.
For I am meek and lowly in heart.
So Yahushua understands, man. Yahushua's not going to cuss you out. That's why the scripture says that, man. Who abradeth not. That men talk behind, you know, brothers, you know, we don't do that. You know, if Satan jumps on us, you know, we curse that out. Brothers, you get cursed out from brothers from time to time. You know, we're brothers up here, man. But in the world, they're known for talking behind people's back, man. You know, if you ask a guy for something, you know, can you help me out? He'll help you, and then he'll go on radio and talk shit. You niggas do that, man. I was there for that nigga, and I did this and that. Yeah, when you go to your house, he don't talk shit about you, man. He just keeps it on the low and helps you out, man. I am meek and lowly. Bro.
In heart.
Yeah.
And he shall find rest unto your souls.
Yeah, man. So the rest, the peace, is through Yahweh Shai.
Yeah, man. And I mean, like, hey, that's what I was saying. Because, hey, man, like, as usual, like, we all go through our little thing, but, hey, man, I went through some mental craziness this week too, man. You know, when the mental is like getting over, like the flesh is like, oh man, like, I wish I had this. If I had this, and I would have been in a better, you know, whatever. You know, but that's just the carnality taking over the spirituality. You know, we gotta like be more like spiritual, man. Because at the end of the day, you can think about whatever you want to think about, but is that gonna lead to your goal of being saved? No, it isn't. You know, think about it. If we were so caught up in what we was feeling and what we was thinking, then the work would get done. You know, so it's very important that we take ourselves from outside of ourselves and focus on what's important. It's really, in all reality, like the brother said, we're not important, man. Yahweh Shai is important. You know, like think about it. Like people that's so self-absorbed and self-willed, they're gonna be put to death out because they rather choose to operate in their feelings through their flesh rather than to operate in righteousness that we're given unto them. You know, if you can, brother, get me someone get me what is it? Esdras, man. Someone get 2nd Esdras 9 and verse. You know the scripture where it reads when a place of repentance is given unto them.
Second Esdras 9.
Yeah, 2nd Esdras 9 and try verse maybe I think it's verse 11.
Verse 11.
We'll start with verse 9.
Okay, yes, nice. Yeah. The book of 2nd Esdras 9 verse, what he said? 11.
Verse 9.
Is that verse 9? Yes.
Yeah.
Then shall they be a pitiable case, which now have abused my ways,
Yeah.
and they that have cast them away despitefully shall dwell in torments.
Right. Because how do you abhor the Most High? You don't have to say you hate the Most High. All you got to do is show it by action. And when you see the multitude of our people, and as they've always done in the ancient world too, they've always disregarded the words of the seers. All right? Because really what they wanted to do is live according to their own means. And that's what Jacob's on right now. Jacob's under the influence of serving themselves rather than the Creator. Go on.
Verse 10. For such as in their life have received benefits and have not known me.
Right, and have not known. You got jakes that do really well in this life, man. It may seem like a lot of jakes are suffering, but you got a certain amount of jakes that may look like they broke, but they got the pockets, man. You know, they doing pretty good. Some jakes can most jakes show that they got money, but some jakes don't. You be surprised. Okay? But because of that, because the world take them under, they're not considering the words of the law. There's no need for me to consider another kingdom or another form of a better way of living because I'm already doing good as it stands. And I like the way I feel about myself. And, you know, I have my wife and my children and all of this stuff. So they're already covered in that. As it is also written in the scriptures that how does it go? It says, woe unto you that have received your consolation.
That's heavy. That's what I was going to look for next time.
So you don't want to receive your consolation like the brother was going into, man. Like you gotta just go through the hell because that's the reminder to let you know this ain't RS. The Lord didn't lie. Go on, brother.
Right. Verse 11. And they that have loathed my law while they had yet liberty.
Right. They had the freedom. They had the freedom to do so. Go on.
And when as yet place of repentance was open unto them.
Right. What is that place of repentance? This is the place of repentance right here. So whenever you see the brothers with the robes on, bringing out the words of the Lord, more to be exact, Great Notion, of course, that's that place of repentance. Right. Go on.
And when as yet place of repentance was open unto them, understood not, but despised it.
Right. Understood not and despised it. Doesn't it say in the book of Proverbs 13 and 13, whosoever despises the word shall be destroyed? So there you go. So the thing of it is, if you're doing the contrary and you want to, show interest in the word,
Jim, do you say Jim?
And get into the word more so, guess what?
I just wanted to
You're going to have life. So the thing is with us, we can't worry about what the world is saying, and you know, trying to live up to our own personal expectations. We gotta let that go. We gotta live up to the expectation of what the scriptures are saying. And we measure up to the scriptures. And the more we measure up to the scriptures, the more we guaranteed our salvation. Like you got these Christians talking about, oh, I'm saved already. What are you saved from, Joker? You ain't saved from a goddamn thing. A lot of these people that's in these churches, they suffer from all various diseases. They got issues going in their own house. You know, they got their sons out there hugging the block, so-called hugging the block and all of that. They got their daughters prostituting. They talking about they saved. Come on, bro, they not saved, right? And then you got these you got these so-called big ones. You just call it what it is. It's fat black with diabetes and stuff, man. They got all kind of health issues. So really, in all reality, what we need to do here is focus on what the Lord is saying, man, and do that which is of justice, man, which is the scriptures. All right, ain't nobody saved. Go on, brother.
You just mentioned all these Christians running around talking about they're saved and they're not. It's that time of year again because I believe tomorrow is Easter Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Got to do those Christian can't count lessons.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because like, how many years has it been? Where like the truth's out there on the internet that you should know that the Lord was died for Moses on the third day. But yet you've got Good Friday, then you have Easter Sunday. That makes no sense. And then it's like I don't want to divert.
No, go.
But they're running around wishing each other happy Easter when there weren't really anything happy about the Lord's Passover. Furthermore, you've got these fucking bunny rabbits running around with eggs and shit. And you don't think this is a bit weird? But you've got the audacity to say I'm saved. That's all I've got to say.
Yeah, it's what you call retardation with that kind of thought process. And that's why these Christians, they get enslaved by what we're talking about. You know, and speaking about Christianity leads me to talk about this one completely that just all of a sudden popped on the scene. What's this nigga's name, man? John, I believe his name is John Quasi Brown, Dr. Brown, whatever his name is.
That the one the Apostle Paul was doing videos about this week.
Yeah, right. And I mean, he's still talking, you know, about how, I would like to do another debate with Gorilla Hebrew. Listen, bro, you already lost the debate. You lost the debate.
You didn't sleep that.
Yeah, so just let it go, man. You lost, bro. You know, go on, bro.
Right.
Shit. I'll talk about him later, man.
Unto them understood not, but despised it.
Right. Go on.
The same must know it after death by faith.
Because they wanted to live according to their own means. So this is the thing. Like it's either you serving the ways of righteousness or you serving your own way. You know, because it's comfortable to do what you want to do. As it is also somebody, if you can, bro, give my Proverbs 11, where it reads, "What seemeth right unto a man is the ways of death." So it may seem right to do what feels good to you, but is that the way of the Most High Himself? All right. It's the reality of what we teach. You know, the brothers in Great Millstone and the brothers that follow Great Millstone. Because you got a lot of brothers that's following Great Millstone and they getting down. You know, so shalom to you brothers, man. You know? But all of us put together, what we teach is the complete truth of the matter of this reality, that this society is getting ready to be destroyed. So with that in mind, what we need to do is be fully persuaded in the fear of the Lord, to do what the Lord says, to the utmost.
And that is the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Absolutely. Going on. Yes, in Proverbs 11, what secret brought onto a man is the ways of death.
I think it might be chapter 14, verse 12. Verse 12, can't.
I thought it was
Water for that. This is Proverbs 14, verse 12. It says, "There is a way which seemeth right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death."
That's the bottom line. So you know, just like I mentioned, so we have to do what doesn't feel right sometimes. And if you've been in this truth long enough, man, you're gonna become immune to the sufferings. You know, and I mean, as you get up in the street, you know, you're gonna go through something that you're not aware of, but that's to build you up for walk. All right, but you don't want to do things that's gonna totally make you comfortable altogether. To see, the thing of it is, like I said, man, we want to get out of here. We don't want to be here, so we have to go through the struggles and the uphill battles to get to where we need to get to. And most of the times, it's not gonna feel good. All right, when you came into the street, it wasn't easy. You should have already known it was gonna be easy. And I say this to myself first and foremost as well. You know, yeah, so we got
The last one here, right? Which is very important. And therefore be thou not curious how the ungodly shall be punished.
you go.
And when, but inquire how the righteous shall be saved.
Because that's what it's all about. It's all about the righteous. It's all about the elect men of the Lord. They're going to receive their salvation, and the rest of them are not going to receive it. So we need to be more inquiring of those that are the righteous. Okay, and you know, like I've mentioned, man, pretty much way before I was going to talk about this guy. What is it, Dr. Brown, Dr. Quaz Brown? So it's that equivalent. He was talking about how you know, the Edomites, and I mean this is kind of old, but I just want to like bounce off of that because he spoke about how the Edomites, as it says in the scriptures, it doesn't say that they were white. You know, it doesn't say that they were white. What it does say is that they were red. Okay, beginning with the progenitor himself, and as he's explaining his point of view on that regard, he's actually sitting there as red as a straw. You know, which is very well convincing that he's of that race. But anyway, he was basically all these dudes coming up because what I want to get into a topic of us as the temple, because what we're doing is we've come back together again. First one is we've come back to claim our nationality, because it was not somebody get Jeremiah 17 and what is it, verse 4, and then someone get Deuteronomy 28. Where it mentions how it says that you become a byword in a proverb. I'd rather you get that first. But if not so, then that's the spirit.
Jeremiah 4 to what verse?
17 and 4.
Oh, 17.
Yeah. Because it was really the will of the Lord that we've lost our heritage, that we've lost this knowledge, and we lost everything. That was his will. You see, what these devils are trying to do, these devils are trying to bring us back onto the bondage of ignorance. But the bondage of ignorance has already been dissembled, and it's not coming back anymore. All right, because we're in the time of the resurrection of the Israelites and their salvation. So the elect would have to receive the reconciliation. All right, of pretty much getting this word within them. That's the best way I can put it. We are the Israelites. All of those people over there in the land of Israel today, we call them the 1948ers, the big wig wearers, the little small hat wearers, whatever you want to call them, right? They're claiming to be the people, but they're not the people. They're not the people. All right, and as well as I'm going to say too, if they are the people, then where are their prophets on the highways and the byways? Where are their prophets in Jerusalem? Where are their prophets in England? Where are their prophets in America? Where are their prophets in the islands? There's nowhere to be found. Okay, so that proves they're not the people, because the scripture says that the prophets would be scattered abroad as Israelites would be scattered abroad, and they would be their prophets. You know? Yeah, so someone get, let me see if I can find it.
And if I could just say as well,
Yeah, go on, bro.
there's a thing over there in Tel Aviv at the moment.
Yep.
A couple of people got shot up.
Mhm.
One in the Holy Land, which is not holy right now. Only when we get back there, most are going to make it blossom and sprout again. Because the holy people are in the Holy Land once again. Right now, because there's so much corruption, and unholy people are there, unholy things happen.
Yes.
Absolutely. And that proves that once again, with that point right there, proves that they're not the people. Like I've mentioned some time ago about how you had this guy, which was the first prime minister of the country, and you know what his name was? His name was David Ben Gurion. So he was supposed to be the David of that state of Israel that they formerly to solidify the prophecy that see, look, David that came in existence, came back to rule over the Israelites. That's all. Boom, bro.
Book of Deuteronomy, verse 36 to 37.
God.
The Lord our power shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee,
God.
unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. And there shalt thou serve other gods, wood and stone.
Yep.
And thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword.
And that's what happened to us. We became a proverb and a byword. What does that mean? Meaning that you would be called other names that the Lord did not declare us as. So that would include us being called black, which being called black is the most disrespectful term.
Six
You
dead.
can call any nation.
Builders
What you're
in
saying
Tel Aviv.
is that nation is born of white.
Yeah.
That nation is dead. All right. The color black is basically representing all forms of negativity known to mankind, and that's what they consider us to be. So that's disrespectful. That's what you call a byword. Afro-American, Afro-Caribbean, Latino, Native American. Well, they call them Native American, but that's not really their actual name.
Maybe more now.
These are their names right here, of all of the names listed on the 12 tribes side. All right, go on, bro.
And thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations.
Among all nations, and guess what? Guess who that's happened to? That's happened to us. It didn't happen to them 1948. It didn't happen to them. It's happening to us. We've been called the the niggas of the world, the Smicks, the wetbacks, you name it, porch monkeys, you name it. Okay, so this prophecy proves, our life existence on the Western Hemisphere proves this prophecy that we are the people of the Lord. All right, and by the way, like I said, this was the will of the Lord that happened. So it's going to be by the will of the Lord that we're going to what? Get back to what we once had. And that's our heritage, that's our nationality, and that we are the Israelites. Now go into Jeremiah 17:4 about Bashar. And that's the spirit, because really I didn't want you to bring that out first. I wanted this to come out first. So the spirit, help me out with that. Going on.
Jeremiah 17 verse 4 again. And thou even thyself shalt discontinue from the heritage that I gave thee, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies, which in the land which thou knowest not.
Right, that's what Deuteronomy said. Go on.
For ye have kindled a fire in mine anger, which shall burn forever.
Right, which shall burn forever. Now the ever is talking about a long duration of time. It doesn't necessarily mean forever and beyond to infinity. They ain't talking about that. It's talking about a duration of time. So within a duration of time, we're not going to know who we are. And the only time period that we've ever known who we are completely is in this time period, where the Roman system came back into existence. In this Roman Empire. Now the last Roman Empire, we knew who we were. We had a land. He was in Jerusalem at the time, which was besieged by Titus and Vespasian and his two sons. Titus of Domitian. They put an end to the Jewish state as the Timbuktu, Babylon the Timbuktu battalion. So when the fall, which really what that was the falling away. All right. So when the falling away happened, that's when we lost everything. From that point, and then you had jakes that came into the power seat in the interiors of Europe, took over that for 1,000 years, and then through that process of time, we lost what we was originally at. Now you had some of them that knew they were Israelites, but they weren't really keeping the traditions. So it's time for the process. We lost all that, and then ultimately, what really what really knocked out our heritage completely is that when we became enslaved. When we became enslaved by the so-called Europeans, they literally erased the Israelite out of us. They beat the Israel out of us. They sure did. And when you watch the Roots will tell you that. Okay? But guess what? Through the Holy Spirit, which is what it's all about, by divine intervention, we've returned, and now we're considering who we really are. So now let's go and get the precepts on that right there. Yeah, so I want you to get me. Oh, here we go again. I had all of these precepts lined up, man, and they all gone now. That's Satan, man. But it's all right though. It's cool. Yeah, go. Someone give me Hosea 1 and start with maybe verse 5 or something like that. You just gotta trust in the spirit. It's all right. It ain't the end of the world. You know, the spirit is our what? Our advocate. So, what did you put for? Yeah, Hosea 1 and start with verse 5. I actually feel like I could remember the precepts anyway.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
This is Hosea 1 from verse 1. The word of Yahweh that came into the house, the son of that's right. The word of Yahweh that came unto the Hosea, the son of Beri, in the days of Uzzah and Jotham and Ahaz and Hezekiah, kings of Judah, in the days of Jeroboam.
Take your time.
Yes, like I'm a bit tired, so my eyes. In the days of Jeroboam, the son of Joash, king of Israel, in the beginning of the word of Yahweh by Hosea, and the Yahweh said unto Hosea, Go and take unto thee a wife of whoredoms, and children of whoredoms, for the land hath committed a great whoredom in departing from Yahweh. So you went and took Gomer, the daughter of Diblaim.
Yeah, read a little bit louder.
It's like
Yeah, to the
that's
decimal.
right. Yeah. So you went and took the Gomer, the daughter of Diblaim, which conceived and bare him a son. And Yahweh said unto him, Call his name Jezreel, for yet a little while, and I will avenge the blood of Jezreel upon the house of Jehu,
Go on.
and will cause to cease the kingdom of the house of Israel.
Which is the northern kingdom. Go on.
And it shall come to pass,
Which Hosea really, he was a prophet of the northern kingdom, especially. Go on.
and it shall come to pass at that day, I will break the bow of Israel in the valley of Jezreel.
In other words, he would break their power. Go on.
Yep. And she conceived again and bare a daughter. And the Most High God said unto him, Call her name Loramah. Yeah, Loramah, for I will no more have mercy upon the house of Israel,
And that's what Loramah means, that I will not have mercy upon them. Go on.
but I will utterly take them away. But I will have mercy upon the house of
And I
Judah,
will have mercy on the house of Judah. So when you read this, it seems as though the Lord said that, look, I'm not going to deal with y'all anymore because of the multitude of your sins. But then he said, I'm going to have mercy on the house of Judah. In other words, the kingdom of Judah in this case, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Go on.
but I will have mercy upon the house of Judah, and I will save them by Yahweh their God. I will not save them by bow, nor by sword, nor by battle, by horses, nor by horsemen.
Go on.
Now when she had weaned Loramah, she conceived and bare a son. Then God said, Call his name Loramah, for ye are not my people,
Right, but you are not my people. Go on.
and I will not be your God. Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered.
Yep.
And it shall come to pass
And it shall come to pass, go on,
that in that place where it was said unto them, Ye are not my people,
in the place where it was said unto them, you are not my people. Go on.
there it shall be said unto them,
Mm.
Ye are the sons of the living God.
There it shall be said unto them that ye are the sons of the living power. So we're in that place right now. That's why you got that's why you have heads like this individual just popping out of nowhere, and as well as you got vocab alone there too. They're saying, oh yeah, well you guys just basically that's really what their goal is. The goal is to push this narrative that we can't be the people of the book. We can't be the chosen, and as well as God showed favor to all nations. That's what they're pushing. All right. So that's the prophecy right there. In the land where it was said that you are not my people, there shall be said that ye are the sons of the living power. And if you notice, ever since Jake has been calling themselves all of these different various things, whether Jake called themselves after the Kemetic, scientists, or whether Jake calls himself after the Egyptians, Egyptologists, and all of that stuff, or Rastafarianism, or certain Jakes getting involved in the Hinduism, all kind of nonsense that Jake gets into. But now all of a sudden there's this pushback when we call ourselves the Israelites. Then we have to really elaborate and show these Negroes, look, you can't be the people. So just based on that precept that you just read right there proves that particular place where we said that we are not the people of the Lord, which is what you have in America today. All right, and as well as down here in the UK, because you have a lot of these historians, gatekeepers of knowledge that know who the hell we are, and they rather hear us talk about all kind of nonsense about what we claim to be, rather than calling ourselves the Israelites. So that's why there's this pushback. Go on, brother. You got something.
Yeah, this is in Zechariah chapters 9
Mhm.
and 6 says, a bastard shall dwell in Ashdod, and I will cut off the pride of the Philistines.
Right, and I will cut off the pride of the Philistines, because your modern day Philistines are your what is it, those small hats, those 1948s. They're the fraudsters perpetrating the fraud and taking our identity, claiming it for themselves. And the proof in the pudding is the fact that they got a lot of turmoil going on in that land. And they've always had turmoil going on over there, which solidifies the fact that in the book of Isaiah chapter 2, they don't fulfill that. All right, so they don't fulfill the peace which Jerusalem should have been, which is what it's named after, right? The city of peace. What is it? Yah Shalom, something like that. Yah Shalom, which means the city of peace. So it ain't the city of peace because the wrong people live in the light. Like you mentioned, my brother, the unholy people. Going up. If you got something. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, like, that's just the thing. Like, at the end of the day, we're going to come into a time period, which we're in right now, where it's going to be said that we are the people of God. And our enemies, Salakia, brother, and our enemies amongst them, they're going to say, well, look, you can't be those people. You can't be those people. And they know that we're the people, but they can't accept it because then it's a means to an end on their regard. Then it's a means to an end on their supremacy. Because when we call ourselves the Israelites, that's a form of supremacy that they don't like.
Yeah.
And what we're also saying is that you're not numbered, or you're not counted within this knowledge and this understanding, or the Bible. The Bible doesn't have a place for you. So that's what they don't like. They don't like the fact that we've come to find out who we are. And what they also don't like is the fact that we're telling them that they have no meaning to this Bible. Go on, brother.
This is in Jeremiah.
And by the way, speaking about what I just said, if you can, brother, give me Ecclesiastes 3. And I believe I think it's in verse maybe verse 11 where it mentions they what does it go? It goes like this.
Ecclesiastes, yeah.
Ecclesiastes 3, and it goes like this. They that are that which is not wanted cannot be counted, something like that. Yeah, you're going up.
Yeah, so this is in Jeremiah 50 and 19. It says, and I will bring Israel again to his habitation, and shall feed all Carmel and Bashan, and his soul shall be satisfied upon Mount Ephraim and Gilead. In those days and in that time, saith the Lord, the iniquity of Israel shall be sought for, and there shall be none, and the sins of Judah, and they shall not be found, for I will pardon them.
Yeah, so that's when we get back to the land. So if those listen, man, like pretty much, man, like all of these prophecies that we read in the Old Testament including, right, they have to come to pass. Because a lot of people think and assume, well, because it's the Old Testament, all of that's already done away with. All of that's finished. You don't have to look into the Old Testament. That's true. But guess what? There's Old Testament prophecies that will have to come to pass.
That's right.
That's why Yahweh Shai said it himself. He said, not one jot nor one tittle shall no wise pass from the law until all be fulfilled. All right? Okay, so there you go. So the Lord is going to fulfill everything. Go on, brother.
I'm not sure if this is the one you call for. Ecclesiastes 3, verse 14. I know that whatsoever God doeth, it shall. That's the one, yeah?
take a read with you.
The book of
You can actually still read that because I can say this too.
Ecclesiastes 3 verse 14. I know that whatsoever the Lord Yahweh Shai doeth, it shall be forever. Nothing can put to it, nor anything taken from it.
Yeah. And so you can't take away the covenant from us. That's one thing that you can't do. See, you could talk all kind of stuff you want to talk. You can say, well, you guys ain't the people, and bring out all variations of data, solidify that you're the people that step. Listen, the Lord already established the covenant, and that's not going to be the tomorrow. All right, the Lord already established this word, and all of those words are going to come into fruition. And the words do say, as explained, that there's going to be a people that's going to undergo these curses, lose their heritage, and come back and rehearse the righteous acts. And that's us fulfilling the part of the word. So if we're the ones fulfilling the part of the word, then we would have to be the Israelites, all right, or the whole world. Excuse me. So whatever the Lord do, if it is done forever, no man can add or take away from it.
Let me get Isaiah 14 and 2. The book of Isaiah 14 and 2. And the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord, for servants and handmaids, and they shall take them captives, whose captives they were,
Right.
and they shall rule over their oppressors.
And last time we've checked, the 1948ers, they're not in captivity. We're the ones in captivity. We're the ones that they got under their foot. All right, it's, as well as what we've done research on, we realized that really the people that really lived so deliciously and profited greatly of our enslavement are those JWOSs. It was them. That's why the land is rich today. That's why they consider billion-pound corporations own and run the diamond district. Okay, and be able to control people's currency. This is the kind of power that the so-called JWOS had. We don't have that kind of power. Last time we checked, they were the drivers of our enslavement, and they profited greatly. So guess what? They're gonna go and serve captivity.
Oh yeah.
And this is why they don't like it when we come back to who we are, because they kind of know the prophecy in the back of their mind. They know that eventually payback is gonna have to come. Okay? As the Hindus would call it karma, right? Whatever you want to call it, recompensation is going to come, and they're going to pay for what they've done. And that's why they have to push us back into Christianity. That's why they have to push us back into the world, because they don't want us to read the book to solidify our point of view.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, they know they got held accountable. And guess what? Hey, whatever the Lord so do, if it is done forever, you can't add or take away from that. That is the judgment he saw. So there you go. Yeah, if you can read that, I'll read that one more time.
Right. Let's go to Ecclesiastes, back in Ecclesiastes 14.
So what you just had in Isaiah 14.
Oh, select. Right. Isaiah 14 and 2, verse 2. And the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and their house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord.
It's Ecclesiastes 1 and verse 15.
Okay, that's the one you want.
That's the one.
Shall I finish this one?
Yeah, you can finish.
For the
Take
servant.
it, Ecclesiastes 1 and 15.
For the servants and the handmaids, and they shall take them captives, whose captives they were,
Yep.
and they shall rule over their oppressors.
And we shall rule over our oppressors. So the modern day oppressors right now are these JWOSs, and include obviously the whole entire race of those that claim to be so-called white people, which in fact they're the biblical Edomites.
That's right.
So we're going to use them, and they're going to also be what? Our vessels, so that they can enrich us and build the kingdom. It tells you that in Isaiah the 60th chapter. So that is the judgment that cannot and will not be changed. Yeah, so hit me with that, my brother.
Ecclesiastes 1:15.
Yeah.
Let me get it for credit. You got it?
What? That which is crooked cannot be made straight, and that which is wanting cannot be numbered.
Yeah, and this goes back to the point that I was making about these guys, Vocab alone and this dude Quasi, Dr. Brown, whatever his name is, right? They're trying to prove to themselves and prove to us that look, you're a part of the Bible too. No, nigga, you're not a part of the Bible. The people that's a part of the Bible. Now you got all nations that are mentioned in the Bible, but I'm talking about the good part of the Bible. All right, we play that part. We're playing that part right now. You're playing the bad guy's Bible. How about that? So the thing of it is, we are the ones that have been counted for the salvation. And I'm not saying this to big ourselves up. I'm saying this, thus saith the Lord. Because you got some symbolism to walk past and say, oh yeah, these guys are full of themselves. And you know what, too, to a degree, we should be full of ourselves. How about that? Okay, now we'll be full of ourselves to you, but we won't be full of ourselves to the Lord.
Wow.
Okay? So I'm just gonna put that out there like that. Yeah, so read that again,
But
brother.
Ernest, like, can I just say, but we speak the 100% truth.
Absolutely.
So in order to be 100%, you have to be full.
You have to-
So we are full of our fucking selves.
That's right. I like that.
We are full.
That's it.
Yeah.
So we are full of ourselves.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
Right. Once again, Ecclesiastes 1 verse 15.
Mm-hmm.
That which is crooked cannot be made straight,
God.
and that which is wanting cannot be numbered.
Right. Look up that word numbered, and someone look up that word numbered in the blue letter Bible.
Blue letter, it's my phone's on there.
Oh yeah.
Is it where else? Okay.
1 verse 15. Ecclesiastes 1 verse 15. No, that's all right, brother. I got you, man. That's why I said it. It's cool, man. Yes, you know, so this is the thing. You can't make yourself wanted. If you're of another nation that's not considered of the covenant, then I mean, that's just what it is. You're going to have to own it in.
Which word do you want today?
What is
Numbered?
it? Ecclesiastes 1 and
No,
verse
what is
15.
the word you want to
Oh, the
check?
word.
Yeah.
Numbered.
Numbered, yeah?
Mhm.
Yeah, I've got it here. It's H4487.
Oh, that's heavy. H44.
And it reads there. To count, reckon, number, assign, tell, appointed, prepare. To count, number, reckon, assign, to be counted, be numbered.
And there you go, to be counted. So there's a people whom the Lord has created, and they are the counted. There are people that the Lord has not created, and they're what? Counted as less than nothing. All right, somebody give me that in Isaiah 40 and 15. Because you have nations that are counted as nothing, and then you have those that are counted for greatness, to be the chosen of the Heavenly Father. As it is written in Deuteronomy the 7th chapter, where it reads that the Lord hath chosen us to be a special people unto himself.
Oh, let me finish this then.
Go on,
It says to be reckoned, be assigned. And it says to appoint, ordain.
Right, to appoint or ordain.
That's been
So
ordained from the beginning.
Hey, brother, you can go into that.
That's it, brother.
Yeah, you know, so that's just the thing. Like, we've been appointed and we've been ordained
Yes.
for our salvation. Before everything has even come into effect. So can't no mere mortal of a different nation change that. No matter how many heads come up and say otherwise. And you know, it's funny because I've been in the truth long enough to have seen a lot of these namesayers come up against the truth, and they all failed miserably. So then you have this newly Johnny come lately. What's this guy's name, man? Dr. Brown. And the dude, like, he's already stressed out. He's 2 weeks in.
Yeah, we're already.
Nigga's 2 weeks in, and he looks stressed the hell out. No stamina, and he's old too. So he's gonna be the only ninja come around and shut this whole shoot down. Come on, man.
What is he, a doctor or a nurse?
He's a doctor. He considers himself a doctor.
He should be a nurse, but Nurse Brown.
Remember Dr. White?
Yeah, exactly.
He went on holiday, you know.
James White.
James White, he went on holiday. So,
I forgot about him, man.
Yeah, I totally forgot about him too, you know.
as you said, this is a new kid on the block. I got a precept for you, yeah?
Go on now.
This is Numbers 24 and 17. It says, I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel, and shall smite the corner of Moab, and destroy all the children of Sheph, and Edom shall be a possession. Seir also shall be a possession of his enemies.
Yeah.
and Israel shall do valiantly.
Yeah, and I mean that's what's coming down the pipe, man. I mean, all of y'all are gonna be slaves, man. Just call it, just accept it for what it is. And I know they don't want to accept it. I get it. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, I'll be fighting my way to put myself in the book too. But hey, man, it don't matter how much you fight. It don't matter how much you put your jabs up and put your haymakers up. Guess what? You're not gonna knock out this truth.
Yep.
All right. Somebody get Acts 5.
Two more, yeah.
Go on.
I read 19, so now I want to read 19. I read 18. Out of Jacob shall come he that shall have dominion, and shall destroy him that remaineth of the city. And when he looked on Amalek, he took up his parable and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but his latter shall be that he perish forever.
Yeah, that's what he was coming from. Yeah, and I mean, like, and I mean, yeah, you know. So there you go. All of you, JOOs,
You know,
you small hatters, your 1948ers, you could come and say whatever you want. Listen, you're not going to change anything. You're going to go into slavery, but you serve slavery, and you're going to be Obadiah 1 and 18.
if I could just say, Elder, I think that in the spirit, Amalek is having his last fling. It's like the championships rounds. He's been losing for a period of the whole of the fight, and he's saying, "Well, I've got to do or die. It's do or die now." Yeah. So it's like it's throwing everything at the kid at the boxer, and he's like, "I'll see you if I don't make it."
But he's already out of breath. Yeah, he's already tired
before the last round because he knows he's lost the fight already. Man. And that was the prophecy. He shall perish forever. They know that. They know.
Yeah, I mean, but they're going to have to serve slavery for 1,000 years, and then we're going to get rid of them. You know, so I mean, like this is the deal. Like at the end of the day, y'all, it seemed like y'all was on the winning team, and it looked like it too. You know, you own everything, you own the precious resource of the planet. You drive your fancy cars, you live in nice places and everything. It's looking like you're winning, but at the end of the day, you know, you're not going to win. At the end of the day, at the end of this film, the good guy's going to win.
Yeah. There was that so-called rabbi a couple of months ago. There's two of them. What's his name? The older one, Yosef, this rabbi, and then the other one, Aaron Ben something. And he was doing videos on us, man.
You talking about the guy with the black hair, like a dark beard?
Dark beard, yeah. The Rabbi Aaron something, Rabbi Aaron something, and he was in his video. He was bugging out, man. And they think that they're the Hebrews.
Yeah, you could actually see
how could they? But he looks scared.
Yeah.
And as they should be scared, because how in the world did our institutions didn't even teach these people that they were the Israelites? So how in the world did these Negroes come out of the midst of nowhere, out of the woods, and find out this information? Right. So yes, they should be scared. It came by divine intervention, is what happened.
Yeah. We're divinely inspired.
We're divinely inspired. I like that, my brother. We're divinely inspired, and to be divinely inspired, you have to have the Holy Spirit upon you. And that's something that we do have. Yeah. That's why we can stand out here on these streets without a care in the world, with the robes on looking crazy in front of the world, and say that we're the Israelites. Yeah. And don't feel a damn thing about it. Okay? So much so that it's actually getting them triggered and scared. You see, we don't have to see, this is the thing. See, the difference between you and us, we don't have anything to be scared about.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not worried about anything.
Because we know the truth.
Because we know the truth, but y'all have to worry because see what it is this truth. Yeah. It's basically eradicating the covering cast of your lives, and it's doing something to your society. Right. And y'all got a whole lot to lose. We don't have shit to lose. So basically, we're actually on the winning team. You guys are losing, and you know what? You're gonna lose everything that you got, everything that you guys have stolen. Yeah. Right? You're gonna lose it all. This is what this means.
Confidence. You said it in confidence. Yeah.
Good. And we all speak in confidence.
Yeah. He goes in the video. How could God choose them?
But you know what that reminds me of when you said that? That reminds me of what is it? Wisdom of Solomon, the 5th chapter. How is they numbered among the exactly. See?
And their immediate loss. Because when I used to work for Amalek back when I was younger, about 20-something years ago, they really put a lot of emphasis in their money. Their money is like that's it. even though it's more than that they're going to lose, but the immediate loss is the big, like, my business, the big fat wallet, that, because they really do, they take their money out and they really love their money. Really a lot.
Sure.
They really love their money. So they know they're going to, that's the first thing they worry in their mind, that's the first thing they're worried about losing. Aliko, his name was, he used to come to the business with a big fat wallet like that, man. And like they sleep with them. They really, you hear that they got stereotypes about them. Them stereotypes are true. We hear about Amalek. You know?
Even in my area, they you know about them with the hats, right?
Stamford Hill.
Stamford Hill. They back in the day, people used to smack the hats off their head and they keep money in. Big stacks of money. Them big furry hats.
Wow.
They put their money in.
When we was doing window cleaning, we used to go. There's a place, St John's Wood, Park Avenue, Golders Green. I was doing deliveries, my delivery driving job. But not only that, I was doing window cleaning too. I went inside some of their luxury flats, so I know what it looks like inside their flats. But they keep a lot of their things hidden, but you can tell when someone is, as you say, is doing well.
Yeah.
But they don't put everything out on display.
And them Hendon ones, they're more rich than the Stamford Hill. Yeah, they got a lot more money.
Yeah, especially the cryptic ones, because you got different variations of them. But them cryptic ones, they're the ones that's running, like the Rothschilds and them. Like you can see a Rothschild walking down the street, you wouldn't even know the names of that.
I tell you might sit beside him on the bus or the train. You don't even know.
You don't even know. But they're the ones that's really calling all of the shots out here. You know, so they're running the show. So how can they be the people of the Most High when in the last days they're not even going to do now one of the curses? Can't make sense of this stuff. They just use that identity that's of us to govern and do the work. Go on, bro.
John 8, verse 44. Ye are the fathers, the devil, and the lust of the father ye will do.
Yeah, go on.
He was a murderer from the beginning.
And I mean, usually this really applies to the Israelites that were going against Yahushua.
Okay, yes.
But I mean, we could kind of use that against them to a degree because they are the descendants of their father, Cain. You know, and they can't help but be the devil because it's in them to be the devil. They don't know how else to be. You know, and just like how you mentioned, brother, about how they roll about their money. You know, the Skrilla, right? That's what Jake used to call it in the States. But I mean, when you think about it, I mean, at the end of the day, they've been living a lovely, comfortable, and they live comfortable when you don't know shit. That's how they prosper in their world. When everyone's ignorant to what they're doing, they make bank. They prosper. And see, and this is why they don't like to see us take a stand and call ourselves what we are, the Israelites, because really what it does, it puts like a monkey wrench as to what's going on in their world. It shows them up. You know?
Okay. They indulge in a lot of black market too.
Yes, they do.
Certain places, they make the rebellious of them. They go into the ghetto and get prostitutes. Like when I was in my cabin as well, in the cabin for the Uber, there was cabin, right? And I would go drop some like gay women or Edomite girls to the yard, and they would come back to the car. Wait here. This is like night shift. Wait here, and they would go rob the Amalekite, get him drunk, rob him, and get some money, pickpocket him, and all them kind of things. Jump into the car and go. Sometimes when I was doing night shift, I didn't do it for too long. But you learn a lot. People say you learn a lot of things when you do either a barber, right, speaking to the people, dealing with the public, a barber, or a cab driver. They know what's going on. You learn what's going on in the street. So they do a lot in that. As well as they come across very legitimate, they do a lot of underhanded black market things. And
you know what too is, and it's in the power of their hands. They can do that. They can sell organs, all of that, and they don't have to see a day in court. But let you sell organs, you're gonna see a day in court, and you're gonna go to jail. Like they caught this one Jake from West Africa. They caught him selling some organs, and he's going to do the sentencing already. If not, he's put him in jail. But you let an Amalekite go ahead. He can get away with everything he wants. You know why? Because this is his world. So when it's your world, you get to do what you want. Because he's in the power seat. And that's what they don't want to hear. They don't want you to reveal that truth, that they're ruling everything, because then it disqualifies them from actually being the Israelites. right? Because the Israelites in the last days wouldn't rule that got that. As a matter of fact, they would be on one of all things, and they would have to get it from the heathen. They don't fit that thing at all. All right. So let's get back to what we was reading before. What was you at, brother? I think he was reading the Ecclesiastes 1:15.
You want to go to Acts 5?
Yeah, Acts 5. Yeah, come.
So do you want the part where the apostles refrain from these men?
You know, you can start with reading 38.
Yeah. Acts 5:38, and now I say unto you, refrain from these men and let them alone. For if this counsel or if this work be of men, it will come to naught.
Right, go on.
But if it be of God, you cannot overthrow it.
Right, if it be of the Most High, you cannot what?
Overthrow it.
You cannot overthrow it. So this is what Gamaliel was telling these men that wanted to go against Paul, other Israelites, right? But we use the scripture to make the point, and the point is this: you can come with all kind of detail, all kind of information, try to disqualify what we're saying all day, every day. And when you actually watch the videos of the information they're bringing out, it doesn't disqualify anything of what we said. But I'm just using that as an example to just say this: this truth cannot be stopped, and as well as it is also written too, where nothing can be against the truth before the truth. So even if you calling yourself exposing the truth in a wrong way, you're going to expose the truth so that others can what? Become believers of it. Right. You know, so all you're going to do is build it up even more. And ever since Vocab alone has been doing this thing, all he's been doing is bringing more awareness to the truth. Even them guys in the from the Black Consciousness movement. Yeah. They've been using us debating for the debates and all of that because they get more money from all of us, right? But as they're doing that, this is bringing more awareness to it. Yeah. So it can't be stopped, man. It can't be stopped. Now, I mean, I remember once upon a time it wasn't that much brothers at all. Police would kind of pick on us from there, here and there and everything, right? Because he wasn't that big, but now we're too big to the point where, it's like a natural to see us on the streets. It's a natural for them to see us with the robes on every single week. It's just the size of the times. So now everyone's used to it now. Everyone's used to seeing us on the street. It's no big deal.
Yeah, even if look at the other elder, he put it in the chat. They got the Hebrew Israelites as an established religion. Mm-hmm. When you do these forms,
yep.
You can click on the drop down. Are you Christian? Are you Hindu? Mm-hmm. Are you Jewish? One of the things is Hebrew Israelite.
Yep.
Wow, they put it on it now.
They put it on there. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And you know what too? It's like, and it's what how what you're saying is right because the elder man he was supposed to work for the government a particular job, and they had the Israelite name. They had that list, the Hebrew Israelites. Wow. Religion you part of. So it's very true. But what I'm saying is we've become we've become the norm to a degree. Because really this is the Lord. This is his doings. So when you're trying to overthrow something that's going on with the Lord, it can't be, you can't disqualify that. All right, and he's been on our case for years, and he hasn't did anything. And then you got this maggot John Brown talking about whatever he's talking about, and the guy looks frustrated. While he was explaining himself about how he was, how the Edomites can't be white, he's crushing himself with his hands on his arms like this, looking all uncomfortable. And you can see him getting red about a minute as he's explaining himself. Yeah. So these guys are gonna win that. They can't win. We've already won. We're just playing this thing out so that the truth can be proven. That's all it is.
And the truth hurts.
And the truth hurts.
Hebrews 4 verse 12. For the word of the Lord our power is quick and powerful and sharper than a two-edged sword.
Right, the word is powerful and sharper than a two-edged sword. And that's why these people they get all messed up in the spirit, man, when they hear this word come out. Especially these Amalekites. And I think he's an Amalekite too, man. With that alkaline nose he got. Yeah. Alkaline means equal nose. You try to do some research on it, you will find no information on that. Because back in the day they used to basically go into the facial structures of people and everything. They don't do that. They don't want you to find out who's really
That's right.
You know, but yeah, you know, he got that Amalekite. That's why he was looking to fall with the shades, looking like I didn't see him. I saw you. Boom. Boom.
Finish it up.
No, let me finish it.
You cut it out. That's a sweet.
Let me start again then. For the word of the Lord is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder
Yeah, and that's it. Piercing even to the dividing of the son of what?
of soul and spirit.
Of the soul and the spirit. And that's why vocabularies, Negroes is all niggas I call them, not niggas. That's why they're all messed up. That's why they hurting, man. I mean, that's why they get rude and they say, oh yeah, you know, you guys are saying this and that and the third. Because they really hurting inside, man. They can't stand the sight of dark-skinned brothers and sisters with the robes on claiming their nationality. Like that's a threatening sight to them. That's the sight of behold. Negative. You know? That's why it says in the scriptures when they that behold it was what? They were scared. I'm roughly paraphrasing what they said. Get me that Revelations 11, man. But you know, people actually get scared. Like those that know the truth, they actually get scared when they see us. So much so they, you know, they wet themselves, man. It's like they got panties in a bunch. You know? Like you'd be surprised how they feel when they see us out there. I'm talking about these Amalekites. And they really can't say nothing. And you know what, ever since we've been out here, since the 2020s, ain't nobody really come up to debate us like they used to back in the 2010s. How come no one's debating this anymore? Because they know what it is.
Because they always come to naught.
Yeah.
They always come to
They
naught.
always come to naught. And they don't have an argument.
No.
Like Mad Jakes used to come around, you know, Edomites used to come around, Elamites used to come around and talk this shit. And they don't have anything to say anymore.
They used to try our spirit.
Yeah. Because what they've done is they figured this out on the YouTube and they already know what it is.
They know.
They know what it is, man. Come on, go on, bro.
This is Jeremiah 5 verse 14. Wherefore, thus saith Yahweh, God of hosts, because you speak this word, behold, I will make my words in thy mouth fire,
Wow.
and this people wood, and it shall devour them.
And it shall devour them. And that's why they know that you don't see them. All the Edomite can do, all the you know, a discombobulated Jake can do is walk past the camp with a smile on his face. Like he wants to stop and he really can't stop. They can't do anything about it. Because this word is the truth. You can't say anything against the truth. If it's the truth, it's the truth. Let it be what it is. And that's what everybody's realizing. Like we're not standing on what our thoughts are. And we're you know, we're just giving you what we think. No, we're giving you the truth of the Bible. We're coming to you the Bible. You know, we haven't written any books and reading these books. Excuse me, we're not reading you books that we wrote and projecting that as the truth. No, we're reading the Bible, which is the word of truth. And you cannot say anything against that. What can you say? All they can say is, oh, well, let's bring this information out. And let's try to disqualify these dudes with that. That's all they can really do. They can't really come straight through the gate and read a Bible passage to actually shut us down. They can't do it. Because all of the scriptures actually support what we're doing. Okay? That's it. That's as far as it goes. At the end of the day, the truth stands. All of this existence, all of the Heavenly Father's creation was created in His knowledge, of course. So why would some nincompoop come out of the midst of nowhere with some way left doctrine to shut this thing down? Come on, man. Are you crazy? Yeah, it's ridiculous. Come on.
But when they say, you know, I go again, the scriptures about agree with your adversary.
Right.
It doesn't mean that you must agree with the wicked doctrine. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Right. So if they want to try to twist it up in some other way, you know,
that's it, man. Yeah. So there's another precept you brothers can get too. What is it? It's in the book of Psalms somewhere where it reads that they seek to cast him down from his excellency. Let's see about that.
Psalm 62. Yeah, Psalm 62 and verse 4.
Yeah, and then also get Psalms 83. Because that's the whole point. The whole point of these nations, man. And especially on Amalek, because Amalek, they're the ones that took our identity. So they know way more about who we are than everybody else does. So their whole purpose is to cast us down. And by the way, speaking about Amalek, vocab alone is an Amalekite. That's why he's going hard against us. You got other jackasses out there that are from that out, and they're trying to do their thing, but it's not working. Go on, brother. You got the Psalms, Drew.
Yeah, this is Psalm 62 and verse 4 says, they only consult to cast him down from his excellency. They delight in lies.
Bro.
They bless with their mouth, but they curse inwardly.
Right, they bless with their mouth and they curse inwardly.
Yeah.
They try to put a curse on Jacob. As it is written in the book of Revelation 12, where it mentions that they accuse of our brethren. That's their whole motive, is to accuse us before the Creator and to discount us so that they can be counted in as the chosen, when in fact you can't trick the Most High.
Yep.
The Most High already put it in their mind, giving them the instructions to fulfill His will on that regard. All right, so you can't. There's just nothing you can do about it. These Amalekites can't do nothing about it. All right, the Most High gave them the blessing to rule or to live with the sword, and as they've done so, they've proven their point on ruling as they are the Edomites. And guess what? They're gonna go down with that. Okay, they're gonna go down as being the Edomites because that's just what it is. Yeah, read that again, about the show. Yeah.
Right, once again, this is Jeremiah 5:14 again. Wherefore thus saith Yahweh God of hosts, because you speak this word, behold, I will make my words in thy mouth fire, and this people wood, and it shall devour them.
Yeah, and it shall devour them. And what we're finding out as well with this word is the fact that we're finding out that even our teachers that have taught us are liars. It tells you that. So we're shutting everything down. Everything's getting shut down because of this word. So any kind of false knowledge that the devil tries to project, it gets devoured by the body of the word, because the word is the truth. The Bible is the truth. So anything that comes across the truth, it gets shut down. It gets revealed right there and there, put to its place. All right, and that's why no matter how many heads come up trying to gainsay what we're saying, it gets shut down because we see right through it. Okay. We've been given the knowledge to beware of the evil man in you. This Bible is the book of every single thing.
That's right.
It's the book of what is it to be omnipotent.
Yes.
So when you're omnipotent with this knowledge, you also see the devil. Because
Yeah.
the devil is spoken up in the Bible. And his works, his wondrous works on the left-hand side. You see it all, baby. All right, you're not missing anything. You don't miss a beat. Yeah, no, you was reading, brother. Yeah, hit me with that again. Psalm 64. I think it was 62 on 4.
Yeah.
And then someone gets Psalms 83.
Psalm 62 and 4 again. They only consult to cast him down from his excellency. They delight in lies. They bless with their mouth.
And that's another king point. They delight in lies, and they have to lie because their lie is what keeps them on top.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned last week, they can't read with the truth. Go on.
Delight in lies. They bless with their mouth, but they curse inwardly.
And that's these devils. The whole point of the matter is to cast Jacob down. And I mean, like, let's just deal with it, man. Like, you know, as well as we came out the room with each other, we was fighting. When we was in the room, we was fighting. When we came out, we was fighting. So the fight is still going on right now. But guess what? Jacob is a good wrestler because he fought with the angel. So if he was able to keep up with the angel, then Esau, we can keep up with this devil Esau. You know? Like, if Jacob can keep up with another, an angel,
Yeah.
a lower G power that's coming from a different realm, then Esau's easy to keep up with.
Yeah.
Once you got this truth, then Esau's easy to do. Go on.
Have a quick look.
You guys
I finished that one. I got another one. Second Thessalonians 2 and 3 says, let not man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition.
Right, because of the word of truth. That's why he's been revealed. And how did we reveal it? Beginning of the elder apostles of the revealed stuff. They taught us, like as it is mentioned, that we would be taught again. So when we were taught again, as we came back to our heritage, part of our heritage is what? Knowing who the devil is, the spiritual and the physical counterpart. So this devil has been revealed to be who? The Edomites that the Bible speaks about. And also his works will be revealed. Because the scriptures already prophesied that he was going to do A, B, and C. So when he does A, B, and C, we already expect it. Going on.
And they talk about color thing and us causing division. You know, one of the things that I noticed what he said, I watched a bit of the debate, that Dr. Michael Brown, he said his people are being attacked mainly by you so-called black people. What the fuck is that, man? Ain't that being racist though? And even though they're set up anyway, and they know that, both of them know that. A lot of them.
But why don't he talk about what's going on in Palestine and Israel? Why don't he talk about that?
Exactly.
In his own land.
In his own land.
Supposedly, right?
Yeah.
Go on, brother.
No, it's true because that recent incident was in they don't have much, they have synagogues. Yeah, in the synagogue. That recent incident, there was attacking. 6 people got wounded and one person died over there in the holy. What's it called? Where that Tel Aviv, the Holy Land, the so-called Holy Land,
Pink City.
So anyway, well, as you said, let me carry on reading. He says, back to 2 Thessalonians 2:4 says, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he is as God, sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God.
Right, and that's what he's been doing. When he conquered Jake, around the 15th century, they took all of the dark paintings out and put themselves in the picture, and then they stole our heritage in the means. But that's not working anymore. Those lies are being shuttered, and pretty much now they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. But by the time they go back to the drawing board, it's already been too late. Now we're moving forward and we're growing thereby in this knowledge. Because really what they don't want to see, which goes back to the point that I want to get back to, is the fact that they don't like the way we're building, because they don't see themselves within this part of the building. What they see is a bunch of people that they don't like claiming themselves to be the chosen. Because the whole ordeal was for us to not be considered the chosen. It's for us to call ourselves black. And the more you call yourselves black, is the more you're going to fulfill their lies, give into their lies, and make them feel better about themselves. But we put that aside. We said, no, we're not black, we're the Israelites. And that kills the Messiah.
Yeah.
Go on, brother.
There's a scripture which says life and death is in the power of the tongue.
Yeah.
And the more you repeat the proverbs and bywords Esau's put upon us, the more you empower them.
The more
so like,
oh
yeah. So if you keep saying, "Oh, I'm a black man," or "I'm West Indian," or "I'm Caribbean," you're actually giving life unto that stigma, that
vibration.
Yeah, that's been put upon you. So you need to stop with that.
Yeah. And the only way you can stop that is by you being ignorant. But we're not ignorant anymore. We know what it is. We know who the hell we are. Like we ain't walking around there calling ourselves black. I'm proud and I'm black. Like what's the song that James Brown? What's the that's that song?
Yeah, that's that song. You just said it.
I just said it, right?
I'm proud and I'm black. Yeah.
That's the flesh, man.
Yeah.
But anyway, and then you have another term, black and beautiful. We're not going by that term. These terms, though, these simple terms, man.
Yeah.
We know who we are. We know that we're the children of God. We're the sons of God. And that's what they don't want to sit and vote.
What's the other one? Nubian.
Oh yeah, I'm Nubian. Yeah. I'm an Asiatic black man. Like that's all. Yes, man. See, when Jake was calling himself all of these different terms, there was no pushback. There was absolutely no pushback at all. But all of a sudden we call ourselves this.
Yeah.
Oh, they got an issue with it. But like I said, I understand. They should have an issue with it because it's a means to an end.
Right. Yeah.
We represent the downfall of their system and the downfall and the ending of their lives and their deception. That's what it's all about. Anyway, I'm not going to do any more talking. I'm going to just let you brothers bring the precepts out, man. Yeah, go on. Yeah, whatever precept is, bring it on out.
I think you called for Psalms.
Yeah, Psalms 83, I think.
Psalms 83. We start from
You can start with verse 1.
1. That's it. This is the book of Psalms, verse 1. Keep not thou silence, O power. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O power. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head.
Right, they that hate thee have lifted up their head. Who are they that have lifted up their head? All of these nations. They all have it in for us because they know if we come back to our roots, the real roots, which is this knowledge and this understanding, then it's all downhill for them. Go on.
They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones.
Huh.
They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation,
Right, cut them off from being a nation. Go on.
that the name of the name of Israel may be no more in
Right.
remembrance.
That's the point, that the name of Israel be no more remembrance. Because if we come back to this name,
Yeah.
then like I said, everything goes downhill from there among these other nations. Because it's their job to stay on top
Right.
under the guise of Amalek. So if we are calling ourselves after this name, then that's going to invoke a particular vibration. And that's going to lead other people to follow what we're saying.
Right.
And that's what's going on right now. You'd be surprised how many people, even that look like Edomites, that are people that are following what we're saying.
You're right. You're right.
You even got other nations that can somewhat agree with what we're saying, because we're invoking the true spirit. All right? And it's doing damage to the system. Just like, for example, if you understand, what was going on in the walls of Jericho, that was a vibrational thing. When all of the men got together and they were shouting against the walls of Jericho and blowing the horn, that was a whole vibrational effect. So when we invoke this truth and we're projecting what we're projecting, it's all spiritual. It's all having an effect on this system.
By the foolishness of preaching.
Yes.
Right.
Beautiful.
You know? So they gotta, they really would like to put a stop to this, but they can't. They can't put a stop to it. The only thing that they're gonna have to do is put us to death. That's the only way. But even that's not gonna stop the truth. That's gonna substantiate the truth even more.
That's when it really starts.
That's when it really gets started. Thank you, brother.
When you think the end is that when it starts.
Right, that's when it starts. Yep. Go on now.
So you can
Yeah,
do
so I always quote this when you say that, yeah. In that movie, in that movie, Jesus of Nazareth, yeah, you had one of the Pharisees, when he died and they put him in the grave, then he goes back to the temple and he goes, now it really begins.
Absolutely.
Because they thought they finished the Lord off. Not really, that's the beginning.
That was the beginning of it all. And you know what, too? That was really the beginning of him being exalted to glory. So when he comes back, what is he going to do? He's going to, display his power and his glory, right along with the saints. You see, so when they really think they're going to cast us down, man, that's when it is brought back up. That's when our glory is going to begin.
X-Men and the Apocalypse movie gives you a little glimpse of, because they got that guy playing the Apocalypse. He comes back from the dead, and he empowers the X-Men. They had power, but limited power, and he empowered the power that they had. He turned up their turned it up. They turned up their spirit with the power that they got. He increased their power, and then that's when it started.
God. Well, that's when they got that from Yahweh Shah. It's what is it? In order for us to be raised back up, it had to take him to die. Took him to die.
Amplified, that's the word. He amplified their powers, what they already had. And when Yahushua come back, Abaratza, we're those men, believe we are those men, he's going to amplify us, whether we die or not. He's going to amplify the power, and we know who to go for, because we're going to have the radars, the ISO, the radar, the spiritual power, to know exactly what needs to be done, how it needs to be done. All the strategy is going to be inbuilt in our DNA. What we're going to do with the enemy, how to do away with the enemy, to take the enemy, shackle them up when they're underneath their bunkers, and find where they are, because they're gonna be in their bunkers, the underground bunkers, they're underwater, up in all their hiding places. We're gonna know exactly what to do. We're gonna be endowed with that power, man. I've got to preach it, so mate. This is 2 Corinthians 13 and 8 says, For we can do nothing against the truth, but for the truth, as what the elder was saying.
63%.
This the red man, right? Back in the day, we used to call the devil. We used to say red. He was right though. You know, that little image with the angel on one side and the red devil on the other. The red devil we were spot on with that, even though it was just with joke, busting joke, and it was all comical. But now, when I was watching, if I was, let's say, because I'm a visual person, let's say I wasn't very good with, let's say I was just, I'm not good with debate, keeping up with debate, and I was just watching body language and hand action, and this man there, I would look at him and I say, this man, he's gone into the spirit of a devil to hide the fact that he's the devil. That's what jumped out at me. You know what I'm saying? Because he actually, he's sitting there, the red lighting and everything. You know, when they do their juju, when they do their witchcraft, they have to have the everything has to be right. Candle light,
everything is in.
Everything has to be.
Yeah.
And now, what he's thinking he's doing, because this is what they are, the delusion, the power of delusion. They think that they can cast a spell with their words. He believes that. When he goes on his little YouTube platform and talk, he's doing it to the people that don't know. People don't know what they're like. He's casting out his spells. So he's put himself in a position to be the red man, the devil, to hide the fact that he's the devil. Now, for those that don't know what I'm going to be under the spell, they're going to drink the juice.
Also, remember, they said it's a simple belief of every word. So they put the cast on them,
Yeah, so they're casting out their soothsaying, their witchcraft by saying out of their mouth. But this is what's happening. I read it. 2 Corinthians 13 and 8 says, For ye can do nothing against the truth, but only for the truth. Now the elect are going to watch that. Like I was saying, I was watching it, and I was saying, this man putting himself in the playing out as the devil to try and cover up the fact that he's the devil. So it's really defeating the object. As you said, the first thing that you said when you mentioned Marcus Brown was that he looked like a red strawberry. So they can't hide themselves now. We just looked at the Second Thessalonians, and this man has to be revealed, and that is and he's causing his own tongue to fall upon himself in doing that.
Killer. Move on. So,
Yeah, Psalms.
Yeah, it's charging. Yeah, this green light.
Psalm 64 and 8. Psalm 64 and 8 says,
The lightning symbol in it.
Start from 6. They search out iniquity, they accomplish a diligent search, both the inward thoughts of every one of them, and the heart is deep. Yeah, I'll give it to him. If you want to get scores for being a good liar, yeah, Jake can supplant too, right? But we can also see when someone's trying to 10 out of 10 for effort, for lying with a straight face, So that's because they search out iniquity. They accomplish a diligent search. They studied all that witchcraft, which is lying. They studied all that, going to that deep. Both the inward thoughts of every one of them and the heart is deep. But God shall shoot at them with an arrow. Suddenly they shall be wounded. Right? So even a little, as he said, someone with a criminal background, an ex-con, as he said, he's saying he's trying to say, use that in his arsenal in debate. You're just an ex-con. And I like the comeback what Sakari said. He said, yeah, but this ex-con ain't gonna be fooled, and we ain't gonna take white and I say so. That don't work with us. I'm white and I say so. And that certificate don't mean nothing to us. And it's true.
and I mean that's all they can really go by. Is I'm white and I'm black. So because you're white, because you're a so-called white man, and whatever you got to say, we're supposed to just shut it down. Listen, man, like this ain't back in the olden days. We're later in the 21st century. Things have changed. As the saying goes, things don't stay the same. Things change. So you would have been one way in the past. You would have been a particular way in the past. Things change, man. We're not that way anymore. We don't just suck up to what you gotta say anymore. As a matter of fact, this is a generation right now where it stands where we have the knowledge and the understanding to stand up against you devils. And we have the knowledge to know that you devils are liars. All right? This is what we know. So if you can, brother, get me on, what is it, Psalms 23.
So I can just read the last one of this one. Yeah, let him find it. I'll just read this one if I may. Yeah?
Go on.
The last one, Psalm 64. It says, so they shall make their own tongue to fall upon themselves. All that see them shall flee away.
And that's another key point, because even these devils, they'll even tell on themselves about a particular thing or two, right? And we add that to what is it? Our treasury of the information that we have, which is true information. So we even got them devils on that regard. Yeah, so I want you to get Psalm 23. The scripture that Jake like to quote. 23rd Psalm. Yeah, Psalms 23.
Yeah, it's quite short anyway. So we read it.
Yeah.
Psalms 23, yeah.
Mhm.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake.
Yeah.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the
Shut up them. If I had a different wife, I could help him out. You have to bring my wives. You can't read it no more.
Let me try again, yeah? Verse 3. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me to the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me.
Which is the truth. The rod and thy staff represents this knowledge.
Thou preparest a table before me
Which represents the knowledge again.
in the presence of thine
In the
enemies.
presence of mine enemies. So doesn't it say in the Apocrypha where whosoever teacheth his son grieveth the enemy, right? So what are we? We're the spiritual sons of the apostles, our elders, our teachers. They taught us this knowledge and this understanding, and they agreed with the fact that what we know. And what we also know is the fact that they're not even counted in the Bible. That's another thing. We've discounted them because we've read scripture after scripture to basically prove that what the Christians have been telling all these lies about how they can get the salvation has been a bunch of nonsense. So now they got answer in past. Now they're feeling some kind of way about what we're telling them. And now in the back of their mind, they got to figure, well, what if these guys are telling the truth in the back of their head? Well, we are telling the truth. Whether you want to accept it, believe it or not, whether you want to use cognitive dissonance, it is the truth. So in the presence of our enemies, there's been a table prepared among us. This truth has been prepared among us. And we've added up, and now we understand all together what is and what is not. And they can't do a goddamn thing about it. Go on, brother. The Lord just said they can't do a goddamn thing. Go on, man.
I just start to boot up now.
Yeah, that's all.
So it takes a couple seconds. Yeah.
I tell you what, bro. It's the way it works. You gotta just leave the phone alone.
Yeah, for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, so you can boot it up.
Yeah.
Where he was reading.
Yeah, Psalms 20.
Yeah. Okay. Three. I think the second to last one. Second to last.
I start. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He
Lead
leadeth
it a little bit louder.
He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of deep
And the
of
valley,
death.
and the valley of the shadow of death is all of these different countries that we've been scattered abroad into. Predominantly America, because America is more realistic as well.
That's beautiful. Yes. That's beautiful.
As you have it, what is it? The valley is basically a low
Yeah,
land.
low.
Well,
I will fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff.
right, because the Lord is with us even unto the ends of the world. It tells you that in Acts 1, right? That even in the what is it, the Hindu of the world, I'm there with you. But it's always when they do the work. Go on.
Thy comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over.
Right.
Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
Right. So the anointing part, as what he put it, represents this knowledge once again. Because this is why it reads in the New Testament, where it reads that you've been blessed to be given an unction to no organs. The word unction goes back to the word anointing. So that's what's been prepared for us in the presence of our enemies. So now that we're telling our enemies what it is through this knowledge, now they get offended. They want to cast this thing down. Just like, for example, if you can, someone get the book of Ezra. The book of Ezra, 4, verse 1, and read all the way down to maybe verse 4, which is the point. Because you had these nations that saw us building the temple, and the elders of that place told them, look, you can't build with us. What do you have to do to build with us? So they went to go telling, to the Persian king at the time, and bringing them letters to frustrate our building. So that's the spirit that these individuals are coming. They're coming in that spirit of trying to frustrate the building of the temple, because they're not a part of the building of the temple. Go on, brother.
So I'll finish that. I've got another one though, yeah. John chapter 8 and 32 says, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Yeah, we're free. We're free from all of this. But y'all want you to get Ezra.
I got it. Ezra 4, verse 1.
Yeah, 4, verse 1.
And it
all
reads,
the way down to verse 4.
Okay, then, Elder. Ezra 4, verse 1. Now, when the adversaries of Judah and Benjamin heard that the children of the captivity builded the temple unto the Lord our power of Israel, then they came to Zerubbabel, and to the chief on fathers, and said unto them, let us build with you, for we seek your power.
Right, let us build with you, for we seek your power. All right? What are you guys talking about? The Bible includes us too. That's what the teachings are. This is what is taught globally. All right, what do you mean that the Lord only died for your nation? What are you talking about? So then, you have these guys that will set up platforms and, trying to promote that narrative because it's a popular narrative, but just because something's popular don't make it right.
Okay.
Go on, bro.
And it says, for we seek your power as ye do.
Right.
And we do sacrifice unto him since the days of Eshu-Adam.
Xerxes, you can say.
Okay. Keep of Assur, which brought us up hither. But Zerubbabel and Jeshua and the rest of the chief and the fathers of Israel said unto them, ye have nothing to do with us.
Right. That's what the chiefs of the place said. You have nothing to do with us. So we're saying the same thing to these guys. You other nations are not. That's why we brought out Ecclesiastes 1 and 15. He that is not wanted cannot be counted. Roughly paraphrasing it. So you other nations, including you Amalekites, that's trying to be counted, you're not wanted. You're not to be counted. All right? You have nothing to do with this building. And this is what they hate. They can't stand that shit. Because we're supposed to be, unconsidered, uncounted in their eyes. But we've actually flipped the script on them. We said, look, you ain't considered in our eyes. And it's not that we're saying it because we don't like them per se, it's because the scriptures says so. Go on, brother.
Right. Where I left off here. This is somewhere.
Yeah,
Okay.
verse
Verse 3 again, yeah? But Zerubbabel and yet Jeshua and the rest of the chief of the fathers of Israel said unto them, Ye have nothing to do with us to build an house unto our power,
Right.
but we ourselves together will build unto
Right.
the Lord.
But we ourselves will build together of the Lord. So that's what we come in the spirit of. We're building together. And that's another thing that these nations don't like. They don't like when Jay come together and
Right,
build.
that's right.
That's what they hate,
That's
because
it.
they know, because they're already jealous of as it is
Right,
of
right.
us. So when we
Right.
come together and consolidate, right, then it's like, oh man, I would want to be a part of this. It's, you know, in two parts of their brain, one wants to hate us,
Yes.
but then there's another part of us that wish that they would want to be us. So when we get together and we're building this beautiful temple, which we represent the third temple, by the way, right? It looks beautiful in their eyes, and they want to part.
Yep.
They want to be able to actually experience what we're part of, but they cannot. No matter how much they go into whatever they're going into, right? Information, or how much they try to want to get involved in this, they can't get involved in this. All right? And it's not of us, it's of the Lord. So get mad at the Lord, don't get mad at us. We're just telling you, thus save the Lord. You know, I'm going, bro.
Right. But we ourselves together will build unto the Lord of Israel,
Right?
as King Cyrus, the king of Persia, have commanded us.
There you go. And you know what, too? The reason why we're building amongst each other, because the Lord is only concerned with his people.
Yep.
We're the ones that's under the covenant. That's why we came back together and claimed all of this. All right? We didn't claim all of this because of our own will. See, a lot of these dudes are carnal, and these devils are carnal anyway. They think that what we're doing is basically the will of man. This ain't by the will of man. It looked like it, but it's not. It's of the will of the Lord. So the Lord is using us so that we can build together, because what the Lord is doing is restoring the judges as in the days of old.
Yes.
And we're going to become those judges and those kings and those high priests, you name it, to govern the world. That's why we're doing this in the first place. And all of you devils that are outside, all right, without the temple, you basically going to be our slaves. You're going to be building our kingdom up. That's why the Lord set the structure the way he set it up. All right? We lie to y'all saying that y'all are part of this, okay? And allow those lies to fester on, but now the both sides put a stop to those lies, and now the truth is springing up. Because guess what? Yahushua, the one of the truth that represents the truth, is coming to save those that are in league with the truth.
Yes, yes.
That he's established. And that's through the Holy Bible. That's all I have to say on that. Okay? Just like how Yahushua, man, when he stood, when he was teaching, he stood with authority. We're standing with authority now, because we know what we have is the complete truth. Okay? And can't nobody else do anything about it. Yeah, so that's all we gotta read on that. And there's another precept I want you brothers to read. Let me see. What else prophecies you got? I mean, precepts you got.
This is Isaiah 49 and 23 says, and kings shall be, 22. Thus saith the Lord God, behold, I will lift up mine hand to the Gentiles and set up my standard to the people, and they shall bring thy sons and their arms in their arms, and thy daughters shall be carried away, carried upon their shoulders, and king shall be thy nursery father.
You can read Revelations 21, where it speaks about the New Jerusalem.
Queens shall be thy nursing mother, they shall bow down to thee with thy faces toward the earth.
Yeah, I don't really want that, but I want you to get the actually, matter of fact, I'm wrong. Get me Amos 9 in verse I think it's verse 10. Amos 9 and 10. Where Amos said what is it, in 3 days shall the temple be built. So, I think think it's Amos 9 and 11. 9 and 11, it's maybe 9 and 10 or 9 and 11.
Yeah. Amos chapters 9 and 11 says, in that day
There you go.
will I rise up the tabernacle of David.
That's the one right there. There you go.
That is fallen and close up the breaches thereof.
And this is what time we're in. We're in the time of what? The revival of the temple, the revival of the tabernacle of David. That's this whole thing. That's why we're here. This is why we come together. What is it? Bone, as it mentions in Ezekiel 37, bone to his bone, meaning tribe to his tribe. So we're all congregating together on the one truth, on the one doctrine, and we all see eye to eye on that regard. Because this is basically the revival of the tabernacle of David plus the third temple. So because we're building upon ourselves, which is the third temple, which we symbolize that, they have a problem with it. Because what it shows them is that they're the outcasts. They're outside in the eyes of God. As we just read in the book of Isaiah 40, verse 15, where that says that that the Lord count the nations less than nothing and vanity. As a matter of fact, let's get back to that, brother. I'll tell you, well, hold on with that, and let's get back to Isaiah 40 and 15, the verse 16. So I don't think we read all of that. To the best of your ability, brother.
Isaiah 40.
Yeah, Isaiah 40, verse 15. Read all the way down to 17.
Right, it's the book of Isaiah 40, verse 17. Wait, is it 17? So like,
Start at verse 15.
Psalm 50, that's a
All the way down to 17.
Behold, the nations are as a drop of the bucket, and are counted as small dust of the balance. Behold, he taketh up isles as a very little thing, and Lebanon is not sufficient to burn.
Yes, no matter how much you sacrifice within Lebanon, because Lebanon is known for having good trees, nice looking trees. So no matter how many things you sacrifice, the trees you sacrifice in Lebanon, it's not going to what? Have the Lord favor the nations in his eyes. It's not going to work because the Lord, it says it right there, that they're counted less than nothing. Okay. So when we come in and tell you the truth about what we represent, what we're doing is we're building together and we're showing you that you are what? Less than nothing. Thus saith the scriptures. That's what we're showing. And they have a problem with that. Deep down in their hearts to heart, they have an issue with it, and they're exposing that they have a problem with that. Because they want to feel empowered. Yes. They want to feel supreme. But we're telling you, look, you're nothing. According to the Bible, we're going into the history of what was shown, right? That we were the ones that the Heavenly Father favored, and many other things that we've established. And what we're finding out is that these devils really lied and said that they were us. They've used our history and put themselves in our history. Yeah. So what we find out is the fact that they didn't do it, got that. They didn't do anything. Okay? Esau has no history. That's what we're finding out. Going, brother. Or what we found out. Correct myself. Going on.
Again, Isaiah 40 and 16. And Lebanon is not sufficient to burn, nor the beast thereof sufficient from a burnt offering.
Yes, you can't get an offering to bring favor, to bring favor among these nations towards the Lord. It ain't gonna happen. So these nations are sanctioned for one thing and one thing only. It's for them to be our servants, handmaids, according to the book of Isaiah 60 and verse 14 and beyond. That's as far as it goes. Now let's get back to Amos 9 and verse 11, because this is what it's really all about.
Back to Amos 9 and 11. In that day will I rise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen and close up the breaches thereof.
And remember, didn't it mention in Thessalonians, it says that there will be a falling away first. Yes. So the thing that which fell, the Lord is what? Resurrected. Go on.
Breaches thereof. And I will rise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old.
And I will build it as in the days of old. So it was once ruined, now we're being healed. Remember, as it mentions in Deuteronomy, 32, if I'm correct, and 39, right? It mentions that the Lord, he wounds and he heals. So it was him that brought the wounds upon us, and now it's him that's bringing the healing upon us, bringing back that house of David, or the temple, the third temple. Okay, as Yahweh Shai said, he said, look, which the Pharisees and the Sadducees, they lied on him and said that this is what he said that he was going to go to the temple, but it was parabolic. He was basically saying that the temple, I would destroy the temple but then bring it back. I'm roughly paraphrasing what he said, but it was symbolic of the Israelites that would be destroyed and come back again. So this is our comeback. This is the resurrection. And that's why Yahweh Shai plays a very important part in his ministry, because really his death and his resurrection represented the whole house of Israel being put to death and resurrected. Go on.
Verse 17 and the last one. All nations before him are as nothing, and they are counted to him less than nothing.
They're not a part of the promise. They're not a part
vanity.
And vanity. They're not a part of it. There you go. So now let's go back to this.
Ruins, and I will rebuild it as in the days of old. 11, Amos chapter 9, 11, now 12. That they may possess the remnant of Edom,
Right.
and of all the heathen which are called by my name, saith the Lord that doeth this.
So that's going to be the next thing. We're going to possess the nations. Now it mentions we're going to possess the remnant of them. And what does that mean? Meaning we're going to possess their land. We're going to take their land, which they the Psalmist had mentioned, which is the tribe of Judah. The tribe of Judah is going to expand their landmass by taking the landmass of the Edomites, which is Petra. So that's going to be our land. And that's what it means that the remnant of Esau will be possessed by Judah. Because we're going to possess all of them, from the least to the greatest of all of them, we're going to possess.
That means that big fat wallet you got in your back pocket as well. But you ain't gonna own it anymore. And the real collateral, the real money is gonna be gold and silver anyway. That's the real money. It's gonna go back to that. It's gonna go back to that. Right? So you're gonna have to let that fucking go. It's hard for them to let that go. I'm gonna love that they're gonna have to let that go. You know, that's when you get them where it hurts. They even say out their own mouth. When you get a man where in his pocket, that's where it really hurts them. You know?
And they love their money too. Love their money. When you take that from them, oh shit.
They be crying, bawling eye water.
Genesis 12 verse 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great.
Right, and this is where we're going. The Lord has said he's going to make us a great nation, and I will make thy name what? Great.
Great. And thou shalt be a blessing.
And thou shalt be a blessing, Lord.
And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee.
Yes, so all of the nations, they're going to be put to a curse because they put a curse upon us. That's what's going to be happening in the kingdom. So in the kingdom, they're going to be under the, oh yeah, if you can, give me Deuteronomy 30 verse 7. All of the curses which fell upon you shall fall upon your enemies. Because remember, they put us to a curse. So if that's the case, who's going to get the brunt of the curse? Amalek's going to get the brunt of the curse because they're the main ones that took our identity and accusing us before our maker. So the most cursed people on the planet is going to be the so-called white man. All right, they're going to be the most cursed people in our kingdom.
Yeah. And
Check that out, man.
And it says there, and in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed.
Right.
Not all families.
Exactly.
Definitely the Amalekites. No way.
So that's how it's going to go down.
Right.
All of them nations, they're going to be blessed through us because we're going to be them guys to give them the blessing. That's why they're going to go before us, bowing down, and they're going to be doing it to what? To get a blessing. So they're going to be compromising onto us.
Yes.
Just like right now, people, these other nations, they compromise onto Esau to what? To get his blessing.
Yes.
To get his reward. It ain't going to be like that anymore. They're going to be what? Compromise. They're going to be compromising themselves for us because they're going to want us to bless them.
Right.
Okay, and that's why they're going to give their daughters unto. It tells you that in Isaiah 60. All right, that we're going to get their daughters and stuff like that.
Fine ones at that.
The fine ones. Everything that's foreign, we're going to get it because they're going to want the blessings. And we're going to boast in the glory. We're going to be glorified. That's the estate. That's the last estate of the Israelites. So it doesn't matter who says what and whatever. You know what I mean? Like it don't matter. Like Balaam said it Balaam make the statement, and it was official that look, I don't need. Listen, why would I put a curse on the people that I don't need? It doesn't matter if I put a curse on them. Like they're gonna be blessed.
You can't curse them. Yeah. Well, there's a song that says, "Who God bless, no man can curse."
Right.
That's what Balaam was actually. He knew that.
Right.
You know, you can't bless a man that has already. You can't curse a man that has
It's already been blessed.
already been blessed. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like my man Don Carlos said, did the joint of I listen to that old school radio too.
So this is Deuteronomy 30. It says it in 7. And the Lord thy God will put all these curses upon thine enemies and upon them that hate thee, which persecute thee.
And I will put all of the curse upon those and them that hate. So let's read that again.
Right. Genesis 12 verse 3. And I will bless them that bless thee, and I will curse him that curseth thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed.
Right. All of the nations are going to be blessed through us. But Amalek is going to be the only nation that will not receive no blessing because of all of the works he did on this side. Taking our identity, destroying the earth, everything which is against nature, he did that. So he's going to have to receive the recompense of his effort. Okay, but ultimately he put a curse on us. That's the ultimate thing right there. You know, a more severe curse than everybody else did. So he's going to suffer the most. These Amalekites, they're going to be the ones that suffer the most. We're going to beat their freaking asses, man. That's why Quasi Brown, whatever his name is, he's panicking, man. He shook himself. He's hurting himself. But more than anything, he's panicking. He shook himself. Because I believe he was told to talk about the Israelites. Why don't you go and help? Why don't you go help Vocab Malone with it? He was like he's struggling. Be his sidekick from it. Go on.
What did you just read?
Genesis chapter
12.
Yes.
All right. I'll back you up. I'll read it in 18.
Nice, brother. Nice,
This is
nice.
Genesis chapter 12, 18, and then jump down to 18 and 18. It says, seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him.
In Abraham, right.
For I know him that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of the Lord to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he have spoken on
The
him.
root of Abraham would be blessed. It was going to be the sons of Jacob. Because when you read when you read the story of Abraham, he had 8 sons. He had Ishmael, then he also had Isaac, which really, I was wrong. It was going to be in Isaac that he was going to receive the covenant. And then he had the other 6 sons, which they didn't get the blessing. So it was one out of all of the 7 that was going to receive the blessing, and that was Isaac. So that's where the blessing was going to be established from. Now it does say that Ishmael would receive the blessing or a blessing, but it wasn't going to be the blessing that Isaac received. All right, so that's what it's talking about. How in Abraham's seed, the blessing would come. Boom.
So over there, is it in Ishmael has been blessed with wealth.
Yeah.
They have the blessed with the oil, the oil, the land, the wealthy. They got all the buildings.
Yes, they
two
do.
buildings too. So they have the a blessing, but not a seed. It's not a seed blessing through the line that the Yahushua gonna come.
There you go. That's it.
So so I read it again, 18 and 18, Genesis 18 and 18. Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him.
Yeah, so that's Isaac's seed, which Isaac got the covenant, and then he gave the covenant to Jacob, and all the way down to the 12 sons, and their descendants, which is what we're born. So that's really who the Lord is dealing with. The Lord is not concerned with any other nation. When you talk about the gospel, the New Testament, the Old Testament is all about us. It's all about the Israelites. It was never about y'all. It was about y'all because y'all are ruling. But it doesn't matter if you're ruling or not. It was always about us. No matter how much the Lord despised our workings, he always looked at us in favor. And as well as not only in favor, but also so that he can fulfill his promise. Because the Most High is the power of his word. So he's not going to let go of his word because we've sinned so many times. The Lord understands why we sin so many times. He made us, let's just keep it real, he made us to go off. Okay? This is his story. So he knows what he's doing. And there's a point that's being made right now while we've been going on for all of this time. All right? So once that point is being made, then what? We're going to be collected, gathered together, and we're going to be, restored, and we're going to be changed to keep his laws and his commandments. And then the story is going to be told properly. Because we don't understand the story, because we're in the story right now. We don't understand. But we're going to understand it when we're outside of the story. Okay, while all of this went down from the beginning to the very end.
Mm.
See?
So going back to our beloved elder, our teacher, apostle, Tahar, he said, it's a blessing to be a Hebrew Israelite.
Damn sure.
You know what I mean?
Because we got the jackpot, baby.
Oh, I tell you.
And they mad that we got the jackpot. We got the jackpot. You know? That's really what this is.
Yeah.
All this time we've been told,
yes.
Oh, you ain't shit, you're not gonna amount to
nothing. You amount to nothing.
Right? You're black.
Yeah.
That's what we've been told. But what we found out is that, wait a minute, we have an inheritance. We have an abundant inheritance.
Yeah.
So it's like the young brother was going into, man. That's why we gotta just be okay with catching this hell. Because really, we should be going through more hell. All right? We should really be going through more hell because this hell that we're going through is, as Paul likened it, as light affliction. This is light work, what we're going through. We see it as a big deal, but it's light. It's nothing.
And look where we're coming from, because look back in the day, we couldn't walk on the same side as them people. We couldn't drink out of the same faucet. Yeah, we couldn't do on the same bus. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things we couldn't do in those days. Look how far we have come.
Yeah.
That's a miracle of the Lord, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's actually a divine intervention, isn't it?
Right. So,
you know?
It's really with the Lord that he likened it out. He was going to the heart of slavery.
Yes.
He was under segregation and all of that.
Oh, man.
So the Lord kind of like let that go for this time. So that the time of the prophets can take a stand. You know? Which the word prophet means to say before. So we've been put on the streets today to proclaim the coming of the day of the Lord in many ways that we do it. Yeah, so be what you got.
Yeah, I got this precept in Genesis, going back to Genesis, going forward in Genesis. Genesis chapter 7, to back up the point, I'll just read the context. It says, and it came to pass that when Isaac was old and his eyes were dim so that he could not see, he called Esau, his oldest son, and said unto him, my son. And he said unto him, behold, here I am. Jump down. 25. And he said, bring it near to me, and I will eat. That I may eat, my son, venison, that my soul may bless thee. And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. 25 now. And he did eat, and he brought him wine, and he drank. Venison is a meat you can eat up to this very day. It's just like a deer, it's like a form of a deer, venison. And if you eat venison, it's law. What's the word? It's lawful. It's lawful to eat. Yeah. And his father Isaac said unto him, come near now, and he come near now, and kiss me, my son. And he came near and kissed him, and he smelleth the smell of his remnant, and blessed him, and said, see, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which the Lord had blessed. Therefore God gave thee of the dew of the heavens, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of corn and wine. And let the people serve thee, nations bow down to thee, be ruled over thy brethren, and let thy mother's son bow down to thee. Cursed be everyone that curseth thee, and blessed be he that blesseth thee.
And as well as that has to be fulfilled. Just like you just read in what is it, Genesis 12.
Yeah.
About how whosoever curseth thee shall be accursed. Right? You shall bless thee shall be a blessed. So really all of that is really going to take place. The blessings that Jacob's going to have and us blessing the other nations, that's going to take place when we come back into the land of Israel. So if you see what's going on over there with those Amalekites over there, because they lied and they said that 1948 that was the reestablishment of Israel, when in fact that can't be the case, because let's just go and get it. Isaiah 2, if you don't mind, brother.
Yes, I do.
Because Isaiah chapter 2 says something else. It tells you that when the Israelites get back to the land, then the nations will not learn war anymore. And as well as it reads in Isaiah 60 that no violence will be heard near thy dwellings. So what do we have today? What's going on over there?
That fatness was given to Esau for the time being. They have the fatness of the earth right now. On this side in the kingdom, they've been given that was their blessing.
Yeah, I understood where she was coming from. I got that. But I just wanted to get back to Jacob. That's why I didn't really go into it. I understood what was going on.
This is Isaiah 2, verse 2. And it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established in the top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills.
Right, and it shall be exalted above the hills. The hills representing all of the rest of the nations, their power. Go on.
And all nations shall flow unto it. And many people shall go and say, Come ye, and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord.
Because they're gonna want that blessing. Like how do we get some kind of knowledge from these people so that we can be enriched, so that we can be more blessed? Go on.
And let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, the house of our power of Jacob, and he will teach us his ways, and we will walk in his paths.
And so this is a vision that Isaiah is given. Isaiah is given a vision that he witnessed of the other nations.
Yes.
Saying that let's go up to the house of God. So are they doing that right now? Are the nations doing that right now? Are they saying among those 1948ers, let's go up to the house of God and let's learn of their ways?
Yeah.
Do we see that happening, brothers? We don't see that happening. So evidently they cannot once again be the people. Go on.
And we will walk in his paths, for out of Zion shall go forth the law.
Are they proceeding with the law? No, they not. They actually own the media, 100% of the media, right? And as well as what they also own, they own the porn industry too.
Yes.
So they're telling you. So instead of you following the law that they're actually upholding, right? They got you doing the quite contrary. And then over there in that land, the major city, which is Tel Aviv, is known as Pink City.
Half.
So if they're upholding the law,
65.
the scriptures, all of the people really should be put to death. As a matter of fact, that shouldn't even exist. Go on.
Right. And the word of the Lord of Jerusalem, and he shall judge among the nations, and shall rebuke many people, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up a sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore.
Neither shall they learn war.
Hey!
So the war is not going to be heard when we go back to the land. So again, if they're saying that they're the people, then how come we're hearing wars and rumors of wars? How come there's different issues going on within Israel and Palestine? Right?
Right.
So they're lying. Somebody's lying, and someone's telling the truth, and it's us telling the truth. So it's when we happen to go back to that land, when we go back home, there's going to be peace. Then Jerusalem is going to be what? Or should I say the landmass, which is called Jerusalem, is going to actually be it's going to actually be the city of peace. That's what it's called. Right now, it's the city of trauma.
Right.
Okay, because you got all of that trauma going on over there. As a matter of fact, let me see, man. Someone get what is it? Zephaniah. I think it's Zephaniah 12. Zephaniah 12 and verse 1. Zephaniah 12 and verse 1. This is what's really going on right now.
You don't have a 12.
But you don't have, no, I'm referring to Zechariah.
Oh,
Zechariah 12.
Zechariah.
Yeah, anybody else can
12.
get it. Yeah, Zechariah 12.
Zechariah 12:1, it says, the burden of the word of the Lord for Israel, saith the Lord, who stretcheth forth the heavens and layeth the foundation of the earth and formeth the spirit of man within him. Behold, I will make Jerusalem a cup of trembling unto the people
There you go.
round about,
Mhm.
when they shall be in a siege both against Judah and against Jerusalem.
Yeah, so the Lord has made that place a a cup of trembling. Now, when you go and read that prophecy, originally it's actually referring to 70 AD because he would be sieging that city. But I read that scripture to just bring the point that it's a cup of likened unto a cup of trembling. All right, the nations are not dwelling in ease there, so to speak. You know, there's a lot of not civil wars, but the so-called Palestinians going up against the Israelis. It's just a whole lot of commotion.
Infighting.
Right, you have a lot of infightings and criminal activity going on. There's a whole lot of melee going on over there, and it's been happening ever since they got there too. You know, so that's that. So that land is likened unto the cup of trembling.
It's a cursed land.
It's a cursed land. Yeah, you're going, brother. Do something on that.
Verse 3, and in that day I will make Jerusalem a burdensome stone
Yes.
for all people.
Right, a burdensome stone for all people. So now this is applying to all of those people that are there. Because you got different variations of them jokers is there. You got certain Arabs that are there that are claiming the Judaic religion. All right, and you have those Edomites that believe in that nonsense too. And you got those so-called Palestinians. So it's become what? That cup of trembling to people over there. Going.
It says,
A burdensome to all people's life.
all that burden themselves with it shall be cut in pieces,
Right.
though all the people of the earth be gathered together against it.
Right. And you know what's going to be gathered to get together against it is the Russians. Ezekiel 38 tells you that land is going to be pretty much obliterated. Not obliterated, but it's going to be destroyed. It's going to be severely destroyed to the point where we're going to have to come back and build that land back up again with all of the people in it. Go on, brother.
Verse 4, in that day, saith the Lord, I will smite every horse with astonishment, and his rider with madness, and I will cut open mine eyes upon the house of Judah, and will smite every horse of the people with blindness.
So that's going into something else. But the point is that that place in Israel is like a burdensome stone unto those people. So that's what's really going on. The peace part, that's not what's going on.
No way.
The peace part is going to happen when we go back to that land. All right. Yeah. So that's pretty much it on that, man. And that's something that Vocab alone and Wallace Brown, Dr. Browning called, right? That's what they should be talking about. If anything, like one of you brothers mentioned that he said something to the effect of that so-called black people are after them. No, Palestinians are coming after you because of what you're doing over there. To them. That's what they should be discussing.
Yeah, they're talking about
Yeah, it was you that spoke about that.
yeah, they're talking about when they get attacked. It's a lot of the black people that are attacked over here in America, primarily black people. But we know it's a lot of these false flags, and when they get the false flag, mainly Barker Maloney jumps on that and says, "See, look what you black Hebrew Israelites are doing."
Yeah.
But we know about Christianity. We put that to him, and he doesn't say nothing about that. You know, just about that.
No, it's true. It's true. They use psychological operations as the Israelites to come up with a storyline, and then you also have this thing called the commissionary program, which that program is dead set against the Israelites.
I've got someone to discuss with this.
Go on.
This is on RT, right? And it's going into the US hate crimes ordered by the FBI.
Oh,
Right?
beautiful. Good.
And it says the data shows that this is 2024. The data shows that black people were the largest group to have been targeted for bias and prejudice. 2,233 instances noted in the report.
See, this is what Esau's doing. What Esau's doing is he's building a case, and he's going to a lot of these jigs are property agents that's out here doing all kind of nonsense and stuff like that to build a case so that we can become what? And this is what we've been saying, beginning with the elder apostles to be exact, right? They've been saying it, as well as the elders, you know, that came under them have been saying this, that they're going to be building on a case to make us to be as the face of terrorism.
Yes, yes.
Once upon a time, it was those Arabs, all right, those Muslims, and then it's going to be us, because they need to find some form of reasoning to take this Israelite thing down and to get rid of Israel as a whole, because they know that we represent another world to come. All right, we represent the Most High. So Esau's agenda is to get rid of everything that represents the Most High, and most importantly, the people. So I want you to read that again. That's a beautiful point, right?
Yeah, so this is the FBI database, and it says that the data shows that black people were the largest group to have been targeted, biased, or prejudiced, with 2,233 instances.
That's bullshit, man. 2,000. I mean, come on, that's a small group. That's a small number of people. Like, how many so-called black people are in America, right? As they got the census, they say it's what, maybe 13 to 20 million people. So if you got 2,000 cases, that's like a beastly dot. Yeah. So this is the thing. They're putting these narratives out there saying that, you know, these little stories over here, black people, you know, pretty much they set a high chance of performing, you know, acts.
No, so that's
Saying that we've been
targeted.
Yeah, we're the main.
But your point still remains.
Yeah.
That's a very small sort of number. Okay. You guys can count into that. The a lot of things.
Yeah.
But a lot of hate crimes are really directed more at us.
Yeah, because they try to, like the elder was basically saying, they're trying to use us as the catalyst for the hate, and that's why, you know, they do that. Biden done the anti-Asian hate, right? He hasn't done that for us.
That's beautiful that you said that. That's beautiful.
Oh, so I would say that.
Yeah, yes. You know, but I understand what you're saying.
No,
yeah,
I was.
So, but this is saying
I was going on.
Yeah, but this was saying that we've been. You know, the fact of the matter is that we
are the main targets.
You know, that's Psalm 83.
Yeah. Right.
All them Asians that look at what's that? The LA riots, right? Rodney King. And at the same time, that young girl got shot in the face by the Asian woman.
Amadou Diallo, 45 shot, around 44 times by the police officer. That's when I first heard about Hebrew Israelites with the Amadou, because Louis Theroux went over to America and he done that thing with. Now I know his name is Yeshaya, Priest Yeshaya. He got together with the New York, which we now know him as Priest Yeshaya. But he was the first person I saw as a so-called black Hebrew Israelite. You know? But I heard about Amadou Diallo through the black hate that we were the victims of. We're the main victims of black hate. And you can even go back to even over here in England, where we used to run from the National Front. That's more home with us, close to home.
See what, bro?
You know?
Since I went off on that, this is time for you to talk.
Yeah, can't.
Well, I don't know.
There's a good actually, that article is very good because maybe you said it on the chat or something.
We can get into the hate against us.
It's funny because he was bringing it up.
Let's put it Psalm 8.
You just said that's to say. Yeah. Test questions. I like that. Especially
If you can get some scriptures, man. Anything that's perpetuated hate against us as a people. Yeah, man, this world is totally against us, and now people are still trying to integrate into this place. Right? And the scriptures say, "Look, come out of her, come out of her, because it's not our rest, man. This place isn't made for us. You know, even when you look at the simplest things, like going into the supermarket, for instance, and trying to get something to eat.
Yeah.
Now, you might go to the aisle to get some food. Maybe you want to get a quick meal.
Yeah.
And you look at the ingredients on the front, and then you get that. That's happened to me a lot of times. And you get that meal home, you turn it over, and pork is secretly integrated into that.
Oh,
And that's by design, man.
yes.
That's why you go to the sandwich cabinet, everything's got bacon or ham in it, some kind of abominable food. Because this place is against us, the rulers of this place.
And they decide that they're hiding with numbers.
Yeah,
You know, E numbers, this and that numbers, that.
Yeah,
You've got all this
yeah,
pork
yeah.
and everything. You know?
Yeah, because you're right. Because there's this guy saying he's a scientist, and he goes into the fact that they can target us specifically with the particular foods that they're putting out, the chemicals. So yeah.
83 1.
Yeah, so I'm taking you.
This is the book of Psalms 83, verse 1. Keep not thou silence, O Yahweh, hold not thy peace, and be not still, O power. For lo, thine enemies maketh a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head.
Yeah, man, a tumult. So that they're in an uproar, man. You know, they're coming together in an uproar against us. You know, for example, this look what happened. What was that place where them other Israelites gathered? Remember that one? And they got in trouble for dealing with that young Edomite boy. Remember that? It was like the HOI guys. Remember that? Some I think it was Washington, right? And the whole world was going off on the black people Israelites when they were sending this big news. Yes. And then you've got that other attack that was done, and they tried to blame two Jakes, saying that they were Israelites. So you know that. Like the elder was going into, and they're trying to build a case against.
Yes, they are.
Yes. You know, they're trying to build a case against.
Yeah. And it says in verse 3, they have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation.
Let us cut them off from being a nation. So what have they done? So they've hidden our history from us, man. Look what happened to us in the transatlantic slave trade, right? So they took up, they stole us. They stole us, man. Yes. There's a scripture in there. That's you know that? Yeah, so they stole us, and they brought us over here, and they stripped us of our identity.
Right.
You know, literally beat it out of us. You know, stripped away our heritage, and that's according to the scriptures, by the way. That's according to the Lord's will. That is the curses. All right, let's get that straight. You know, Esau's not in full control like you think he is, or like some of you might think he is. But the Lord is giving him that power. Right. That's why it says that in Job 9:24. But yeah, they took us over here, took away our identity, took away all our heritage, our language. You know, the way we used to worship the Lord. Even when we was brought over to the other countries, man, we still knew the name of the Lord. Yes. All right, so they beat that out of us. Man.
And it says, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in the remembrance, as you said.
Because look at the so you got the United Nations, right? And you got a fake Israel. I'm just gonna say that straight up. You got a fake one.
Yes.
You know, they go by the name of call themselves, Jews. I'm just gonna say that straight up. And we've been cut off as a nation because we don't hold any position in any of these places. We don't hold anything in it. There's nowhere for us to go. Whereas the diaspora, we're dispersed among the nations, hidden. That's why it calls us we're hidden.
Verse 5, for they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. The tabernacles of Edom and of the Ishmaelites.
Yeah, so that's them so-called white people. And the Ishmaelites.
Yes.
Those so-called Arabs, man. The word for that, my mind was them so-called Arabs, man. So these nations come together as one, right? Secret to destroy us. Who else is on this list?
Moab.
Yeah, man. Them so-called Chinese, man. They hate us. They hate you, really, really, truly. If you was to rock up to let's say you were seeing one of their daughters, man, used to rock up to their house. They're not having it.
No way, no way.
They're not having it.
No.
And it's and the hate that they have is not just what's been put out there in the media. It's spiritual. That's why it's this is all through in their spirit to be that.
And the Hagarenes, Gebal and Ammon and Amalek.
Man, that's the top ones, man.
Yeah,
No, that's them. What we call the JOOs.
yes.
They're running this one, and they're the ones that they got all the secrets. They got what you call the esoteric secrets, man, that hidden knowledge.
Yes.
They know all about us, just like we know all about them. You know.
Yes.
No, leave it.
This one, Joel. I'll start from Joel chapter 3 and 1 says, Behold, in those days and in that time when I shall bring again the captivity of Judah and Jerusalem, and I will gather all nations, and I will bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat, and I will plead with them, thee for my people and for my heritage, Israel.
So the Lord says he's going to plead with them, and that doesn't mean he's going to beg. He's not begging them.
Nope.
That means that that's judgment time. You know, that's judgment time for what they've done to us. The Lord's about to put that recompense on their heads. They've done to, even though He sanctioned them.
And I will plead with them there for my people and for my heritage, Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and have parted my land. And they have cast lots for my people, and have given a boy for a harlot, and sold a girl for wine that they may drink.
Yeah, they did that, man. They did that. That's that slavery. That's that slavery, and we're still under that today. We're still under that curse today. Especially if you go to if you talk about Babylon, aka America, right? They still have that law where you can, slavery is legal under punishment of imprisonment. So what's it? That's called the 13th Amendment. So if you are arrested and sent to jail, then they get free labor. That's why they call it the prison pipeline.
It's all a money maker.
Yeah, money maker. And actually, saying that there's a story that goes around and it talks about these music executives, man, and they started buying into the prisons, and that is why I think it was like the late 80s into the 90s, they started bringing out this gangster, influencing our people to call each other names and buy words and talk about killing each other and selling drugs to each other, all that stuff. So this is all part of that plan, man. That's that Psalms 83 again. So everything that they're doing, everything what this world is doing is against us, man, to keep us away from the truth, to keep us away from coming back to the heavenly Father anymore.
Well, I'm going to a couple of verses here. Carry on reading down. Boy for a harlot and sold a girl for wine that they might drink, and ye, what have I to do with, and ye, and what have ye to do with me?
Yes.
O Tyre and Sidon, and all the coast of the Philistine, will ye render me a recompense? And if you recompense me swiftly and speedily, will I return your recompense upon your own head.
Yeah, these other nations, these heathen nations, don't have any connection with the Most High at all. Well, that's all right. He's for his own people. He's for his chosen, are Israel. This is old news now. Anyone that's trying to teach otherwise these days is just crazy, man. The scriptures talk about that all throughout the scriptures. Israel only for Israel.
Yeah, if I could just add as well, one of the Amnon, and Amnon with Chinese to Japanese. Amnon, are the Chinese, isn't it? Amnon's the Japanese and Moab's the Chinese. So now they got me some they're calling it Asians being attacked, right? Hate against Asians, and I had them in there because first they was brought to the Senate talking about the TikTok. TikTok could be used as a weapon. You know, they're going to to use all kinds of what they call it symbolisms in TikTok and send out messages that might hypnotize people. You know, in a nutshell, subliminal messages. So now, anyway, when it was brought to the Senate, either that have no more. I don't know the difference by looking at them. Because I remember
I think it's more.
when we used to say when we was young, we say Chinese, Japanese. Chinese, we got the eyes up there, and they're like that. But anyway, it was
No,
Moab.
what you said. That's what.
So when they questioned the woman, right, she was saying, well, we're not. She basically was saying in a nutshell that you're talking about us. Why don't you focus on the so-called black people? She said it like that. Kyrie was bringing it out. Why don't you focus on some of the black people that are racism towards us? Get off of the case with the TikTok thing. She wasn't saying that, but that's what she was saying indirectly. Get off our case with TikTok. Focus on the racism that we're being focused on by black people. All the black people that are attacking us. So she's basically saying, white father, white daddy, get off our case and get on the black people. As you're used to doing it. Leave us alone. Get back onto the black issue. They're the problem.
Yeah, because they're Moabites. They're under the spell of white supremacy, man.
Anyway,
they are white supremacists themselves, and they don't even understand it. And the fact of the matter is, Esau's done them dirty as well.
Yeah.
But because they're not held as a low esteem like we are,
Yeah.
they take their place above us and they run with the white supremacy. Man.
Yeah, because we're lower down on the totem pole.
Exactly.
So they're saying, give us a break. Let us stay out, keep our position. Get on to people that are lower beneath us, and that's what they do. And we've always been, as you're bringing out, we are the primarily victims of hate. To add to your point, I carry on reading. Recompense me swiftly and speedily will I return your recompense upon your own head, because ye have taken my silver and my gold, and have carried unto your temples my godly pleasant things.
Yeah, man. And that swift recompense is coming when Yahweh Shai comes back. Yeah, it's going to be so quick and devastating. They're not going to understand what's hit them. You know?
Yeah.
That's why the scripture says, although I come quickly, don't let no man take thy crown.
Yeah.
Right, you see?
So where his position, where his Christ's position, and they've taken us. I'll carry on reading. Yeah. The children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have ye sold unto the Grecians, that ye may remove them far from their border. As you say, the stock exchange. We were the main commodities for the stock exchange, the slaves, and they sold us all around the world. Unto the Grecians, the temples of the goodly pleasant things, the children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have ye sold unto the Grecians, that ye may remove them from their borders, out of our land. Right now, we spoke about earlier, the bastards are dwelling over there in our land, and that's the legitimate word, means the fatherless child, and they are fatherless on a spiritual level. Yeah. 7. Behold, I will rise them out of the place whither ye have sold them, and I will return your recompense upon your own head. Someone else coming? I was talking about it last night, so you can leave that there if you've got anyone. But I've got another one, if I may.
You go.
I've got Lamentations chapter 2. 15 says, all they that pass by clap their hands at thee. They kiss and wag their head at the daughter of Jerusalem. We are.
I'm going to speak.
No, you go.
No, because look, that's perfect. Because that's exactly how they look at us. And look at how some of our, especially some of the youth, like walking around with their trousers around their ankles, doing all sorts of madness, man. Like the youth of Israel as a whole, Israel is crazy. Yes, yeah. That's why Deuteronomy says that will be an astonishment. These people look at us like we're not. That's how they feel. They look at us like we're not people.
Yeah, Lamentations chapter 2 and 15 again. All that pass by clap their hands at thee. They hiss and wag their head at the daughter of Jerusalem.
Yeah. Because and how do they get the perceptions through the media? You know, through the papers. You know how they use their terminologies.
Stereotypes.
Yeah. So like when Jake gets arrested or when Jake's in trouble, he's a thug. Yeah. You know, they find the worst picture they can find and put him in the paper. When it's an Edomite, the man's in a suit, they talk about how he's misguided or troubled and you know we don't want to mental problems and we don't want to ruin his life. And it shows to show the level of what they really feel about this.
And we're the face of crime. And even if they let's use for example you got the school shooting, right? The little boy was 6 years old, probably an Edomite because they never show his face, right? The ones that they find and they put him out in the front pages, in the front posters in the media, mainly black people, they're black people. They have to always, when it's come to serious crime, they always have to find the face to the crime. And if they can't find the face to the crime, they're gonna deflect. Like for example, when there was a lot of things going on, they used what's his name, the Jeffrey Epstein thing and the giggling. They used what's that guy with that guy who sings that song, I Believe I Can Fly. R. Kelly. Yeah, they turned the attention to R. Kelly and he had a cool place all of a sudden.
That's a prime example. That's a good example. Because look, R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, I'm sure there's a couple more as well.
Yeah.
And these people have been, listen, whatever they've done, if they've done it, they've done it. But you've got Edomites that have been doing this on a level for a long time. But they want to paint us out to be the bad guys.
And he mentions, kiss and wag their head at the daughter of Yusuf. We know that we're seen as a delicate, comely woman. So that's talking about so-called black people, ultimately the elect. And I was just thinking about when he said that all that pass by clap their hands at they hiss and wag their toes. Over in Harlem, they have actually a literal sightseeing place. I remember even they were talking about this too. You know, that's where that's his place. And the they have an actual road, an infamous road or a sightseeing buses where they ain't got no roofs on it, and it's mainly holidayers, so-called foreigners, like tourists. That's the word. Going around and they're just looking at that, as you said, with the trousers hanging down, and they're looking at them like to say, yeah, they know who we are, the fallen people. People that were once the children of Israel. Now look at the state of them now. So it's like a kind of what they're doing there is missing and wagging their heads. Yeah. Last one. And all thine enemies have opened their mouth against thee. They hiss and gnash their teeth. They say, we have swallowed her up. Certainly this is the day that we looked for. We have found, we have seen it.
Yeah, and that's going into
and also
it's still relevant.
Still relevant.
Yeah,
there's other. So I mentioned Harlem, but there's other.
This one's about to die. This one's still full. I'm gonna give it to him. That's cool.
Yeah, they used to have that, innit? They used to have they used to have that in Belgium. Yeah. 1958, they had these. I think they were Hamites. And they had a family in the zoo. So like a giraffe will have his little compound. Yeah, they had a little compound and they had a little mud hut there, and they were doing their chores, and all the crackers were taking pictures. Man. Like this is a normal actual thing. So they would love to bring that back, and really they have brought that back. It's called hip hop, man. Yeah. It's a human suit, man. That's all that music is. Anything this man, I did a video the other day. Anything this man touches is a usurper of anything that's holy. You know what I mean? He's gonna take something. There was a documentary about hip hop, and it showed them all through the early 60s, 70s. It was all cool, man.
Oh,
About
yeah.
you know when
Yeah.
they switched it up in the late 80s and the 90s.
Yeah.
To the gangster rap.
Gangster rap.
You know.
So you're speaking on
Yeah,
that,
we're
yeah?
speaking on it, and that's all to go and that was all to start getting our people in that mindset of being niggas basically. You know?
Yeah.
So they start going out there trying to perpetrate that shit they're hearing these rappers do, but they're not even doing that shit. They're not even doing it.
Yeah, it's wicked. Them, yeah, you know what? You have to look at them as you know them rappers, entertainers. You have to look at them like what Judas was to Yahushua, man. Nothing but traitors, man. Nothing but Benedict Arnolds, Black Benedict Arnolds. All right, they've sold their soul for 5 minutes of fame. They even slept with men for it. You know, like those black dramas now that come on TV, films. You watch it, but you can't even look at those people the same way, man.
Yeah, listen, look at Ali Berry, man. You know she done that in that.
Yeah,
You know what movie I'm talking about. She done that. That was real. Because I remember when I saw that movie, and I was like looking at it like, that shit looks too real to me.
Yeah.
So, and that's just another ritual. Let's get some scriptures, bro.
Yeah, I heard she got a nominee for just doing that act.
No, she did. She got.
Listen, look at Denzel Washington, man. He had to play a bad man before he got. He had to play a wicked nigga. That's perpetrating. Now he's remembered for that. That's what. If anyone talks about him in movies, he's remembered for Training Day for being a wicked nigga.
Yeah, man. And you know what? If you look at his acting performance in general, there was a film called Glory, which is about the Civil War, where Jakes fought on the side of the North, and that was an excellent performance by Denzel. Man. You know, when he was getting whipped, he started crying. But what did he say? He said he went down on his knees and communicated to the spirits, and they were in charge. And he goes, I couldn't act that. So, how good are you if you need to have demons in you to actually release your actual
your talent,
yeah,
so-called talent.
Yeah, your so-called talent, man.
But that's their methodology, man.
Yeah. Speaking on what's it called? That's why all the songs and the movies, but mainly the songs, they have to talk about jealousy. They have to talk about women, adultery, riding dirty, killing your own people. But those are messages that go out, and if you listen to that, subconsciously it goes into you. All right, and some curses affect Israelites more than others. All right, so this is like Deuteronomy 28, verse 54. So that the man that is among you, a tender and very delicate, his eye shall be evil towards his brother, and towards the wife of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children which he shall leave. So that's beautiful. That's 3 stages. You know, it says your eye will be evil towards your own brother. So that's why when you're in this truth, you know, like Jakes, they'll fight you over nothing, do Say you bump into
What's that?
Yeah.
Boondocks, man, showed you that's that nigga mode.
Yeah, nigga mode. Yeah, you know those cartoon Boondocks, whatever. But say you're walking down the street and bump into Jake, and you're about to say sorry. It's like, what, blood? What? You want to go? Yeah, you want to go? You want to go, blood? You know what? Rather than be a tough man, just walk away, man. You know why? Because he's an NIGGA and he's under a curse and he doesn't even know it. And that curse might be percolating in his spirit. Man. He might have a lot of these demons, man, to be evil towards your own brother. Because Jake will disrespect another black guy quick. But when it comes to master, those Jakes that are bad boys, they stick up for their masters still. You're living in the lowest conditions on the planet Earth. All right, the police are killing you. You're killing your own people. You're at the bottom, but then
you're heavily under the curses.
Yeah, see? So that's that curse. It says your eye will be evil towards your own brother. And if you look at it, all those tribes, the Northern Kingdom, Southern Kingdom, all of them, man. The tribe of Gad, they're killing each other on the reservations. You know? Your heritage, you're on a barren piece of land. And the best way to get out of the oppression is to kill your own people. See, that's why there's 2 options for people like that. They need to either repent or the Lord needs to destroy them. All right? We ain't got time to waste no more, man. So it says, I will be evil towards his own brother, towards the wife of his bosom. And let's be honest about it, even though our women are wicked, we have a lot of our men that are wicked to women, man.
Yeah.
Let's be honest about that.
Well, that goes
Let's
back
be
to the
honest about
curses. It goes back to the curses.
Yeah, it goes back
being
to-
evil. They're both evil to each other.
Yeah, that's it, man. Does it not say? I don't know if you guys know where that scripture is. It says a wicked woman's portion for a
That's
wicked
the one I'm
man.
a portion to a wicked man. So you have to be something like wicked in order to get that
You
portion.
know, to have that person.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, let's get that, man.
Yeah, bro.
All right.
That's a spirit, brother.
Because you know the women, they would like to say, oh, there's no good black men out there. First of all, the fact that you're using the word black in 2023 shows you how completely destroyed you are, man. Did not Malcolm X teach you? He looked in the dictionary and he said black means death, mourning, void of light. And then he looked up the word white, means pure, virtuous, and unintending to harm. Unintended to harm them.
And that's another. So like that is just another way of showing you how they perpetuate hate against us. Just
Right.
simply
Right.
using a dictionary.
That's right, man.
Simple things like that. Pure as the
things.
driven snow. You know, right? You know what I mean? That's what they say. Things like that.
Yeah, that's right, man. Oh, even that coon, Martin Luther Coon, he said, his last speech was, he said, don't let them fool you. He goes, angel cake is white, but devil's cake is black. Which is true. You know that what's it called, Betty Crocker or whatever? Yeah, she has a chocolate cake. It's called devil's cake, isn't it? Yeah, but when it's a white cake,
Yeah.
it's angel cake.
Yeah, yes, ancient.
Yeah, so they've programmed you already from the day you come out of your mom's womb to hate who you are, man. I did a video on that the other day.
And for the rest of the nations to also hate.
Yeah, and the rest of the nations tell you. That's why, James, before you go to another man's land and send your kids there, you have to research it, man. There's a Jake girl that got killed in Turkey. She must be at 17 years old, I think. They were bullying her or something like that, but she's been killed, man. And they said it's to do with racism. Why would you send your child to Turkey, man, when you know who those Turks are? That's why this Bible is everything, man.
Everything.
Everything.
That's the spirit.
They're Edomites,
Yeah.
and it says they will actually hate us. All right? So it doesn't matter whether it's the Amalekites or the Ottoman Turks or the blonde-haired blondies or the Hindus.
But remember the scripture says, Jake, it says, remember, all that they go crouching.
Yeah.
So you have to watch out for them, though. They're smiling, they're wicked.
Though they humble themselves.
They humble
go
themselves.
crouching.
They go
Yeah.
crouching, yeah.
Yeah, so all that street behavior, when you meet these women and they say, oh no, my ex hurt me, I said, okay, he was on the road, okay. How long did you not did you going out with him? 2 years. When you met him, did he tell you that he was a drug dealer? Yeah, but
yeah.
that's it. So, and then you stayed with him for 2 years. All right,
That's
so
the foolishness of
yeah,
the woman.
yeah.
Because they are foolish. They don't have wisdom is not imparted to them. So
Can't.
you know, and you know they're about emotions. They're about emotions. So they're about you know the pleasurable things. They find it exciting to these hoodlums. The dramas. They love the dramas. They want to argue all the time and shit. And then make up again and argue.
Get back.
You sound like you took it from experience.
I think it was yesterday. It's like I thought it was yesterday. I saw something on TikTok. Something came up how these women say that they why do women like bad men? They list out all the stupidness to how they love bad men.
What was it on TikTok?
It was on TikTok. I saw videos, something on YouTube, some famous with the spirit.
I've got to sign up for that, man. You can get that with women piping on wisdom. Get my own wisdom, man. All right, so when you meet these women, all right, first of all, these women, I'm telling you, man, if you're in this truth, a woman is not worth jeopardizing this truth for. We've seen two now, guys. And we said that last year, a couple of years ago, when we did a sit down in the car. We've seen two guys fall out of this truth because of so-called women, man. And like I said then, I'll say now, and these women are not worth it, especially not this low caliber of women that we have now. They're not worth risking for, man. You know, and you have to be straight with them. One so-called brother said, "Oh, if you're in that situation, just lie to them." But hang on, does not the Lord say He hate lies?
Yeah.
See, what kind of counsel was that? You know, read that, man. These women, they're with a guy that is on the road. So no matter whether you're a barrister, lawyer, whatever, you're wicked as him, man.
Right.
All right.
Ecclesiasticus 6:26 verse 23.
Yeah.
A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man.
See, it says, read that bit again. And this is what the apocrypha, right?
Yes.
So this is Ecclesiasticus
Yes.
in the apocrypha, man, which which the devil removed in was it late 1700s Bible destruction.
Yeah.
And it was full of Edomites that did that, man. So based upon that alone, they're condemned. All right, I'll read it here.
Ecclesiasticus, also known as Sirach, 26 verse 33.
Yeah.
A wicked woman is given as a portion
Yep.
to a wicked man.
There you go, man. So it's like, now the man or woman, one might be a bit more wicked than the other.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? And one might lead another one astray.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's a civil partnership. You've committed to each other, and you've accepted that he's a wicked piece of shit, and it turns me on. I like arguing with him. So when we make up the family, all that stuff.
I also do think that some of these, especially these self-examiners, they want these, especially in Babylon as well, they want these guys that they don't want the 9 to 5 guys.
No,
they want
no.
the guys that are drug. They actually say that.
They
Yeah,
say
they have to say that, man.
Selling
Yeah.
drugs and all this shit.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. A French girl said that to me years ago. She goes, but at least you're honest. She goes, I like the boys. And I was like, okay. Well, what you doing with me then? I'm just a wussy, you know what I mean? But,
Yeah, they want the bad boys.
yeah, but at least she admitted it. These women, they all say, hey, you can't find no man or that. No, you can't find any decent men because you don't want them. That's why.
No, but what it is, though, they want the bad guys, but when they get them, they want to try to change them.
Yeah, it's a
You know what I
project, isn't it? It's just
You have to, if you want a decent man, you have to be you have to be decent yourself. You're not going to attract a decent man if you're a piece of shit.
Kevin Sam was trying to tell us, but they didn't want to hear it.
Yeah, see,
If
just
a
like
man's, if a man's worth it, you ain't looking at these hoes out.
No way.
yeah.
That's just not happening.
And that's a beautiful counterbalance. So, like that says, a wicked woman is portion for a wicked man. A person that's because none of us are really righteous.
Right.
King Solomon said, "What? Found one in 1,000. Women who found none." But if you've got decent morals and decent standards, all right, you're gonna attract that same person. If you're a scumbag like them, you're gonna attract scum. Scum breeds scum. All right. And in our community, it's one generation that was broken, but it's another generation. So broken people are raising broken people. Right? But the wickedness of it is the man that helped,
Yes.
that broke us majorly. He's the one looking down on us without reflecting. Maybe what I've done is fucking these people up. He hasn't got any kind of, he has no repentance in his heart, nothing, man.
Nothing.
No empathy, nothing.
No, nothing.
So women that are stick up for him, that's the way the Lord is going to judge you. He's going to kill you by that. Your association with the devil.
Job 39:17 says, because Yahweh hath deprived her of wisdom, neither have he imparted to her understanding.
There you go. So even when you go, let's say you go on a date, and you're at there, so what do you do? I do this and that.
Yeah.
Really in your mind, once you're on the scriptures, so how can I skip all this and just get this thing in bed, man?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what you're going to be thinking in your mind, man. I'm not going to have no deep conversation with this woman because she's a woman. She's been deprived of wisdom. She has to be led, man. The word woman is what it means, a servant. Who you're supposed to serve, but what's happening now? This man has turned everything upside down. Get that, Isaiah 29:16. He's turning everything upside down, man.
Yeah.
Where now you actually see women with children, all right, and the man is pushing the buggy, man.
Yeah.
The man is pushing the buggy, and the woman's
look,
walking
I'll
with her
say
Timberland
this,
boots, man.
I'll say this. There's nothing wrong with a man pushing a buggy if he has to push the buggy because carrying this, that, and the other. But the situation is this: that you've got these guys pushing the buggy, and the woman's just walking around, just looking at her phone and just doing things like she's in charge.
But
That's true.
But really, what we're under is a vibration of Queen
Queen of Heaven.
Queen of Heaven. That's the whole vibration of it. Even if you're a man of the Lord, you get involved in a woman, you are under that vibration. Now, how you deal with it is how you deal with it. But the vibration is out there.
It's true. That's right, man. But you know, people do say you're a product of what's the environment. So this is a polluted environment, man. So you know, like when they say, "Oh, we want to charge motors to clean up the air and all that stuff," they don't really want to clean up the air. They don't care. They're just going to make money.
Yeah.
You know, but at the end of the day, our environment is so polluted. You need a kind of cleanser, something that keeps you sanitized, man.
Yeah.
And that's the word.
Yeah.
There's nothing else. Nothing else is gonna help us and save us, man. In the time of trouble, God forbid, you know, this brother might want to rely on me, you know, I'm supposed to do something, and I just check it out and go my way. You know what I mean? You know, because of fear. You know, I mean, look at the disciples, man. Did they not deny Yahushua? They did, right?
Yeah, they did. Some of them did. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
But
In
there
the
was,
heat of the moment.
yeah, in the heat of the moment, but there was repentance, there was humility, there was forgiveness, all in that scenario, man. So the Lord has given that to us now. So what should we do? Should we just choose and spread like everyone else? The average black person that doesn't even know that he's an Israelite. You've told him, but it just doesn't register. He just doesn't receive it. You know why? This is a dirty vessel that the Lord does not want to clean up. We're not concerned with those ones. We're concerned with the ones that want to get clean. We want to get clean as well, man. Hang on.
Right, it's Ephesians 5, verse 26.
Yeah.
That you might sanctify and cleanse it with the washing of water by the word. Right, Ephesians 5:26. We're talking about this world being polluted and how do we cleanse our way.
Yeah.
That you might sanctify and cleanse it with the washing of water by the word. So you're supposed to immerse your mind in this truth, and that's what will help free you from the pollutions and the corruptions that you've already been accustomed to as being in this world, because we're all tainted in some way, shape, or form. None of us are righteous. To say all our righteousness is filled with rags.
Yeah.
So it's by coming back to this word and being transformed and renewing our mind to bring it more in line with the scriptures to put on the mind of how it shines.
That's right. That's right. And that comes sometimes with time, man. So when you first come in, you know, that kind of spirit you have of telling everyone.
Yeah, man. Those days are
Yeah.
crucial, bro.
After a while, you think it's so precious. You think, screw that nigga. That nigga doesn't want to know about this. Mention it to him, no interest, just move on, man. That's how precious time we've got, and they're not worth conversing with, you know? A lot of these two-thirds. Okay? But
Micah 2:10 says, "Arise ye and depart, for this is not your rest, because it is polluted. It shall destroy you, even with a sore destruction."
there you go, man. Hey, can you phone this? Put the word back. All right? Just rest, because this place is polluted. So all those jakes in you know, like the movies, Sammy Davis Jr., all them entertainers, Michael Jackson, they put so much work in their craft, all right? They reached a level. But I remember Sammy Davis Jr. used to go to that satanic temple.
Oh, yeah.
Same Antoine LaVey. Yeah, he's the Church of Satan. But so on one hand, he did that to get famous, but when you saw his interviews and he's talking about the black man and racism, he never sugarcoated racism, man. He was just straight to the point. You know what I mean? Saying it how it is. You know? I was like, that's the contrast there. But you know what? The Lord says they honor me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. You know? That's why, you know what, the talk is not going to get, the talk is full people can't fool the Albert.
Yeah, because they all do it. All them Hollywood people.
Yeah.
Talk about, you know, they're awesome. I want to thank God and Jesus. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But your God is Satan, man. That's who you're secretly worshiping.
Yeah.
Out the back, man, in your dressing room.
Yeah, that's right, man.
Throwing up your little, you know, your little incantations and shit.
Yeah.
Talking to your spirits, man.
Yeah, for real. This guy, what's his name? Deontay Wilder, the boxer. He had a sit-down thing with Tyson Fury. Deontay Wilder's talking about his alter ego.
Yeah.
He's gonna come back. His name is Brad. And this is Tyson Fury. Is that your alter ego that comes into you and goes, I don't believe in that stuff. Give your life to Jesus Christ, all right? You know, he's my Lord and Savior. He just cut
I
him,
don't
man.
like you no more, he said.
Yeah.
He said, I don't like you no more. I know. I heard about all that stuff. Really,
It's like it's Fury saying it.
Fury saying it to him. The spirit was on him, even though Fury, they both, Fury's, he's off as well. But the spirit was on Fury to sort of like undermine that, what he's dealing with.
Yeah.
What he's dealing with is straight wicked. Like, direct dealing, directly. Christian is indirect. You know what I mean? So he got humbled, man.
He got humbled, man. Because I don't believe in all that stuff. Alter ego. You know, he goes, Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, period. You know? Cut him, man.
Zeal, but not according to knowledge.
Yeah, zeal, but not according to knowledge.
So it's
word rest, yeah?
Menacha, and it means and it says resting place.
Yep.
And quietness, man.
So you know, I can you really rest in this place? Let's say a bill comes and he gets it, he pays it. Another one's gonna come next month, right?
It's subject to
there you go.
payment.
So you always got to think about the next. You always got to think about the next time you got to have that money to pay them.
Yeah, exactly, man. You know, so you might be pay it 1 month, but the next month some other bill might be higher than you thought, and now you're completely screwed, man.
Even like if you go to a property, if you work so hard to buy a property, no matter how much your property costs, you buy it and you pay it, but that's what you don't own the land that it's on. So how you can't feel peaceful, man. Because anytime they can tell you that, oh, they need to do some excavation and they need to, you just don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
you never feel you never feel at peace.
Never feel at peace.
You never feel at peace.
What's that one? Something to pay.
Baruch 3 and 8.
Especially these days.
Yeah, that one. But the reason why, because like mortgage is like if you look at the word mortgage, it means something like death note or something like that. Yes. So say it.
Also like it. Mortgage is basically a death gauge. Mort as in mortality. Gauge. So you're paying your mortgage. Sure, it kills you.
Okay, so that's what it means. So basically, you putting all that effort in to have that house and pay off your mortgage. It's like basically you're gonna be die. You're gonna die before you pay that off, man. You know. So basically, it's like a debt, isn't it?
The interest rate really keep going up and down and down. So I understand.
Yeah.
Right now, worse off.
Now they're worse off.
Now.
Hey, and who dictates the interest rates? The Lord does.
Oh,
remember, because he controls them bankers and all them people.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful thing what the Lord has done, man.
You see the white
controlling
woman.
them.
You see the white woman that comes in, she starts going off on complaining about how she's got to move out of her house. She's been paying the mortgage for 20, 30 years, and now they're up in the mortgage to £400 extra a month. Like she's supposed to just pull £400 out the air.
400 extra.
And they know what they're doing, because that's why the brother was saying, you know, the mortgage, man. The death gauge,
they want you to
they
live on
want
death.
you to do that because they can take that shit. They want you to get into them. So when they want to start fiddling around, with the economy and all that, they can just say, right, we're going to raise that now, so we can take it. Because ultimately, what do they want? They want you to own nothing and be happy.
Yeah,
that's the World Economic Forum's mission statement.
Yeah, and that song, what's it called? Don't want to be happy. Yeah, that's you, Jakes, that sang a song like that, man. Here it is, your brother's getting shot in the back after coming home from a concert. Don't worry, be happy about it. Oh, man, it's supposed to be miserable in this place, man.
We're the last people that should be singing songs like that. This is Baruch 3 and 8. It says, behold, we are yet this day in our captivity, where thou hast scattered us for a reproach and a curse, and to be subject to payments.
See, a reproach means what? For correction. So the Lord, it says that in other scripture, He is to destroy us totally because we moved them to anger. Because we started doing, we looked over the fence and said, oh, the Hamites are doing voodoo. I like that. Let me try to do that. You know, they're putting their head up a cow's ass. Let me do that, man. They're drinking blood. Let me do that, man. The Arabs are eating a camel, man. Let me do that, man. the white woman's got blonde hair. Let me have that, man.
Oh,
In Vinaya
Just
Pressa.
complete,
Oh.
complete followers, man. Followers of everything that is wicked, man.
Why trim is ways to seek
Seek-
love.
oh,
That's
oh.
everything in there to just to integrate, man. It's to assimilate.
Yeah, to
I've got one for you.
try and slot in with your presser that still hates you, man.
And then you don't know oppressor and choose one of his ways.
Yeah, that's it. You're not supposed to choose any of his ways, man. And let's be real about it.
Yeah.
Over the time, we have adopted some devil ways, but that's why.
Yes, we do, brother.
Yeah, but that's why the word, like that said, the more you get into it, it's taking these wicked, these pollutions.
We're washed clean of the word, washed by the word.
Yes.
Yeah, we're getting washed by the
Not
word.
slam dunk into some dirty cool water. You know what I mean?
That's it. So while we're in captivity, it's also done this, man.
Yeah.
Do that.
Isaiah, verse 29, verse 15. Woe unto them that seek deep to hide their counsel from the Lord.
See, and that's all your groups, man. All your Illuminati. What else is it? Club of Rome, is it? Club of Rome. They got different. The Rosicrucians, Jesuits, Skull and Bones. You know, all these pussy-fied. Yeah, I said that in a video the other day. I said this man's a bitch, man. You know, why don't you just tell people your plans right out there in the open, man? Say, yeah, I do want to kill 6.5 billion people.
The thing is,
No, he
Yeah.
does.
It's plain sight. It's got
Yeah,
plain sight.
Yeah,
Indirectly.
But what I'm saying is,
Symbolism.
we have the Lord's secrets, but we're shouting it out publicly, right? Because we want other people to benefit from it. This wicked man is so greedy. It's only a small few that can have it. Our plan is this and that. Just be bold about it, man. You know? And really, some of them, they're scared of this dollar collapse, you know? Because it's going to be a totally new way of living, you know? So in the meanwhile, he's turned everything upside down. We're now the average woman and the average cracker thinks they're better than us.
Yeah, that's where we're going. Just a quick point. I was talking just briefly a minute ago about the Most High messing with the interest rates and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, this is Esau's wicked work coming back to bite him in the arse because that's an abomination. Proverbs 20 verse 23 says, diverse weights are an abomination unto Yahweh, and a false balance is not good.
You see?
There you
See,
go, man.
the currency is not supposed to be fluctuating on a day-to-day basis. It's
Yeah.
supposed to be a fixed measure. But Esau's the one who's manipulating the system to make money off of usury and stuff. But ultimately, this system's going to collapse. That's the will of the Lord. But in the kingdom, it's going to be an established thing where, look, I've got this much gold. Okay, that's worth this much. You know, it's
Yeah.
It's balance.
you're going to pay for whatever you pay for is going to be worth what you're paying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't be overpaying or underpaying for shit.
Yeah.
That's the deal. That's the arrangement. When you part of your money willingly, because you think that the money you're handing over is worth the thing that you're handing it over for.
Yeah.
And the person that's giving it for the money values that money. It's the same way it values the product they're giving. So it's supposed to be even exchange.
Not like the fraud.
Yeah.
The fraud.
Even exchange.
Yeah, man. Hey, taking money off of old ladies, man, saying I'm gonna take your gas card machines and put a payment meter.
Yeah, pay for you, man.
Wicked, man. You know?
I saw this video this guy was talking about Jake. He said it's talking about the cost of living crisis. He was taking his woman out for a drink on Friday evening at the wine bar. So it's like he goes to the wine bar and they're saying a glass of wine £8. But then a bottle of wine is £16. He says, all right, he said, I'm doing the math. So he says, all right, obviously I'm going to get the bottle for £16.
Yeah.
So he gets the bottle, they drink it, and they're having a nice time, and then they go to pay for the drinks. And the man tells them £32. He says, yeah, that's the corkage. He said, what's corkage? What? So corkage is when they open the bottle and pour the wine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I just paid
Extras.
£16 for
Extras.
someone to open the bottle and pour the wine. I said, I could have done it myself.
Oh, because it was an itemized. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
But the wicked thing was, he never told them. They never told them that before they got the bottle.
Yeah.
Deception as well.
That would be what we could call Esau as a stealth tax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he didn't say it up front. So he's sliding it under the table.
Subtle.
You're gonna see the freak come out of this man as well, man. Alright? No, but what I'm saying, like, when this dollar thing really Like when you look at Germany before the Nazis came to power, them Germans were selling their daughters, man. They had mother and daughter tag teams, man. If you buy the mum, you get the daughter free. That's how bad. That's how because their currency was worth nothing. And that was done deliberately, man. All right. So when it gets really bad, it's terrible. So that's why we're totally unhappy now.
Yeah.
The Lord has done what? He's turned everything
Upside.
He's turned everything upside down, man. You know, you have to think twice now. You know, just their facial expression. In the Middle Ages, so a lot of times a woman would be like, her face would be down.
Yeah.
Her countenance would be very kind of like humble, meek. Yeah. Now these women will be up in your face. What up, nigga? Look at you right in your face, man. So what do you want? What's spitting in your face? Yeah, that's spitting in your face. You know? So, really good.
So Isaiah 29, verse 16.
Yep.
Surely your turning of things upside down
Yep.
shall be esteemed as a potter's clay.
There you go. And really, you know, he's really turned upside down is our confidence.
Yes.
He's totally destroyed our confidence, man. He's totally, because from whitewashing images to the media that he allows to go out on the airwaves, you know,
Turning up women against us.
Yeah, turn out women against us. The Windrush scandal.
Yeah.
Oh, now the Windrush scandal. They did all these recommendations. Now the government announced that they took 3 of them away. It goes, celebration, collaboration, reconciliation events gone. A governor to the whole process gone. You know, and most of them have not got their compensation. I think only 5% of them that had that Windrush thing have got money back. Yeah, you see. So this man is he's turned everything upside down. He doesn't make you rest, and a lot of them contemplate suicide. Can you imagine just you're born in this country and they say you don't exist no more? We're going to send you back to Jamaica, a country that you ain't even.
Or you pulled over to build up the country from the Second World War.
Yeah.
And then they say, "Nah, you got to go back now." You know, no.
Yeah.
You don't. You pay tax. That's one of the main mistakes.
Yeah.
I was born. Now I came over when I was born. I've been paying tax all my life. And they're talking about the Windrush. So they put a petition in without the parliament. A lot of them. That's what
saw that this week.
Yeah.
But it's also the fact that it's you can't just pluck someone up and put them somewhere else and it's just because they might be a heritage for you in your eyes, but they don't know anything about that. It's
And they worked and they paid their taxes because of the jobs that nobody wanted. Edomites didn't want to do. They did that. And now they're saying, we want you to. But now they've signed a petition, 100,000. Anyway, there's a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot more.
To have the parliament to do away with it, but they don't know if it's going to be, if it's going to stand yet.
Yeah,
they don't know yet.
Okay.
People are applying for compensation, but as you said, they ain't got it yet.
No, they haven't got it. No. Yeah. See, so how sincere are they? Yeah, it all comes down to. But really, it all comes down to the Lord. The Lord said that. The Lord didn't say, well, I'm going to scatter you there and there, and that's it. No, he can do what he wants. He scattered you 3 generations ago, and now he did it with these deportations.
And that's their fault for loving the Queen. Like a lot of them come over and they look at the Queen and they love the Queen. Elder Roman was talking about that.
Sad, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's most I say, stop worshipping the Queen, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the Lord trying to
man.
Slap some sense into you Caribbean coconuts, man. Loving the devil. That's why Barbados did a good thing, man. They said, no, we don't want anything to do with this Commonwealth, man. And who's getting the wealth? It's them getting the wealth.
They told them, they said, look, man, don't come around here.
Yeah, they said, you can't come around here no more. You're not welcome.
And that's a big thing because when you check the Caribbean, out of all the islands, they used to be the biggest crews.
Yeah, that's what you're saying, isn't it?
They were the biggest crews, man.
Yeah, man. Having them little parades and stuff. Having the Queen. We should be embarrassed about that, man. You got that one.
Right, Nehemiah 1 verse 8. Yep. Remember, I beseech thee, the word that thou commandest, thou servant Moses, saying,
that's a commandment, all right?
If ye transgress I will scatter you abroad among the nations.
There you go. So he scattered some of our people back to those slave islands, man. All right. So that's the main lesson, the main spiritual thing is either this truth or nothing.
Right.
This truth or death. That's it. They ain't got nothing.
And yes, you once scattered the broke, but now we're coming back together. You know, because we started out with that.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So
Okay.
we go
Okay.
with that. Actually,
Yeah.
what did you brothers start up with? Because I wasn't here.
It was on a second level 15.
Okay.
Okay. That's what I said last week. All right, we'll leave it at that. That's it.
But still a block.
I'm gonna say Shalom, man.
Shalom.
Full praises be to
praises
you.
to Allah.
Hashem, Yahushai, Hashem, Chadash.
Shalom.
Shalom. Shalom.